The Path of Ascension Chapter 1 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 1. Matt looked at the result. It was unbelievable, unacceptable, unchangeable. When his group of orphans turned 9, and the physical conditioning and rift training tests began, he had practiced more than everyone else. The 187 children of Warrington's Upper East Side Orphanage No. 3 had trained for their awakening. Every profession was covered, and every combat role was touched upon. Even more obscure variations were at least covered if not directly trained for. Matt could answer any question about any role or their sub-variations. He had studied every extra book that his instructors thought might be the slightest bit useful. He practiced with every weapon the training armory had. He preferred a longsword, but was familiar with one-handed and shield combinations, dual-wielding daggers, weighted gloves, staffs, and even wands. He was ready no matter what his Tier 1 talent revealed. However, Matt hadn't prepared for his Tier 1 talent to be useless. Matt sat in the testing chair, wires still connected to his arm, staring at the display that had doomed him. Tier 1 talent determined. Primary effect: diminishing returns on mana regeneration. Secondary effect: essence cultivation cannot be applied to mana. Anomaly detected. Ellipsis. 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 Anomaly processed. Maximum mana has been determined to be below detectable levels. Please wait until a higher authority can be contacted. Matt felt the blood drain from him. He was lightheaded, he couldn't breathe. The screen blurred, words merging, sealing his fate with their little white proclamations. The primary effect of his talent wasn't ideal, but it wasn't enough to stop him from delving into the rifts. His focus on the primary effect, Matt peered at the complicated math formula and graph that popped up showing his projected mana regeneration. It wouldn't be great at the lower tiers, but at the higher tiers, he could become an absolute mana-generating machine. Unlike most, his mana regeneration wasn't a flat rate determined by his allocation of essence ratio when cultivating. Regenerating based on a percentage would be amazing. Mages usually had to allocate quite a large percentage of their cultivation to maximum mana and mana regeneration, just so they could cast at a reasonable rate during a del. This made them physically weaker and more vulnerable to close-in attacks. Percentage-based mana regeneration would give Matt the incredible advantage of not having to allocate essence to mana regeneration. He could dump what most would need to have allocated to that stat into maximum mana and double the effectiveness. Secondary effect: essence cultivation cannot be applied to mana. Matt stared at that one line of text with contempt. He was ruined. Tier 1 cultivators usually started with around 100 mana, unless their Tier 1 talent applied some boost to it. Even if Matt only started with 10 mana, by focusing a slightly heavier ratio into maximum mana he could just stay at relatively low mana permanently, but still cast endless spells. Matt looked at the projected regeneration graph. If the AI's calculations were correct, he'd be regenerating his maximum mana per second when it was below 10%. That was absurd, but that rate didn't last. After the 1% mark the regeneration rate dropped down drastically. It would take an estimated 10 minutes to reach 10% mana, and 2 weeks to reach 25%. He scoffed at the projections of a year to reach 50%, and 50 years to reach 75%. While these rates were ludicrous, they were also irrelevant. With normal mages, getting to full capacity was important because it meant more spell casts. In Matt's case, if he could get to 1000 maximum mana, he would regenerate 10 mana a second. That was enough to endlessly cast a basic, fireball, spell. No mage could endlessly cast any spell. Even if they had 100,000 mana, it would eventually be exhausted since normal mana regeneration was calculated in mana per hour. Secondary effect. Essence cultivation cannot be applied to mana. Those damning words destroyed any shred of hope Matt had still carried. Even melee fighters dedicated at least 30% of their essence to their mana, just so they could use skills in battle. The most aggressive ratio he had heard of, from an actually successful Rift Delver, was 80% essence cultivation to physical and 20% to mana. And that was only possible because this particular Delver had a Tier 3 talent that let him negate the cost of used skills based on his physical abilities. Tier 3 talent. That was his ticket out. Matt never heard of an talent being purely detrimental. The ones that seemed useless at Tier 1 usually had synergy with Tier 3 or Tier 25 talents. Matt could do T. Higher authority reached. Ellipsis. Mana levels determined to be 1. Matt felt as if he'd been punched in the gut yet again. A starting max mana amount of less than it took to cast a fireball. His stomach roiled with renewed vigor once the reality of the secondary effect of his Tier 1 talent set in. He stood up out of the chair once the wires disconnected from his arm and the screen flashed and said, "Please have a nice day," as if it was mocking him. Matt looked around at the seemingly unfamiliar world. Everyone in here was an acquaintance. He had been with them since the rift breakout that destroyed half the city and orphaned so many kids like himself 5 years ago. As his gaze wandered, the people he had spent so much time with appeared alien to him. They all looked so happy. He saw Roxanne at a recruiter's desk over at Victor's Elementals, a mage-focused guild that was the husband guild to Esther's Escalators, a physically oriented guild that acted to round out delve compositions so that the parties were balanced. Roxanne was smiling at every word that came out of the recruiter's mouth and was quick to sign the paperwork placed in front of her. She had wanted to be a mage since their introduction to magic class. He wanted to feel happy for her, but all he felt was nausea clawing at his stomach. He looked over to Gavel's Good Guilders, a respectable Tier 10 guild based on the neighboring planet Ilstor, a Tier 12 planet. The head recruiter, Miles, looked at him with alarm as Matt approached. "Matt, what in the hells is going on? I got the notification that your talent isn't up to recruitment standards." Miles looked around and finished with a, "Get in here," as he pulled Matt into a conference room behind the recruiting stand. "What the hell happened, Matt? I can't see exactly what you got, but the application came back with." Miles held up the pad that was currently showing Matt's conditional contract into GGG. He scrolled down to show a box highlighted red and flashing, "Does not meet minimum requirements." Is it really that bad? Matt debated what to tell Miles. He was a good guy who tried to get as many of the orphans as he could into the fairly prestigious guild. With Matt's knowledge and skill with a blade, Miles was able to get him a conditional contract with extremely good terms that only lasted 10 years. Completely unable to cultivate mana, Matt whispered, glancing over at Miles, who had stopped pacing on the other side of the table. "Fuck. Fuck. Fuck." Miles pressed his hands together in front of his face and started pacing. Clearly deep in thought as he said, "There's not much I can do without getting both of us into trouble. If I show too much favoritism, other guilds might think I'm trying to create a spy to infiltrate another guild for us." Matt sat and silently hoped Miles could think of any way for this not to be the end of his career as a delver. Was he finished before he even started? The nausea came back even stronger than before, gnawing at him as the contents of his stomach tried to escape by any means necessary. "It's happened before. I would get you blacklisted from any guild on this planet. Even some of the city-states wouldn't want you anywhere near them." The next pause seemed like an eternity. Alright. You have two options. Really only one viable option, the other is a long shot at best. Best case scenario, you go and apply for the Playpen. It's an Empire-run training facility that only the best of the best get into. Most city adjuncts get a couple of slots per year to send promising youths. Getting one of those slots is even harder than usual in this city, because the adjunct has been using them as political favors for the last 10 years or so. That's the ideal case, but 99% of people never even sniff a Playpen, so you need to buy a slot in a public Tier 1 rift. It's what freelance delvers do if there's a lot of competition for rifts of their tier. He pulled his pad out and started tapping at it. Here, in Glessy, 2 cities up the coast. They have a Kobold Tier 1 rift. Going prices, Miles' eyes flicked around, scanning as he sucked in a breath, 10k credits. That's more than they usually cost, but the price seems to have increased even more so in the last few years. Welp, I'm fucked. It will take years to get that many credits. I'd be so far behind everyone else, it would be terrible. Matt forced himself to lose the self-pity and think. No, I don't care if I'm older than everyone at my tier. I'll still become a delver and stop the rifts from overflowing. Earning 10,000 credits wouldn't be easy. It would be at least 3 years of work at any job that would hire a 13-year-old. Let alone one with no useful Tier 1 ability and no skills besides those of a beginner delver. Is there anything I can do to join a lesser guild? Not that I don't want to join Gavels, but it has to be easier to join a guild and get access to their rift than to get 10k credits, right? Matt pleaded with Miles for it to be true. Miles' face hardened with a serious look when he heard Matt's question. He looked Matt right in the eyes and forcefully said, "Matt, with a rating as bad as the one you got, it doesn't matter if your Tier 3 fixes your problem. No one here is going to willingly risk the resources to train you without a lifelong contract you'll never get out of, one where they take all your earnings, or some other nefarious deal to suck you dry." Matt opened his mouth, but Miles held up his hand and continued. This planet is just too poor, and teleportation to the neighboring planets is too expensive for wasteful transits. Every inch of space is worth its weight in mana stones. 80% of the recruits we pick up today are never going to leave this planet. If they don't have the potential, the guild isn't going to shoulder the cost. Go try, but don't sign anything without reading the contract. All recruitment contracts have to be in plain text that is easy to understand. Miles reached into a cabinet along the wall and grabbed some cards. He held his hand out for Matt to shake and handed the cards over as well. These are Planet Net voucher cards. Each is good for an hour of uptime, and these 5 should get you through the next few years. The CityNet will have most info, but the Planet Net will let you check Glessy's rift status from time to time. Miles looked tired all of a sudden. Good luck, kid. And when you solo delve, play it safe and don't get injured. That will put you in debt faster than anything else. With that, Miles turned and walked out of the room. Matt took that as the dismissal it was. He tried to help me, and his advice about the contracts is good to know. I might have taken the first offer without looking into it without that warning. Matt spent the next hour going from stall to stall seeing if any guilds, corporations, or crafters were willing to take a chance. But Miles had been right. Few were willing to even talk to him after seeing his Tier 1 talent rating of detrimental. Those that were presented contracts with clauses where 50% of all earnings for the rest of his life would go to the guild, even if he left at some later point. One particularly heinous contract had a line in it that stated he would no longer own his own body. Matt shuddered at what people who accepted that contract ended up doing. Prostitution would be the best outcome, if the look the recruiter had given him was any indication. Matt picked up his bag with what little belongings he had and headed for the door before he lost his breakfast all over the polished floor. The moment he got outside he emptied his guts into the shrubs next to the front entrance. After rinsing his mouth out, Matt stood up and started walking away from the awakening center. He didn't know where he was going, but there was no point in standing around. This being only a Tier 4 planet meant the resources needed to advance to Tier 3 weren't readily available for the larger population. The only reliable way to accumulate essence was to delve into the rifts and slay whatever monsters you found. Some of the books Matt had read referenced the air on the Empire's Tier 47 capital planet. The atmosphere had so much ambient essence that one could cultivate without delving into rifts. Here on this backwater, the ambient essence was near zero. Transportation off the planet is too expensive. No guild will accept me unless my Tier 3 talent is synergistic with my Tier 1 and lets me accumulate more mana so I'm not crippled. Or I sign my life away. Matt pondered his next steps. I need a job. 13 years old wasn't technically considered an adult, at least not by the Empire standard. There was just no more room in the orphanage for older children when most were able to find employment or an apprenticeship after receiving their Tier 1 talents. To relieve some of the stress on the orphanage, emancipation and awakening were done early, at the ages of 13, instead of the usual 14 or 15. Matt headed south. The further he walked, the more damage he saw from the rift break 5 years ago. The debris was mostly cleaned up and repaired on the northern side of the city. The occasional burned-out building yet to be demolished and rebuilt served as battle scars for the southern section. As Matt walked, he passed a crater showing where some great spell had ripped into the horde of monsters. Rain now filled in the bottom of the crater, turning it into a stagnant pool thick with algae growing on top. Just another sign of what happened when rifts weren't regularly delved. Another reminder of the loss of his parents and the destruction of this city. When searching the CityNet, he had found an inn called Benny's advertising a position of general staff. No skills needed, room and board provided. 400 credits a month. The description was worryingly lacking in detail, but with that kind of pay Matt at least had to try. Matt followed the road for several more miles until he came upon Benny's Inn. It was right near the edge of the 5-mile coastline that served as a safe zone. Benny's Inn was situated near 3 known Tier 3 rifts and on the trail to the nearest Tier 4 rift, the highest rift this planet offered. It made Benny's the best place for parties and groups to relax and recuperate between delves. Delvers are said to spend more credits than normal cultivators, so I need to be near delving if I want to reach Tier 3 anytime soon. If I want to get to a city with a public Tier 1 rift, I need to make money. What Matt found at the end of the road was a 6-story building with a large sign proclaiming the owner's name. When Matt opened the front door, he found a large common area filled with tables, and a bar in the center of the large room. Behind the counter, there was a large man in a greasy apron who only bothered to glance Matt's way once when the door opened, immediately returning to whatever he was doing behind the bar. As Matt approached, the man barked out a gruff, "Unless you are a paying customer, fuck off, kid. No charity, no donations." Without even looking back up, Matt braced himself and gathered all the cheer he could muster despite the man's tone. "No, sir. I'm here to talk to Benny about the position that was posted." "And I assume that's you, sir?" That got the fat man to look back up. He scanned Matt with squinted eyes before asking, "Shitty Tier 1 kid?" Matt swallowed hard before answering with as much dignity as he could, "Yes, sir." "Got any idea what this job entails?" "No, sir, but I'm willing to work hard." Before Matt could continue, Benny cut him off. "Yeah, I already expect that, and I won't tolerate anything less. What I need is a floater. Someone who can do any job, and jump between 'em as necessary." Benny glanced around and then back at Matt. That might mean you scrub toilets. Might mean you help the girls carry out food when it's busy at night. Hours are from 5 in the morning to midnight with a 2-hour break around noon. 400 credits a month, no tips. Matt ground his teeth as much as he could without letting it show. This old bastard had him good. That kind of pay was excellent, even if it sounded like he'd be hard-pressed to earn every credit. The delve slot in Glacé was 10,000 credits and that was his only lifeline. There were simply too many people that needed the low-tier rifts and not enough of them to go around. Slots had to be bought then resold when the Delvers team outgrew that tier, so credits wouldn't be wasted, but the barrier to entry would be high. Matt made his decision. "Where do you want me to start, sir?" The Path of Ascension Chapter 2 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 2. Matt, I need you to check the staff bathroom. The water is really slow, Beatrice called out as she walked by. Is it the hot, cold, or both, B? Matt called out from the maintenance room, where he was assembling a table. He got no response, as apparently, Beatrice had already walked off to return to the slow lunch crowd. Matt decided to finish the table first as a bar fight last week had destroyed nearly half of the tables in the common room before it was brought under control. And they only had enough spare tables in reserve to make the common room not have too many gaps. So Matt had been making tables in all of his spare time to fix the common room and then get their surplus back. If Benny wasn't such a tight ass with money and bought better tables instead of treating them as disposable, I wouldn't be playing amateur carpenter every other week. Or hire a bouncer. Matt finished the table and grabbed his plumbing bag. As he walked through the common room, he looked for Beatrice, but she wasn't anywhere to be seen, and 2 customers were at the bar, clearly waiting to be helped. Matt didn't recognize them, so probably new customers. Where is Beatrice? Must be nice to be able to slip out for a dozen smoke breaks just because you sleep with the boss. That made him pause. Maybe she did earn the extra breaks. After all, no one else wanted to be near the man. If Matt didn't help new customers, Benny would have his ass despite the fact Beatrice was supposed to be the one manning the common area. Matt hurried over to the front desk part of the bar and greeted the guest. Hello, how can I help you this afternoon, sir and ma'am? Benny expected unfailing politeness to his guest and would side with any paying customer before taking the side of his staff. We'd like a room, please, but we don't know how long we're gonna be in the area, so what can you do around say a 2-week stay with the possibility of it going longer? The man answered, and Matt got a better look at him as he was lit by the bar's brighter lighting. He was tall based on Matt's 5 feet 10, at least 6 feet 2, possibly 6 feet 3, dark hair and gray eyes with a face that, while hard looked, used to laughing. The woman next to him was probably 5 feet 9. The ponytail of copper-colored hair made her green eyes pop even more in the dim lights. What took Matt by surprise wasn't their good looks. It was that these two felt far stronger to his spiritual sense than the normal tier 2 and 3s that usually frequented Benny's. Even stronger than the tier 4s, though that was beyond his ability to get a good sense of. It made Matt nervous if these two wanted to start trouble. No one here could stop them or even would want to stop them. If they felt slighted, no one was there to greet them. I don't want to think about what Benny would do to me to keep in their good graces. Yes, sir, we have a few packages that seem to be what you need. If you'd like, we have a room for a week, and after that, it's just pay by the day for the same rate. It does come with unlimited training room access and 3 meals a day. All for just 400 credits a week and then 60 credits a day going forward. Is that something you'd be interested in? It was the woman who answered him. We'll take it. Can you show us to our room, please? Then to the training room. She swiped at the payment reader, and Matt saw the accepted immediately appear. Yes ma'am, Matt did as requested, and they only stayed in their room long enough to drop off their bags. Then Matt led them to the training room, where the woman looked around at the training dummies in obvious disappointment. Why is she disappointed? The training aids are only 10 years old and updated with the newest software attack and defense patterns of Tier 4 speed. It's one of the few nice things this place has. Is there something wrong, ma'am? These training aids go up to Tier 4, and the software was just UPD. Before Matt could finish, she cut him off with a, "No, it's fine. I just forgot where we were for a moment." Matt decided to leave before she could take her obvious disappointment out on him. He had a sink to fix. Only a year left. Keep your chin up. You got this. The alarm went off at 3:55, and Matt was down at the training room by 4. He had 2 hours of practice time before Benny was up and would assign some tasks. Matt started with a few warm-ups, then used the variable bar to do strength training. Today was legs, which meant he would be walking like a newborn for the rest of the day. Using part of the Planet Net vouchers Miles had given him, he had found a training routine that would be good for a young man looking to be a melee delver. It wasn't amazing, but it had been free and did not require proprietary supplements or a subscription to a sketchy website like so many others did. As he completed each set, he recorded his weights and sets, trying to keep the fatigue at bay. He'd been working 12-hour days with as much physical training as he could manage for the last year, and while he had clear results, he was bone-tired. Even when he slept, he was tired. Each representative was paired with the mantra of, "One more year." After his weight training, Matt took his usual practice longs word down and started a Tier 2 combat sequence on the training dummy. It was faster and stronger than him at this setting, and with his wobbly legs, Matt would be adding to his ever-rotating collection of bruises. Matt practiced in rounds of 5 minutes, trying to inflict damage while avoiding being hit as much as possible. Everything he read on the CityNet said that injuries were what stopped most low-tiered delvers. With few healers on the planet and fewer still that were public with their skill meant an injury could only be healed with mundane methods, and that meant months of recovery if it was bad. That meant months of not delving and not progressing. It meant months of wasted income and added debt. I can't afford to get injured. It's so shit that living on a low-tiered planet meant that anyone with a talent in healing or a talent healing skill was immediately snatched up by one of the guilds and brought off planet, which left only the lucky few that got a healing skill as a rift reward and didn't take that opportunity to join a guild and do the same. Or the few insane enough to sell such a valuable skill shard. Can I blame them, though? I was going to do the same. Am I just bitter that I couldn't leave this backwater? Matt thought to himself that was truer than he liked to admit. The training aid landed a blow that brought Matt out of contemplation and back into the fight. With a pivot and an upward slash, Matt deflected the next blow and brought his sword down on the training aid's collarbone. The blow was hard and clean enough that the lights flashed red, signifying a kill. The aid had a programming oversight that didn't handle overhead attacks on its right side well. It was hard not to abuse it. Matt didn't want to develop habits that might get him killed, but an obvious flaw in an opponent was possible. Matt heard the beep that signified his 3 minutes of rest started. He picked up his water bottle and wiped the sweat off his face, and stretched. Stopping when he saw someone was in the other corner of the room. Is it that late already? Am I late for work? Matt quickly checked his pad and saw it was only 4:23. Looking closer, he noticed it was 2 someones in the corner, the man and woman that had checked in yesterday. The strong ones. He didn't want any trouble, so he turned down the volume on his pad so the beeps wouldn't disturb the training duo. The last thing he wanted to do was piss off a customer, let alone a strong one. Matt continued to practice in intervals. As a Tier 1, he didn't have enough essence or cultivation in his physical side to be able to keep up with non-stop high-intensity combat. At Tier 1, he was only marginally stronger than an unawakened. Matt had gotten to see a recording of a competition where there were 2 Tier 15 participants during a lesson of high-tier cultivators in the orphanage. The combatants were so evenly matched the fight lasted over an hour of non-stop combat. Matt's heart would have exploded if he'd had to fight at that intensity for that long. Cultivation was the journey of power and strength, after all. Matt cleaned up his area and stored the training aid along the wall, preparing to go shower. As he walked through the common room to the staff housing hall, he saw Zephyr, an old man who had shown up 2 or so months ago. The entire time he'd been here, he drank until he passed out on a table, woke up, and kept drinking. Matt had taken it upon himself to make sure the grumpy old bastard got into his bed most nights and ate at least 1 meal a day. He recognized the look of loss and despair in the man's eyes. He saw it every time he looked in a mirror, saw it in the other orphans in his year. He couldn't fix Zephyr, but he could at least stop him from killing himself before he got past whatever had broken him. "Come on, Zephyr, you need to sleep. And drink this." Matt shoved his water bottle in the man's hand and glared till he finished it off. "Alright, give me your arm." He hooked an arm under Zephyr's arm and helped the man shuffle to his room. He grumbled nonsense at Matt the whole time. A Tier 4 reduced to this is just sad. Who did he lose to end up like this? Spouse? Kid? Mother? Father? Brother? Sister? Some shitty combination of those? Matt fished the key card out of Zephyr's pocket and dumped the old man on his bed. Before he left, he filled a glass with water and put it on the nightstand. Why is there so much pain? Where is happiness? The next morning Matt was once again down in the training room. At 5, the redhead and the dark-haired man came in. Unlike yesterday though, the redhead came over to his side of the gym, and once she noticed she had his attention held out a hand to shake. "The name's Dina. Sorry I either didn't get your name when we checked in, or I forgot," she said with a smile that would have removed any sting had she forgotten his name. "No, ma'am, that's my bad. I never introduced myself. The name is Matt." Matt took her hand and gave it a firm shake, and asked, "Is there something I can help with, ma'am?" "There actually is. I'm in need of a sparring partner who specializes in longswords. My husband Eric over there," she pointed over her shoulder with her thumb at the man with her, who just nodded at the mention of his name, concentration fully on the floating ball doing circles around his hand. "He's too busy working on his mana control. Would you be interested? I'd pay the standard fee." Matt was interested, but there was no way he could take Dina's money. If Benny found out, he would be out on his ass so quick his head would spin, then he'd be truly screwed. "I'd be happy to help, ma'am, though I can't take any payment. Part of my duties is to assist guests in any way I can." Dina gave him a look that said she sensed something was wrong but wasn't going to press it. "How would you like to spar, ma'am? I'm only a Tier 1, so I won't be able to challenge you, but if you need to practice a certain move or technique, I'm happy to fill whatever role you need me to. I'm more looking to practice my staff technique against the longer weapon, so I'll reduce my speed and strength to match yours." Matt shrugged and said, "Whenever you're ready, ma'am," and pulled his longsword up into a neutral stance. As soon as Dina moved, Matt sidestepped the butt of her staff and retaliated with a cut towards her leg when she stepped out of range of his slash. As the fight progressed, Matt found that Dina wasn't very used to the staff, which was probably the only thing that stopped her from kicking his ass. Even with her speed and strength reduced to near his levels, Matt found it hard to take the initiative in the fight. Whatever her normal weapons were, she was quite used to melee fighting, and it showed. She called the end of the training at 6 after several rounds of combat. The breaks were purely for Matt's benefit, as even after an hour of training, she hadn't even started sweating yet. Being a higher tier truly was stepping above the common man. Do you train here every day, or do you have a set schedule? This was a far better practice than I thought it would be. You have good instincts with that longsword there. Matt made sure he had his breathing under control before he answered. I'm here every morning, ma'am, and I'd be happy to spar with you as much as you'd like. It was far better than the training dummies even turned up to tier 2. Good, I'll see you tomorrow then. Every day for the next month and a half, Matt sparred with Dina and even had the occasional longsword versus longsword sparring match with Eric when the taller man got fed up with his mana control exercises. Apparently, he was the dedicated melee fighter of the duo, but he found his mana control lacking recently and was working to shore that up. The few suggestions Eric had given to Matt about longsword combat had greatly increased Matt's confidence with the blade. There was nothing revolutionary, but he had tips to attack from unexpected angles and a few feints that Matt found enlightening. Eric was an axe user but said no melee fighter could rely on just one weapon and had to be at least proficient with most of them. Because of the infinite variations of monsters, some would eventually be resistant or were less ideal to fight with one single weapon type. It was probably the best month and a half of Matt's life. They were nice to him, didn't treat him like spare luggage that they were trying to get rid of, or as a charity case because his parents were dead. The couple treated him with respect even though they were so much stronger than him. They could have treated him like something you'd scrape off a shoe, and no one would have looked askance at them for it. Matt swore to himself that when he was that strong, he would remember their kindness and strive to show the same to others. So many of the delvers that came through Benny's treated anyone weaker than them as subhuman and fawned over anyone stronger. It was all so fake. Matt wanted nothing to do with it. Hey, Matt, you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I've got to ask. Why are you here? Dina looked awkward as she asked, and even Eric looked up from his mana control trainer. You're strong, good with a blade, and very hard-working. I'm just confused why you haven't been snatched up by a guild or party already. Matt sighed and said, no real secret to it. My tier 1 talent doesn't allow mana cultivation, and that invalidated my contract with the guild I was going to join. Any of the other guilds that were willing to take me had terms so absurd I might as well have sold myself into slavery. Dina winced, and Eric mirrored her expression. She opened her mouth to speak, clearly going to apologize for something that wasn't her fault. So Matt cut her off. He didn't want their pity. That's why I'm working here. Miles, the head guild representative, did what he could to help me. He wasn't able to do much, but he showed me the direction I needed to take. That's why I'm here saving up money to purchase a slot in a tier 1 dungeon. Everyone has said that there are no purely detrimental talents, just paired talents that you need to advance to fix. So I'll be a solo delver and advance on my own. It's not even a purely bad thing delving solo. I won't have to share the essence, so I'll advance faster, which will let me catch up with my age group. Hopefully the problem is solved at tier 3 and not tier 25. Matt tried to lighten the atmosphere by making a joke. Well, that's a shit hand to get dealt, but you didn't give up, which is the most important thing. If this planet were a higher tier, you'd be picked up by a guild for that alone. So many delvers lose the will to continue, and that's not something a talent can compensate for. Eric said with a shake of his head. On that sour note, Matt went about his day. That night there was another fight, this one worse than the usual. The party of delvers that started it came in later than most, so the common area was full of parties eating and drinking. They sauntered in as if they'd just found the crown jewels of the emperor himself. Their attitude attracted everyone as they walked to the item identifier, shoving the man who was about to use it out of the way. The anticipation built as they placed the skill shard in the reader. They were so cocky and sure they got a good skill they didn't even bother to set the readout to be sent to their pads and had it display on the large screen for all to see. Their reason for their arrogance was readily apparent when the first line of text appeared. Skill shard analyzing. Cracked skill shard detected. Requesting higher authority to analyze. A cracked skill shard was a rare variation of skill shard that was modified off the baseline. The change could be anything, and finding two that were identical was said to be impossible. The most famous cracked skill Matt had heard of was a cracked version of the skill, Shadow Sword. The original skill let the user project a copy of the weapon to the side during a strike. Nothing crazy as it was only a quarter as strong as the original strike, useful but not amazing. The cracked version let the user summon fully autonomous shadow swords. Unlike the skill, sword minion, which needed real blades and the user's concentration to control them, or sword doppelganger, which was just a single sword that while autonomous and had the same strength as the original but could be broken with a strong enough hit. That cracked shadow sword let the user summon endless copies at only a quarter strength. Having a few hundred blades that worked together in perfect harmony was a skill everyone feared. Matt couldn't remember the name of the individual who had gotten the skill but did remember that they had carved themselves out an earldom over several new planets with that skill alone. Are we going to see the birth of a legend here? Matt hoped not. If the skill turned out to be a useful variation and not neutral or detrimental, it would turn into a bloodbath. These idiots should have never let it be a public reveal. They could get themselves and, more importantly, Matt, killed in the rush to acquire the skill. Just as Matt was about to escape and the crowd was on the cusp of exploding, the man who had been holding the skill and was probably the leader of the party, with his back still towards the crowd, said, "I'd love to meet the people who would attack the son of Brachus from Brachus Holdings." That's what he's relying on to keep him safe? Matt was flabbergasted. Brachus Holding was a local courier service. While they had power, they weren't nearly enough of a deterrent to stop people from killing this arrogant ass. The only difference was now they would make sure to kill the witnesses as well. Matt turned to slip out but saw Zephyr passed out on a table near the item identifier. For a moment, Matt debated leaving the old man. It was his fault he chose a spot where the action would be fiercest. Just leave him. Getting yourself killed to save a drunk isn't worth it. Just go. Matt cursed at himself even as he started towards the old man. In the end, Matt couldn't just stand by. The trick would be getting close without attracting attention or starting a mad rush towards the party at the item identifier. Matt got to Zephyr's table right as the item identifier beeped. It grabbed everyone's attention. Analysis complete. Skill shard identified as cracked phantom armor. Original skill description. Charge 200 mana into the skill, which, when activated, will block one blow that is detected to be lethal or can be activated at user discretion. Cracked skill description. Channel mana into the skill to activate phantom armor, which will then block physical and elemental damage depending on the rate of mana channeled into the skill. Rating. Detrimental, extremely niche, useless due to mana cost being continuous. Turning a life-saving skill into a costly defensive skill. Recommend mage focus cultivation with an emphasis on mana regeneration. Matt swallowed. No one would be killing for that skill shard, but judging by the look on the party leader's face and the growing laughter of the crowd, a brawl was about to break out. Matt grabbed Zephyr and whispered, "Start moving. We need to move." Before he could get Zephyr moving on wobbly legs, the man who had been pushed out of line spit at the party. "That's what you arrogant fucks get for cuttin'." That was all he got before the son of Brachus took the skill shard out of the reader and threw it at the man. While he dodged the projectile, the party leader took that opportunity to punch him in the face, and like that, both parties were brawling, and it immediately started to spread to the rest of the room. People taking the opportunity to get aggression out or settle grudges. Matt pulled Zephyr along, no longer trying to be subtle and just trying to find the edge of the fighting. He didn't want to get crippled by an errant blow. They had almost made it when something hit him from behind. As he and Zephyr tumbled to the ground, Matt saw a gleam under a broken chair leg. It was the skill shard. Matt's world slowed. Matt looked at Zephyr and saw the man was completely out of it, eyes closed, mouth slack. "I have to take the chance. It may be useless for most, but I could use it. I hope this doesn't get me killed." Matt quickly grabbed the chair leg and skill shard with it. As he pulled Zephyr to his feet, he raised the chair leg threateningly while letting the skill shard slip into his sleeve. Matt carefully swung the chair leg at someone's back and let that knock the wooded weapon out of his hands, then switched arms he was holding Zephyr with, trapping the skill shard in his elbow. The feeling of the small crystal shard pressing into his flesh haunted Matt's every step and made adrenaline pump through his veins like never before. Matt got Zephyr out of the brawl and into his room, quickly dumping him on the bed before heading to the maintenance room. When Matt was closing the door and couldn't possibly be seen by Zephyr, and before he fully stepped into the hall and visibly to the cameras, he shoved his right hand into his pocket and let the skill shard fall in. When Matt got to the maintenance room, he prepared to start making tables and chairs as a cover. Benny popped in not 5 minutes later once the noise died down. "Oh good, you already started. And I saw you getting the old man out of there. I can't charge him for rent if he's dead. Good work." Matt resisted the urge to scowl when Benny made callous statements like that. He had practice. The comments were commonplace. "No problem, boss. What's the damage? Do we need more tables or chairs?" "Tables. People can eat standing up, but no one wants to eat on their lap. If they wanted to sit, they wouldn't use my chairs as fucking weapons." With that, Benny stomped out. Matt let out the breath he'd been holding. He almost shit himself when Benny said, "I saw you." Matt expected Benny to check on him, but if he had seen him steal the skill shard, Benny would have killed him. Useful or not, lazy as he was, Benny did treat his customers like they were his only source of income, which they were. Matt knew that he shouldn't be checked on for the rest of the night. The spare tables and chairs were kept in a separate storage room, so there should be no interruptions while he hid the skill shard. If the arrogant party complained that the skill shard was missing, which Matt bet they would, Benny would try and appease them by searching the staff. It was Benny's standard practice, so he could say he did his best. Matt grabbed a finished table, wedged it under the door handle, went to the desk, and pulled out his pad. It was an older model and had seen repair by Matt and the previous owners. Matt pulled out a shim and carefully pried off the back. He immediately ripped out the speaker. The sound was tinny and intermittently went out, so no real loss. Matt carefully placed the skill gem into the newly open space. It was a close fit. The shard was longer than wide, thankfully, a little less than an inch long, and a 1/4 inch wide at the middle. Most of the cramped internals were taken up by the screen. The processor was small, and the mana battery was even smaller. The skill shard nestled in just fine next to the battery. Matt grabbed a hot glue gun and, after it heated up, put a drop under the skill shard, stopping it from rattling and giving its hiding place away. Matt closed the pad back up and checked to make sure it still worked. Nothing seemed amiss, and Matt shook it to see if he could hear anything move. Not a sound. Perfect. After cleaning up and putting everything away, Matt smiled and was about to get back to making tables when he saw the small speaker. He couldn't leave it out. It wasn't like anyone else came in here, but leaving any clue to his theft was stupid. He proceeded to smash the small speaker till only indiscernible powder remained, which was tossed to intermingle with the dust and debris already in the shop. The evidence of his theft taken care of, Matt started making tables. He had been at it for about an hour when the shouting started, and Matt smiled. Shortly after that, Benny came in with the irate party leader. As soon as he saw Matt, he started shouting, "Did you steal it, boy? I'll fucking kill you if you took it." Inside, Matt smiled. That was all he needed to hear. It was a question, not a statement. Outwardly, Matt put on a surprised face and stood up, asking, "Steal what, sir?" "I didn't steal anything. Benny would kill me if I did, and I've been working here for over a year. Never stole a thing." The man didn't seem to care. He had a wand in his hand that he was pointing at Matt. Matt knew what it was a mana detector. It only worked at close ranges but would find mana concentrations. Which meant a skill shard would be detected if it wasn't right next to a mana battery, which would overpower any reading with unstructured mana. Matt hadn't expected the man to have a detector like this on hand, but it was a standard tool used at the orphanage to check for any kind of mana contraband. Matt wasn't concerned. "Come here, Matt. Let the man scan you. I don't think you took it, but if you did, say so now. Even if you swallowed it, the wand will detect it. Don't do something stupid." Benny looked bored and was clearly only humoring the man. Matt, with nothing to fear, walked over and let the man run the wand over him, focusing on his stomach, shoes, and pockets. After a murmured curse, he started waving the wand over all the drawers. He found nothing and stomped out moments later. Matt wanted to set up more of an alibi, so he asked Benny before he left. "Wouldn't it be more likely that someone else took it and absorbed it already?" Benny looked tired and answered, "Nah, not that anyone would want to take that shit skill, but it takes days to absorb a skill." He looked at the tables Matt had stacked in a corner and said as he was leaving, "That's enough for tonight, just go to sleep and finish tomorrow." All this over, a great life-saving skill turned into a shitty defensive one. Whoever heard of a channeled defensive skill? As Benny turned the corner, Matt heard the murmuring turn to, "Arrogant whelps who throw skill shards then want them back." Matt was surprised Benny didn't try and get him to stay up all night to finish, he had before. "Thanks, boss. I'll be sure to finish it up first thing tomorrow." Not caring if Benny heard him, Matt took the excuse he was handed and fled to his room. The Path of Ascension Chapter 3 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 3. Laying in the dark, Matt cradled the pad in his hands. He had tried to sleep, but the anticipation and thrill of getting away with the theft kept sleep away. He looked at his pad again. This was his lifeline. Some part of him expected to have Benny or the man burst into the room and snatch the pad and skill shard out of his hands, but all was quiet. Delving without a skill wasn't unheard of at lower levels, but the casualty rate was much higher for those unlucky delvers. Matt wouldn't let this pad out of his sight for the remainder of the year. This skill was near perfect for him. A channeled skill would allow him to use his full 1 mana per second. Matt used his Planet Net time to check on the status of the Glessy public rift. The purchase price for a spot was still 10k. He then quickly searched for average mana stats for lower-tier mages and found a guide put out by the Juniper family that had the barony over the planet. The guide was only recommended up to Tier 3, then more advanced versions had to be bought. It talked about directed mana cultivation and its three aspects: maximum mana, mana regeneration, and mana concentration. Matt read on fascinated. He hadn't been taught the nuances of directed cultivation at the orphanage. They were taught that as you gathered essence from killing monsters and rifts, the person who got the final hit would absorb most of the essence. Most wore devices that would automatically share the essence amongst the rest of the party. Ratios could even be changed so one person could get all the essence. Which was how crafters got the necessary essence to advance without having the skills to fight. Once out of the rift, you would process the essence, allocating it to either your body or mana. Cultivators could direct how they allocated the essence. Physical or mana were the two sides of cultivation. After that choice, you could target sub-aspects, which was called directed cultivation. The other option was to let the essence go where it was needed, called undirected cultivation. It was an easy way to shore up weak areas. The guide described it as making mountains have specialization and letting the valleys get filled in, raising the baseline to build your peaks even higher. All power needed a strong foundation, after all. None of these details were discussed at the orphanage because it was expected that the group they joined would have their own guidelines and recommendations specific to their position. The guide said the goal at Tier 3 was to have 1000 mana and mana regeneration of about 1 mana every 2.5 minutes. The guide said that this was the ideal ratio for directed mana cultivation at lower levels, with 70% directed mana cultivation and 30% undirected physical. The guide strongly warned against trying directed physical cultivation until Tier 3, and only with the appropriate classes were taken, and guides were not available until after the classes were taken. What's the difference? Why are you allowed directed mana cultivation but not physical? Matt wondered but got back to reading. The information was interesting but useless until he would collect essence in a rift. It was still something to do while he couldn't sleep. The idea was that you would regenerate 576 mana a day, and since it wasn't recommended to delve more than once every 3 days, that let you fully regenerate in less than 2 days and then put extra mana into a mana stone or use it for practice. Which, because it was mana from your own mana pool, there wouldn't be any time needed to acclimate the mana. The guide also recommended emptying and refilling any mana stones after a week because the mana would unaspect, turn into ambient mana, which, while great to power devices, was hell on a cultivator's mana channels. The last and most interesting part of the guide was that on mana concentration. It said it wasn't recommended to allocate any essence into mana concentration before Tier 5. Mana concentration shrunk your other aspects to make your mana denser and more concentrated. It would give your spells more power for the same amount of mana, but the returns were terrible. To double the power of a spell with mana concentration, it would reset a Tier 8 mage to their base values of maximum mana and mana regeneration they had at Tier 1. That was at a 70% allocation through all the preceding tiers. That brought Matt up short. That was insane. The amount of essence that a Tier 8 had would be massive. To advance to the next tier, you needed to have 10 times the last tier amount. If it took 10 essence to reach the peak of Tier 1, then it took 100 to reach the peak of Tier 2. It was why people didn't farm low tier and, therefore, safer rifts. The monsters didn't have enough essence to make it worthwhile. Killing one monster in a Tier 2 rift was worth killing a dozen in a Tier 1 rift. The amount of mana and mana regeneration a Tier 8 mage would have would be insane, completely incomparable to a Tier 3, and to give all of that up to reset back to the base of around 100 mana and 1 mana every 20 minutes. That was clearly not worth it. It was a good warning though. Matt was sure many a young mage would have crippled their mana cultivation early on without that warning. They would be in the same boat as Matt, unable to cast a single spell but without his advantages. Matt stroked his pad. His Tier 1 talent wasn't perfect, but this skill shard synergized amazingly. Matt plugged the pad in so the mana battery would charge overnight and tried to drift off. The vibration of his pad woke Matt up. It was 3:55. Panicked, Matt clumsy, tapped around the pad, finally opening a video to hear nothing, and sighed. All was well. The skill shard hadn't managed to run off in the night somehow. He was still tired but forced himself to get moving. It had been near midnight when he had finally fallen asleep. He got down to the training room only a little late and checked his schedule to see today was only flexibility training. Matt didn't know how he would have done anything if it was a strength day. Stretching was perfect to wake him up before Dina and Eric came down to spar. When they arrived, both came to his corner. Matt was surprised because Eric said his control training was almost done, and then he could stop the dull exercises. Eric started talking as soon as they got close. "Matt, Dina, and I talked it over last night. You have talent, and it's wasted here. We want to help." Matt opened his mouth to say it wasn't necessary. He didn't want to take from them. They were too kind. He thought back to the skill shard he swiped last night. Did he still deserve help after that? If they had been the ones to lose it, he knew he couldn't have stolen it. Eric continued before he could get anything out. "It's not charity. At Tier 1 with no talent helping your physical cultivation, hitting a Tier 3 is more than enough to get you into a guild anywhere but here. It's actually a standard test, though they usually do peak Tier 2 with a 70% split." Dina pulled a pair of blunted daggers off the weapon rack. Matt wanted to reject her offer, but on the other hand, this was his shot at escape from this shithole city. He wouldn't need to spend another 9 months slaving away. He could escape with his stolen skill shard all the sooner. Dina could clearly see what he was thinking because she said, "Remember, this isn't charity. You're either going to earn the hit or not. And I'm going to be at Tier 3. Eric could still see the hesitation on Matt's face, so he said, "We won't force you, but sponsoring a young talent isn't unheard of. It's not even uncommon in the Empire proper. You aren't the first person with a less than ideal Tier 1 talent from your awakening. The Emperor doesn't want strong people to languish in the gutters because they were born on low-tier planets. That's where the Path of Ascension comes in. It lets the sponsors get rewarded if they're sponseed as well. If you make it to Tier 5, we get small rewards. If you make it to Tier 10, we get more all the way up to Tier 25. Eric looked wistful as he continued, "The Empire wants powerhouses, needs them. But it also won't waste resources on those who won't put them to good use. This system helps all involved, but we won't recommend anyone if they don't have the drive to advance." Matt swallowed. It did seem like he wouldn't be taking advantage of them, but what if he didn't do well? As he was about to ask the question, Dina said, "If you stop advancing or die, you simply get marked as a failure. If we as sponsors have too many failed recommendations, we lose the ability to recommend people. It stops people from recommending everyone they see and just playing the odds." Still seeing Matt's hesitation, Eric added, "This is how we got started, 2 street rats from a Tier 5 planet. There are thousands of low-tier planets in the Empire, Matt. More people than you probably think come from places like this." He and Dina smiled at each other, reminiscing on their own beginnings. That decided it for Matt. "All right. I'll do it. I'll rise all the way to Tier 25 eventually and get you those rewards." Matt tightened his grip on the training longsword. Dina laughed and said, "That's the spirit," and with that, she lunged at him and started the hardest fight of Matt's life. She was so fast Matt had trouble seeing some of her movements. They were less than blurs that just left pain in their wake. As the fight passed the 5-minute mark, Matt realized that there wouldn't be rounds to catch his breath in or rethink his strategy. This would only end when he gave up or landed a hit. That steeled Matt's resolve. He hadn't taken the chance at stealing the skill shard because he was afraid of a risk or a challenge. He concentrated on keeping his movement defensive, disregarding Dina's strength and speed advantage. Her endurance would be of a tier 6, so she could just attack at full speed until he collapsed. Matt started sending out more attacks. He had the longer blade, so attacking was his best defense. Whenever she got it close, her daggers had the advantage of being able to tie down his blade with one and get painful stabs in with the other. Once his attacking pattern bought him some breathing room, Matt noticed that whatever lack of skill she had with the staff was absent with the daggers. Dina used the two weapons as her backup in rifts. She was familiar with her range and light on her feet. Matt was patient. He wasn't trying to kill her, just land a single blow. Not an easy feat on someone with 4 times the physical abilities of a tier 1. Each tier doubled the power if 2 people had the same allocation ratios. Higher tier meant more essence, and more essence meant more power. After another few exchanges, the fight stalled, with Dina sending probing attacks or blocking with her daggers or forearm guards. Matt was getting tired and desperate. He would run out of energy soon, and that would spell the end of this chance, so he attacked with all he had. Going fully offensive, the flurry of blows kept Dina on the defensive until Matt used the rebound of her blocking a side slash to step left and forward, closing in on her and bringing the longsword around with every ounce of power and speed he could muster. Matt was 5 feet 10, and Dina was only 5 feet 8, maybe 5 feet 9, which meant Matt had the slightest reach advantage before their weapon choice came into play. Dina was more experienced and faster than him, though, and she danced back from the blow. Matt wanted to curse but couldn't waste the air on useless chatter. As he went to follow up, Dina kept retreating, holding up her hands. Matt paused, fear gripping him. I didn't hit her, so is she just calling it because I wasn't good enough? The words that came out of her mouth shocked him. Well done, Matt. I knew you had it in you. Eric even clapped a few times. Matt was confused. They had said it wasn't charity, but what was this obvious faking of a hit? At least they could have made it more convincing I didn't hit you, though? Matt tried to protest. Dina smiled at him and raised her right arm showing her side. Nope, you grazed me right here. Matt couldn't see anything, but Eric was nodding along. You don't have to sponsor me. I couldn't make my part of the deal, so you don't have to feel. You did hit me. Look. With that, Dina reached down and pulled the workout shirt over her head. Matt couldn't help but stare. She was only wearing a sports bra now and she had a light sheen of perspiration reflecting the light. The freckles ran down her upper chest down to her. Matt jerked his eyes up to meet their combined smirk and felt his face flush. Pale skin and a trail freckles taunted him to look down again, but with an effort of willpower he didn't know he had, Matt kept his eyes on hers. Dina had righted the shirt and showed him a small mark under the right armpit. Matt had to squint, but he could see it, if barely. A small diagonal line was only distinguishable from the weave of the fabric because it wasn't parallel. He had done it. It wasn't more than the smallest of strikes, but that was all he had needed. Relief washed through him. His body that was hopped up on the adrenaline of the fight wanted to collapse after the stress left him. Matt looked at Eric and Dina's smiling faces. Eric tossed a small bag Matt hadn't seen him holding and said, "Well, congratulations Matt. You did what most are unable to even dream of. Hitting a person 2 tiers higher is one hell of an accomplishment. I don't know how I can repay you both." Before Matt could continue, Dina answered, "Advancing is more than thanks enough, let alone the resources we get the more you advance. But if you really want to pay us back, Pay it forward when you can. As a sponsee, when you get to Tier 5, you can recommend someone for the same program. Don't waste it, but don't forget about it either. In the bag is more instructions and a train ticket. As Eric said that, Matt looked at him. It was still hard not to have his eyes drawn to the woman standing not 2 feet away. You might want to get moving, the train leaves at 8, and the train station isn't exactly next door. Unless you want to spend any more time here? That cut through the myriad of thoughts in Matt's head. Not next door. That's an understatement. If I leave, now I'll still have to run part of the way to make it. Matt looked at them, not knowing how to express his gratitude. Dina took pity on him and said, "Best get a move on. I know I look good, but I didn't know I looked so good you would miss this opportunity." That once again made Matt blush deeply, but also spurred him into action. Calling his thanks over his shoulder, Matt picked up the pad next to the wall and started running to his room and Benny's to tell him he was done. Freedom awaited. Matt ran down the road. He didn't see a train in the station and was afraid it had come early. He checked the pad clenched in his hands, and the time only said 7:32, but he was still worried the train had come and left early, stranding him here. He finished his run, pack bouncing on his back with what clothes and what few other personal possessions he had accumulated. Matt got in the small line at the teller's booth and opened the small bag Eric had tossed to him. Inside was an envelope and a few other odds and ends. At the bottom, hidden by the envelope, he saw the train ticket. Matt carefully closed the pouch and waited for his turn. He'd explore the other contents of the bag when he could sit down and dedicate his full attention to it. When the person in front of Matt walked to the waiting area, Matt handed the ticket over to the man behind the glass, who scanned it and looked at a screen. 1 cabin to Durham. No transfers. Do you have any luggage you want to check into storage? He never even looked away from his screen while he asked the question. No, thank you. Well, in that case, you have a 4-day trip ahead of you. 2 meals will be provided per day. You can choose what meals you take. You'll have to go to the food car near the front of the train. Do you have any questions? He pushed a new slip of paper out of the small window, still not looking away from his screen. Matt took the slip, said he didn't, and thanked the man before walking to the seating area. With no train in sight, Matt put the boarding pass in the pocket with his pad, found a restroom to freshen up from his earlier sparring session and ran to the station. Keeping an ear out for the announcement of his train, Matt hurried through his ablutions, still afraid that he'd miss the train. After only 10 minutes of nervous waiting, the train pulled into the station. Only a few people departed, and then the boarding call started. Handing his pass to the man at the door, he was directed to car 12, room 2. As Matt made his way to his cabin, matching the room number to the one on his boarding pass, Matt was prompted to scan his pass, then pair the door key with his pad. It was a small room but more than enough for his uses. Matt dropped his bag of clothes to the side and carefully dumped the contents of the pouch Eric gave him onto the bed. Matt opened the envelope first and began to read the letter. Matt, we are happy you earned this opportunity. You are hard-working and dedicated to improving yourself, traits rarer than you probably think. We will be leaving as soon as you are on your way, so don't bother trying to find us. It's harsh, but if you have too much contact with your sponsor, it spoils a lot of sponsees. You are meant to find your own path. It's called the Path of Ascension because it's only wide enough for one. Don't be afraid to make unconventional choices. Learn from others, but don't treat anyone's advice like it's the only truth, even this advice. You are on a good start. Believe it or not, you may think you are behind because you spent a year working at Benny's, but most places don't perform the awakening ceremony until 14 anyway and don't let people delve until 15. Emotional maturity will keep you alive in a rift as much as strength once you arrive at the playpen. Matt was stunned. Arrive at the playpen? He thought they'd be covering the 10K to get a delve slot, not getting him into the playpen. Matt still remembered how Miles talked about it with a desire that couldn't be fulfilled. He continued reading. Once you arrive at the playpen, take the intro course and what they recommend there. It's been quite a while since we were under Tier 3, so it's a little fuzzy, but only the best are chosen to staff a playpen. It's a prestigious position even on a low-tier world like this. You can trust their advice, though you should think critically about everything you hear. I do remember that you will get a slot in the rift once every 3 days. Be careful. They will have true healers on staff, but it's expensive. Though you shouldn't have a problem with getting injured with your skills if you are careful and patient. Well, and that skill you swiped should help a lot. The letter slipped from his hands. The earlier shock at going to the playpen was replaced with dread. They saw that and still gave me this? Matt gulped and, with far more nerves than before, continued. Well, and that skill you swiped should help a lot. It's a good skill to pair with your talent. Yes, sponsors can see a sponsee's Tier 1 talent. Eric and I both feel that even if you don't get a paired Tier 3 talent, you can strive to get the Tier 25 talent even with this handicap, though we find it unlikely. Remember that you'll be able to dedicate your entire essence allocation to physical, which no one else can. That advantage will only grow as your advantage. And don't direct cultivate physical until Tier 3. Back to the skill. Don't feel bad you took an opportunity placed in front of you and made it out successfully. Being willing to take a risk is important and knowing your limits is crucial. You took both into account and won. Besides, if those idiots didn't make a scene, throw a fucking expensive skill shard to start a brawl, he wouldn't have lost it. That's on him, and if you hadn't tried to get the old man out of harm's way at the cost of your own safety, you wouldn't have been in the position to profit. Karma was working fast yesterday. The handwriting style changed and was sloppier. Eric here. That was a slick palming. The only reason I noticed, Dina completely missed it. Was because we were watching to make sure no one killed you by accident, but it was a good plan, well executed. Just had to say that. Good luck and visit the. Whatever the last word Eric had tried to write had been scratched out to the point it was illegible. And the handwriting went back to the loopy style of Dina. Don't go to places like that. He's just trying to live vicariously through you because he knows if he went to one, I'd go to one in revenge, and neither one of us wants that. What are they talking about? Anyway, good luck. You got this. Best wishes. Dina and Eric Thorne. Peas. I forgot because of Eric stealing the pen. Look up the curve, it will be informative. While you are on the train, just focus on absorbing the skill shard. When you get to the playpen, buy a newer pad. The ones they sell there are Empire Standard, and that means they are 20+ years ahead of the best this planet otherwise has. PPs. Also, the card has a 20K limit, so buy a good weapon and don't be afraid to go into a bit of debt in the beginning. The playpen should have a budgeting class. Take it. PPPs. PSs are fun. Matt was surprised they had been watching out for him in the brawl. He hadn't been looking for them, but he hadn't seen them either. It made him feel good, a warmth in his chest he hadn't felt since the rift break. Matt looked at the credit card. He'd never seen one before. No bank would risk loaning to someone under Tier 3 or without a backer. Which he guessed he had now. Now he had a limit twice what it would have cost to buy a slot in Gellies. It felt unreal. Matt looked at the last few things in the bag. One was the mana control ball Eric had been practicing with for so long. It was a nice gesture and a good reminder that even if he couldn't allocate into his mana cultivation, he could still work on control. Once he got more mana, that was. For the first time, he didn't feel like that was an outlandish dream. 2 Tier 6a thought it would fix itself with his Tier 3 talent, and he trusted their expertise more than his own. The last thing was a pair of gloves like the ones he saw Dina use but in his size. Were they special? Matt tried them on and couldn't see anything different about them but trusted that they were useful. Even if just as normal gloves, he'd cherish everything they gave him. They gave him a chance at true freedom and treated him better than most people in his life, even without the sponsorship. Matt repacked the items and went to retrieve his skill shard from his pad but came to the realization that he didn't have anything flat and hard enough to pry the back off. After searching the room and finding nothing, Matt briefly debated smashing the pad to get the back off to get his skill shard out. Matt found the dining hall and, seeing no one was there, grabbed a pre-packaged meal and utensils. After eating, he dumped his tray into the disposable rack while pocketing the knife. Once back in his cabin, he used the pilfered knife to get the pad open. Skill shard in hand, Matt reassembled the pad and realized that he didn't know exactly how to absorb the skill. No one had ever talked about the details. People treated it like it was self-explanatory, but Matt was clueless about where to start and hesitant to somehow ruin the skill experimenting. Matt opened the Planet Net and found a guide. It wasn't free but only cost 100 credits. He had 6,000 credits saved from Benny's and a credit limit of 20k. Why am I worried about such a small price? With warring instincts, Matt inputted his account information and waited as the purchase was verified. Matt read the guide and was glad he purchased it. The actual process of absorbing a skill was easy. Just send a strand of essence to the skill, and it would flow into your spirit. According to the guide, there were 3 ways to absorb a skill, or rather how far you pulled the skill into your spirit, which was the determining factor on how long it took to absorb the skill. The first was what the guide called core skills. The amount your spirit could hold was dependent on tier, but on average, at Tier 1, people could hold 2 in the core spirit. The limited number was made up with increased efficiency or power and lower cast time, usually around 30% more. Being in the core of the spirit also let the user modify the skills far easier. It was recommended that build-defining skills or life-saving skills went to the core spirit. It was a trade-off though even at Tier 5, most only had 3 slots and Tier 10 4. Every 10th tier after that gave one as the spirit grew with cultivation. Next was the inner spirit, which was the average that skills were presumed to be added to. At 6 slots at Tier 1 and adding 2 every tier, it was the place general combat skills were recommended to be added. Plentiful enough that most wouldn't have enough skills to fill as they advanced, it was the average. The outer spirit was last and while the largest area allowing 20 skills at Tier 1 and 5 more per tier. The skills here were slower and weaker by half, with the mana cost going up 50% on average. Non-combat spells like Purify or Create Water that were useful skills but not time critical to cast. According to the guide, while skills could be shifted in the spirit after initial absorption, it took months of meditation. Finally and most importantly was how long it took to get the skill into the spirit's right area, about a day per area. As long as the skill shard constantly had essence circulating, the skill was considered to be in the integration phase and slowly moving closer to the core region. Matt should be able to feel the difference as the skill moved along. Matt was relieved he bought the guide. He'd never heard of anything about this and was sure he'd have ended up with his single and very synergistic skill in the outer spirit and losing out on a ton of power. The guide recommended that skills should be secured to the body with specially made holders. Matt taped it on his chest. Once the shard was secured, Matt directed a strand of essence to the shard and felt the process take over. The skill shard seemed to gently pull his essence while feeding back the essence after circulating through the shard, completely automated. He just had to be mindful of his chest until the skill moved to the core of his spirit. The next day Matt felt a jolt in his spirit and instantly knew if he directed mana through the skill structure in his spirit, he'd activate the skill, Cracked Phantom Armor. With a grin that lasted the rest of the day, Matt anticipated arriving at Durham and the Playpen. The Path of Ascension Chapter 4 The Path of Ascension Royal Road Chapter 4 Durham and the Playpen were still a day out when Matt felt the final jolt in his spirit that let him know the Cracked Phantom Armor skill was in the core spirit. The skill's structure was clear in his spirit. Like an infinitely complex 3D blueprint, it sat waiting to be used, begging Matt to try out the skill. It was eating him alive that he couldn't test the skill. Using a skill outside of designated areas was considered automatically hostile. No one wanted a fireball to burn down a building or injure a person, so a blanket ban on all skill usage was enforced. Matt would have to wait until he reached the Playpen and their training grounds to see what his skill could do. He was confident it would be better than most. 1 mana a second into a channeling skill was more than most mages could easily manage. They would have to eat heavily into their mana reserves to pull something like that off. It just grated he now had everything he dreamed of but was stuck waiting. To spend his time, Matt searched the PlanetNet for anything he could learn about the Playpen. There wasn't much information readily available. The only guide cost 2,000 credits, and when reading the reviews, one stated that the author deleted any negative ones. Considering Matt couldn't find any negative reviews, he deemed it fishy enough that he wouldn't risk that many credits. What public information Matt found was sparse and only general to all playpens, not the particular one in Durham. Playpens were man-made islands that used the 5-mile safe zone between the essence convergence of land and water to create an island that was usually teardrop-shaped so they could have one of each tier 1, 2, and 3 rifts. They would then dump essence crystals to force rifts to form. If the rift had an acceptable monster type and didn't have any peculiarities, they kept it. Otherwise, teams would delve the rift until it lost enough essence and mana that it dissipated. It was incredibly expensive to make and then just as costly to maintain on a low-tiered world. The rifts had to be supplied with mana stones because the ambient essence wasn't enough to keep up with the rate of delves that playpens needed. Some speculation Matt saw said it cost a tier 6 mana stone to run a playpen per day. That explained why others didn't copy the method. With 100 credits to a tier 1 mana stone and an exchange rate of 10 tier 1 mana stones for a single tier 2 mana stone until tier 5, where it was 50 to 1. It was estimated it cost $250 million credits a day to just run the rifts in a playpen. That number completely disregarded the cost of the facilities the Empire staffed, said to be state-of-the-art, and the test the newest technology it might cost double that to run. The sheer amount of credits was nearly unbelievable. It made Matt even more grateful Dina and Eric got him in. When Durham came into view, Matt was already at the door, bag over his shoulder. Stepping off the train, Matt was confronted with a rush of people trying to board the train, fighting the people trying to leave. Once Matt got through the crush of people, he saw a tall man with 2 signs. One read, Darius Blackwell, and the other had his name, Matthew Alexander. Matt walked over to the man, glanced at him, and then down to a pad. After looking back and forth, he said, "You're here good, try and find the other guy." Then turned his pad around and showed 2 pictures to Matt, one of himself and another of a youth with black hair and silver eyes. Almost the exact opposite of Matt's sandy hair and hazel eyes. It turned out Darius had waited until the rush to end and walked out as the doors were closing. Bag rolling behind him, he quickly spotted Matt and the man with the signs. "Okay, good. You two are the only new entries to the Playpen this week. The name's Griff, and I'm the second in command here. Tier 15. I've been an active delver for the last 90 years. A bit slower than the path, but better slow than dead. I'm here as a break and to raise my kid. He just turned 2. Griff then showed the two newcomers far more pictures of a small child than Matt felt necessary. He wished the man would get back to talking about the playpen. Any nerves about being near the strongest person Matt ever met quickly vanished as Griff swiped through pictures of his kid. After various compliments from the boys, Griff returned to the subject of the playpen. "Sorry about that. Me and the wife have been waiting forever to hit Tier 15 and have a kid. Having a kid before Tier 15 is a great way to kill your momentum as a delver. After Tier 15, you have all the time in the world. Immortality, it's a beautiful feeling not having to worry about old age." Matt was envious. Immortality and Tier 15 seemed so far away it hurt. And Griff had done it in around 100 years. That answered why he only looked to be in his mid-20s. Matt wasn't sure how that was, a little slow. It seemed fast to him. Matt craved that, and a glance at Darius showed the same look on his face. "So, we have a few things to do before we board the boat to the island. It shouldn't take long." The few things Griff needed to do was shop for baby things. Massive amounts of clothes and toys were purchased. Matt assumed the Tier 15 must be loaded because if his running calculations were close, he spent 100,000 credits in the 2 hours. It made Matt look up the mana stone to credit the chart up to Tier 15. Tier of mana stone. Credits to mana stones. Mana stones to next tier. Tier 1. 100. 10. Tier 2. 1000. 10. Tier 3. 10,000. 10. Tier 4. 100,000. 10. Tier 5. 5 million. 50. Tier 6. 250 million. 50. Tier 7. 12,500,000,000. 50. Tier 8. 625 billion. 50. Tier 9. 31,250,000,000,000. 50. Tier 10. 3,125,000,000,000,000. 100. Tier 11. 312,500,000,000,000. 100. Tier 12. 31,250,000,000,000. 100. Tier 13. 3,125,000,000,000. 100. Tier 14. 312,500,000,000,000. 100. Tier 15. 31,250 sextillion. 100. It boggled his mind that a single mana stone could be worth so much. The little information he found about it simply said after Tier 5, most people didn't use credits as a currency but the mana stones themselves. He could only assume that all spending was like throwing away spare change to the Tier 15. All of the purchases were absorbed into the ring on his finger. When Darius asked, Griff said, "It's a spatial ring, can't use one till you're Tier 15 because of the strain it puts on your spirit. But damn, they are useful." Matt felt that by the end of the shopping trip, he and Darius were far closer from the constantly shared looks over envy and awe at Griff's spending. Finally, after what felt like hours, they boarded a small, sleek-looking boat. Once the boat was underway, Griff talked more about the Playpen. So you are both sponsored and on the path, which has some benefits and limitations. At their questioning looks, Griff continued, that means you get better discounts and top priority at all facilities on the island and preferential treatment in most larger establishments throughout the empire. The limitations are all about the curve. Matt could hear the capital letters in the last words. Darius asked the question Matt was thinking. My sponsor mentioned that, but I wasn't able to find anything on the planet net about it. Neither had Matt, so he wanted this answered as well. Yeah, you'll need access to the Empire net to have access to information like that. Only sponsees are on the path here, so no need to make everyone else feel inferior. The curve is how the Path of Ascension is graded. It's an empire-wide race to the top. 90% of people will fall behind by Tier 5. And the rest are true powerhouses, future pillars of the empire. Griff looked around and said, it's hard. You have to keep ascending tiers fast, really fast. Tier 3 by 17 is easy, but Tier 5 by 21 is harder, Tier 10 by 39 is absurd for most people. Matt swallowed. That was absurd by what he knew of this planet, at least. It's easier to show you. With that, Griff tapped at his pad, sending Matt a message. Tier. Age. Tier 1. 15. Tier 2. 16. Tier 3. 17. Tier 4. 19. Tier 5. 21. Tier 6. 24. Tier 7. 27. Tier 8. 31. Tier 9. 35. Tier 10. 39. Tier 11. 44. Tier 12. 49. Tier 13. 55. Tier 14. 62. Tier 15. 69. Tier 16. 78. Tier 17. 88. Tier 18. 98. Tier 19. 110. Tier 20. 123. Tier 21. 138. Tier 22. 153. Tier 23. 168. Tier 24. 183. Tier 25. 200. Matt had no frame of reference for the numbers. It seemed impossible to reach Tier 25 before turning 200. He hadn't even heard of people reaching Tier 3 before their mid-20s. And no, you can't just have a guild or noble family power level you or give you resources. That's a part of the other restrictions. While you can join a guild, you can't take anything from them, not even use guild-owned rifts without paying the public price yourself. It's meant to be a solo climb, and most just can't keep up, but those who do are stronger than anyone else at their tier. Griff looked off into the sea for a long moment before he cleared his throat and continued. If you stay on the path, the rewards are immense, there are tournaments for only those still competing, and the prizes are beyond your imagination. Speaking of prizes, if you are still on the path, your sponsor's rewards are equally absurd. The finish line is Tier 25 by age 200. By the end, you have to ascend a tier every 15 years. Griff shook his head. I and my party fell off at Tier 10 inches. It's easier for solo delvers as you don't have to split the essence, but even then, my party was delving every 2 days. Everyone who makes it past tier 10 are delving rifts at least one tier higher than themselves. It's dangerous and gets many a Griff made finger quotes genius killed because it's hard. I won't tell you not to push to stay ahead of the curve. I even encourage it till at least tier 5, but after that, take a good hard look at yourself and ask yourself if it's worth it. Matt had to ask. Griff mentioned rewards better than he could imagine. His imagination was pretty big. What's the reward for getting to tier 25 while on the path? Griff sighed as he answered, the last person to hit tier 25 was Duke Waters. He wasn't a duke at that point, but given the title and a tier 35 world as a personal fiefdom and management over nearly 60 other worlds, all under his command. His sponsors were rumored to have gotten a tier 30 world as well, but that's not confirmed as they never went public. Matt took it back. His imagination wasn't nearly big enough. He had seen movies about Duke Waters at the orphanage. He was a legend. He had been the last person to complete the Path of Ascension? Darius asked, isn't a tier 25 far too weak to rule a tier 35 world? Wouldn't those under his rule be discontent to be ruled by someone so much weaker? That made Griff laugh. Yeah, a few thought the same thing and sent their sons to try and duel him. They thought they could get him killed by sending tier 27 to tier 30s to accidentally kill him. Those that went are called the Lost Generation now. He killed every single one that stepped up. When their parents went to get revenge, the old emperor himself stepped in and told them to fuck off. Remember, he's the first person to ride the path to the end in the last 1,000 years or so. Duke Waters was soloing tier 28 rifts to make it to tier 25 before 200. It's not easy, and any man or woman crazy enough to do it and survive isn't someone to mess with. Alright, enough of that. We are almost at the Playpen. When you get there, I'll take you to the administration building to get you both your Empire IDs and then medical. Gotta get your shots and birth control set up. After that, you both will be assigned delve slots. You shouldn't get night slots because you are both off-season newcomers. We usually get waves of newcomers right after the school year ends. So it shouldn't be crowded for you. Any questions? Matt and Darius had none, and soon they arrived at the island. As Griff dropped them off at the administration building, he left them with one last piece of advice. Don't delve more than once every 3 days. You can request more but don't. Take 1 day for the delve, 1 for training, and 1 for leisure and classes. That's the schedule the best go with at these tiers to avoid burnout. As he left, he gave them a hard look and finished with, don't die, kids. The admin process was easy enough. At one point, the clerk had them fill out identification cards, and when giving the forms to Matt and Darius, he stressed that if anything was wrong, it would be years of work to change, and this information took precedence over any other. Matt noticed Darius inputting a different last name. He didn't feel it was necessary but assumed there was a story behind Darius' actions but wouldn't press. Arriving off-cycle, he was able to get a delve slot for the next morning and, after being shown to his room, quickly found a general store. The place was massive and seemed to sell anything Matt could think of. Matt found the pads and found they only sold a single model, and looking at the specs, it truly was better than anything on the open market. The pad was better in every way than his current one. It not only had a battery that held 20 mana, which was 10 times more than his current pad, that much mana would last for weeks. But it also could slowly absorb ambient mana or be directly charged from the user. That took time for it to unaspect the mana to ambient mana but was still amazing in longer delves. The pad also came with permanent access to the Empire net as long as he was on the path. The screen was even made from artificial mana stones, so it was scratch-resistant to anything weaker than diamonds. It also had storage enough that Matt didn't think he could ever fill it. All of these features came with a corresponding cost. 15,000 credits. As Matt was about to walk away, an employee approached him. "Are you a sponsee and on the path? If you are, you get 50% off all indicated prices throughout the store, and the first pad you purchase is 80% off." That put Matt in a fantastic mood. He felt Griff had undersold the benefits of staying under the curve and on the path. With that good news, Matt's shopping spree began in earnest. New pad, into the cart. New boots, cart. New well-fitting clothes both for delving and leisure, cart. A new close-fit backpack that he could fit an emergency kit and water bladder in, cart. Matt filled his cart with anything he thought would be useful. As he was shopping, he found out what the gloves Dina had given him were. They were mage gloves. They let mana seamlessly pass through but blocked the physical manifestations from harming a mage. No burns from casting too many, fireball, s. According to the packaging, they were a good unarmored alternative for melee fighters because of the same resistances. He couldn't even find the same gloves she had given him, so he wasn't sure how much they cost, but was by looking at the quality of the gloves, he thought they were higher quality than what they sold here. The employee only suggested wearing them to Tier 3 because, after that, custom orders would be a better option because of enchantments being available. His final purchase was an essence accumulator. It was a thin bracelet that let parties share essence. It allowed mages and other backline fighters to collect essence without having to get in close and finish off monsters. Matt was skeptical that he needed it as a solo delver, but the clerk pointed out that it improved essence accumulation even if by only a few %. It would still add up. Pushing his overflowing cart to the checkout, Matt happily paid the 5,000 credit cost and stopped by his room to drop off his goods and set up his new pad. Once that was taken care of, Matt inputted his schedule. Before he could get too engrossed in the new features, he forced himself to change into his new combat clothes and head to the weapon shop. When Matt entered, he first noticed it wasn't a store like he expected but a workshop with at least a dozen active forges and twice that number that sat cold and empty. A resting blacksmith near the entrance saw his obvious confusion and waved him down. "You new here?" At Matt's nod, he continued, "That means you are a new sponsee and on the path. Makes it easy then." He waved at the surroundings. The path isn't only for combatants. There is a separate path for crafters. It's just as hard, just about what you can make, not how fast you climb the tiers, though that's a part of it. That's irrelevant to you though, what you need to know is how this works. There are around 40 blacksmiths on the island right now, no clue on alchemists or other professions. It's the same basics that apply to all crafters in all professions. He pointed at a screen in front of his area. Any crafter has to have a sign with 5 pieces of information: their profession, their specialty, their tier and the tier of equipment they sell and if they are on the path of crafting. Blacksmiths usually use a shield with the weapon or type of armor they specialize in. That's 2 of the requirements right there. The border of the emblem will be gold if they are on the path, silver if they were on the path and fell off, and bronze if they never were on the path. Then somewhere, they will usually spell out what tiers they work with. The sign was a gold shield with crossed daggers inside with a stylized 3 next to the arrangement. Underneath it was Smith's Ironworks and Enchantment. The smith is named Smith? What are the odds he changed his name? Smith. The smith smiled and asked, "I've still got unenchanted works if you are in the market for a short sword or daggers. Until you are Tier 3 can't sell you any enchanted pieces," and pointed to a rack of beautifully made daggers. "I will want a shield and some kind of single-handed weapon eventually, but I'm a longsword user first and foremost." "Welp, I don't have those. If you want that, you should be fine in the rifts here with a longsword. No cramped spaces really, though a dagger is always good to keep as a backup. Even have a back sheath. Here only 3K for both." Matt was tempted but didn't want to skimp on a longsword because he bought a backup weapon first. Matt only had 15,000 credits left on his credit card, and if the price of daggers indicated the price of a longsword, he would need all of it. He was leery of dipping into what he had saved from Benny's. If he needed healing, he'd be screwed if he had neither credit available or liquid funds. When Matt said as much, Smith pointed him in the directions of the smiths that specialized in longswords. Thanking the man, Matt promised to come back for a dagger if he had the credits. Matt came to Tun's area. Next, the sign was a shield with gold trim and a longsword inside and an ornate 3 next to it. When Matt approached the smithy, Tun was hammering away, so Matt browsed the displayed longswords. Finding the section with the length Matt preferred, he proceeded to test each one for weight and balance, carefully performing a few swings. After a few minutes and debating on 2 similar swords, Matt was still undecided, switching between the 2. They were both good swords that fit him, but one was a tad shorter than he wanted but had superb balance and the other was slightly blade heavy but his preferred length. As he was still pondering, the smith paused his work and approached with a handout. "Tun, I see you've got good taste. They are both good weapons, but that one was a commission where the other party never picked it up." Matt shook his hand and replied in kind, "Matt, and I was wondering why it's blade heavy when clearly it's not an accident." Buttering up the person he was about to make a massive purchase from felt like a smart move to Matt. Yeah, the guy wanted to have a heavier blade, not a huge difference, but enough that it has been sitting there a while. Not many styles need a heavy blade that's not a bastard sword. If you like it, I'll cut 1K off the price if you want it, even throw in a back sheath for it. Taking 1,000 credits off the price only put it at the same price as the other weapon, but Matt liked this blade more than the shorter one. He used blades balanced worse at Benny's, so it wouldn't be a huge change to his style. Seeing Matt hesitating, Tun said, "Why don't you take it and give it a few tests? There's a small sparring room over here." Matt saw small was an understatement, a 6-foot square room. There was only one training aid that pivoted to focus on Matt as soon as he entered the room. Exchanging a few blows, Matt decided he'd take the sword. It was a blade made for attack, and it sacrificed defensive speed to do so, but Matt's singular skill was defensive. While he'd need to test exactly how much damage it could block and how cracked phantom armor performed in combat, he was confident enough in his skills to take the risk. After completing his purchase for 10,000 credits, he stopped by Smith's and bought a cheaper dagger for 1,000. It was a simple curved dagger if his primary got stuck. Matt quickly scanned his map and found the training yard. It was a little after 4:30 p.m., and he wanted to get a few hours of sparring and testing his cracked phantom armor before tomorrow. As he arrived, he was almost run over by a group of 6 who came out the door right as Matt was opening it. "Sorry, dude, bad timing on our part." The man in front was Matt's height and a year or so older, if he had to guess. "Hey, are you new? Don't recognize the face. Name's Matt," and stuck his hand out. "Matt? Well, always nice to meet a fellow Matt." The Matts shook hands, and each laughed. "Well, now that I know you have good taste in names. We have to be best friends." "So new best friend, I'm assuming this is your first time at the training center?" At Matt's nod, he continued, "Well, let's give you the tour before we leave. By the Emperor's balls, we could have used a guide when we started." A tall blonde behind Matt poked his side and said, "You're supposed to introduce the rest of your party, dumbass. I'm Melinda, that's Kyle, Sam, Vinny, and Tara. Since Matt is rude, I'll do the introductions. We are a sponsored team, Peak Tier 2. After her introduction and handshake, Matt looked sheepish and murmured, "I got excited at the name thing," before wilting further under Melinda's glare. Melinda turned back to Matt and said, "You have new gear, and that's good, so you'll want to break it in." She then pointed towards a hall lined with rooms. "That hall is the melee training rooms. As long as you are on the paths, they are free to use, and those," she then pointed to another adjacent hall, "are the skill testing halls. You can sync up your pad with the room to get training metrics and analysis of your fighting skills. It's useful, but if you want real improvement, go to that counter and hire a personal trainer." Before Matt could say anything, she proceeded on, "If you need a skill analysis, you need to talk to the front desk. They have tasting rooms where you can get hard numbers on any skills you have." "Well, that's good to know. And that info is confidential, right?" Matt said before she could pass that comment by. Matt answered this time, "Yup. Only your sponsor can see that info, and only if you give them special permissions that they have to request." "Thank you. You guys have been super helpful. I would have had to bumble my way around until I figured it out myself, so thanks for the time save." That put sheepish looks on the entire party. "Yeah, we were in your shoes, and well, we try and help where we can." Matt asked, "When is your first delve?" "Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Melinda jealousy said, "Ah, lucky. Our Tier 1 was at 4 a.m., and I hated waking up that early." "You got lucky coming off-season. If you eat around 6 p.m., find us at the dining hall, that's when we eat, and we'd be happy to talk to you about the Tier 1 rift, share our experiences." Matt was touched. It was far more than strangers had to do after bumping into him and happening to share a name with one of them. "I'll take you up on that offer, though I don't know if I'll make it tonight. I need to practice my skill and break in the new gear." Matt looked like someone had kicked his puppy until the other girl of the party, Matt thought she was introduced as Sam, said, "Then take our notes about the Tier 1 rift. It's nothing the official information doesn't have, but also has what we figured out worked for us." "There's an official guide?" Melinda asked. "Didn't you get one when you checked in? With the check-in classes? Who was your guide?" When Matt said Griff, they all winced. He assumed they had also been subjected to his baby craze. "Well, that explains it. If you see him run the other way, we got stuck looking at baby pictures for 3 hours once." The entire group shuddered. "Yeah, well, now that you are on the Playpen, there is a local network that has a bunch of good information. Guides on all the rifts, a ton of general information about tiers, it's a mini empire net in a sense." "Well, I'm glad I ran into you guys, thanks. Who knows when I would have found that on my own. So what's your party name?" That was the wrong thing to say because all but Melinda started arguing. With a strained smile, she said, "We are still deciding." She pulled out her pad and said, "Let me send you our notes, and then I have to settle this." He quickly got the file and escaped the conversation that was turning into an argument with every word. Matt went to the desk Melinda had pointed out and was helped into a testing room by the receptionist. Once the door was closed, he pulled the room's testing options upon his pad and selected, defensive all types. The information said the room would stop before he was hurt, and it would let him know exactly how powerful his skill would be. Settings prepared Matt, with great anticipation, directed mana into the skill structure resting in his spirit. As soon as he did, his reflection along the wall was covered in a mist-like covering. Cracked phantom armor was a slightly see-through gray and had the vague shape of full-plate armor. Searching, they couldn't find any gaps where normal joints would be. The skill covered everything, including his face, although he could see and breathe as though there wasn't anything covering his face. As Matt moved and stretched, cracked phantom armor didn't restrict him in any way or seem to weigh anything. So far, it was a perfect armor, all the advantages of plate's coverage and none of the weight or restricted movements. With building nerves, Matt initiated the testing. A flat voice called out, "Please hold still, defensive skill test engaging. A bladed arm extended from the ceiling and proceeded to swipe at Matt's chest. The strike started feather-light and slowly increased in force until Matt was afraid it would pierce cracked phantom armor and carve him up. When Matt was about to stop the test, finally, the blade pierced the misty armor and was retracted before it could touch him. Physical testing complete. Analyzing results. Results determined. Skill will protect up to low tier 2 slashing attacks. Any attacks that break through will have damage reduced by that flat rate. Please increase mastery with skill or increase mana expenditure to increase the effect. Matt was elated with the results. 1 mana a second was a lot of mana for his tier, and it showed he would be near invincible in the tier 1 rift. Even better, the tier 2 rift would only be half as dangerous. It was an amazing advantage. His happiness froze as he heard the flat voice ask, proceeding with piercing test. Matt spent the next 20 minutes being poked, smashed, set on fire, frozen, electrocuted, and even attacked with void. The last terrified him as it was the most destructive affinity at its tier, cutting through defenses like they didn't exist. Matt was quite happy when the cracked phantom armor was slightly resistant to the element, not immune even at tier 1 but better than most defenses that weren't specialized in defending against the type. Cracked phantom armor was everything Matt hoped it would be and more. The original phantom armor was a stored skill that was meant as a life-saving measure, and its conversion into a channeling skill was just as resistant but permanently active. Matt was happy even if he didn't get more mana at tier 3. He would still be able to improve his mastery with the skill and, therefore, its effectiveness. Feeling like he was floating on air, Matt went to the training room and sparred with the training aides until almost 9 p.m. With cracked phantom armor active, it allowed him to trade blow for blow with the tier 2 training aide, and what would have been deep cuts were turned into light scratches and bruises instead of broken bones. While eating, Matt reviewed the information Melinda had sent him and, with the official guide, felt ready for tomorrow. The Path of Ascension Chapter 5 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 5. Matt was standing in front of the rift, a jagged tear in the fabric of reality, at least to his spiritual sense and a slight shimmer to his physical senses. It was like a multicolored heat haze. It screamed of wrongness and hate. He wasn't sure if that was his hatred of the things that destroyed his city and killed his parents or what most people felt. The rift was in a building with 3 guards. 2 melee and 1 ranged ready for a breakout, mostly redundant as this rift needed resources, so it wasn't overdelved and dissipated. Matt drew his sword off his back, braced himself, and walked through the rift. The world bent and blurred for an instant, then snapped back to normal. Except now he was in the rift, standing near the wall of an underground cavern, exactly where the guide said he would be. This was essentially a safe room in the rift. No monster would appear here unless led by someone. Matt took stock of his surroundings. The ceiling was 15 feet tall at his best guess, and lit torches lined the wall providing light. All was as it should be. Looking behind him, Matt saw the rift portal shimmering. His escape if the monsters proved too difficult for him to handle. Perfect. Activating cracked phantom armor, Matt stepped into the adjacent room. The feeling of mana coursing through the skill's structure in his spirit was an odd sensation. It felt like water rushing through a pipe, except it was inside of his spirit. One lone goblin waited for him, as the guide said it would be. Matt had decided to take his time on this fight, test his limits and that of the goblins in this rift. When he crossed the threshold, the goblin charged with a shriek and wildly swung the shank in its hand. Sidestepping the blow, Matt had to stop from slashing down at the passing goblin and ending the fight instantly. Letting the goblin swing, Matt got a feeling for its speed and agility. Both would be good baselines for the entire rift. Matt analyzed the monster at about 4 feet tall if it wasn't hunched so badly. The green creature had only a ragged loincloth on and a pointy rock with a bit of cloth wrapping the handle. Matt let the next blow land on his left forearm, testing his skill, the monster's power, and weapon. The rock fractured on, cracked phantom armor, which left the goblin stumped until it tried to lunge, hands outstretched. Dodging to the side again, he swung at the goblin's waist. He expected to severely injure the monster in the first swing, then finish it on a second backswing, but the goblin was bisected by the attack. Matt stepped back, dodging the blood and entrails splattering the floor. Using his sword to push through the viscera, he saw the goblin's bones were thin, far weaker than a human at that size would have. After the kill, Matt felt a small amount of essence trickle into the band on his wrist and then into his spirit, waiting to be assimilated and distributed. It wasn't much, but he finally felt progress. After the last year of only being able to train physically a few hours a day and working brutal hours, he was advancing. Matt proceeded to the next room, where 3 goblins stood mindlessly until he crossed the threshold. From what he read, this was a characteristic of Tier 2 and below rifts only. As a rift's tier increased, the realms became larger and the monster more natural. A Tier 5 goblin rift would have had the entire clan attacking and retreating with strategy and cunning. These goblins just charged mindlessly. Matt still took the time to dodge and with a slash to the closest monster. He cut deeply into its chest. The 2 remaining jumped at him, and with a heavy crosscut, Matt made 2 more corpses. The next room had 5 of the goblins, but they proved no challenge. Unable to break his skill and so weak, they were crippled with even glancing blows. Passing into the 5th room of the rift, Matt saw this goblin stood straighter and had an actual iron dagger. Though for its size, it was closer to a short sword. Repeating his test of the first goblin, Matt determined the monster was no faster or stronger, just better armed. The soft iron dagger was noticeably misshapen where it hit, cracked phantom armor. But the iron was useful to the outside, so Matt placed it in a separate bag for collecting loot. These small pieces of iron weaponry and the armor on the last monster were the only things of value this low-tiered rift had to offer. With the same repeating pattern of 1, 3, then 5 goblins. The first 3 sets of rooms offered no challenge to Matt. The only improvement the 3rd set had was they were wearing clothes not quite thick enough to call armor. On the 4th set, Matt got his first challenge. This single goblin was a bit faster, less hunched, and of a slightly heavier build. It was not so mindlessly aggressive as Matt tested it. He discovered it wasn't trained, just better with its decision-making. The room with 5 goblins got bloody. Matt was flanked by the little green monsters, and while his reach and reflexes were still better, it was the first time Matt felt his skills pushed. 2 of the 3 that came straight on were taken out easily, but Matt had to deflect the last's dagger, stepping in and kneeing the goblin in the chest and sending it stumbling back. Matt was fighting as if the cracked phantom armor wasn't active, treating every swing as a possible threat. The final 2 that had attempted to flank him were easy to take out, the left with a thrust and the right goblin with a slash that took off its outstretched arm. Matt finished the goblins off before collecting the essence and loot. Taking a drink of water, Matt pondered on his skill. It was completely permeable to air, his clothes, and backpack. While it also stopped the goblin's blows completely. It didn't even have islets. Matt was just able to see through the skill perfectly. It was amazing how a single skill turned this rift into a joke. Matt wasn't arrogant enough to imagine that he could be this aggressive if he didn't have the skill to rely on, but when they couldn't even harm him, it was hard to treat the fight seriously. Melinda's party's notes talked about how they got injuries the first few runs they did, and the increased intelligence of the goblins made the backline take injuries despite the front line's best efforts. Even still, Matt hadn't taken a single blow he didn't allow to land. They were smaller, weaker, and slower than him, which let Matt dictate the pace of combat. And without others to worry about, Matt didn't have the usually limited movement of melee fighters who couldn't dodge every blow because then the mages, archers, and supports would be open to attack. Matt proceeded through the rift. He fought 5 more sets of goblins, collecting essence and iron weapons along the way. His sack was getting heavy to the point he placed it before the entrance of each room. An hour later, Matt arrived before the final room and peered in. 5 goblins in scale armor, just thumb-sized pieces of metal attached to a long shirt, stood in front of a 6th larger foe. The final occupant of the room was a hobgoblin, 5 feet 5 inches and bulkier than his lesser counterparts. It had actual plate armor even though it was only iron and had large gaps between the pieces. This was one of 3 variations the final fight could take. It was also the most common, appearing around 50% of the time. The other 2 variations had a goblin mage and archer, respectively. Much harder fights because of the suppression the ranged fighters could put on a group. Matt smiled, happy he didn't have to fight a variation his first del. Stepping through the doorway, the 5 goblins charged but in a loose formation with the hobgoblin trailing behind them with an axe in hand. As the group approached, Matt circled left, so their formation was unable to flank him as easily. Matt lashed out at the first goblin to reach him and disarmed the goblin, who fell to the ground clutching at his stump. One more obstacle in their way staggered the goblins out farther, so Matt had all of them dead or incapacitated by the time the hobgoblin approached. This was a fight Matt was anticipating. The hobgoblin had a near-human size and with low Tier 2 strength and peak Tier 1 speed and resistances. Matt was not willing to underestimate this opponent. He had no one to help him if he messed up. With Tier 2 strength and a solid weapon, this hob could probably injure him, unlike his lesser cousins. Backing up while circling, Matt brought them back to the center of the room where there were no bodies to foul up his footing and stopped retreating. The hobgoblin continued his approach at the steady walk he had maintained the whole time and swung his 2-handed axe. Matt stepped back, not trying to match the opponent's strength. Matt went to lunge at the armored foe, using his straight weapon's ability to pierce armor. He had to jerk back as the hobgoblin reversed his swing and tried to impale Matt with the spike on the rear of his axe. Matt used his aborted thrust to strike the handle of the axe, sending the weapon over his head while stepping under and past the hob's arms. But was unable to get a blow in as the hobgoblin retreated and reset his stance. For a moment, Matt and the hobgoblin locked eyes, then Matt surged forward with an overhead chop. The hob, thinking he had an easy victory, backstepped. Letting Matt blow hit the ground, stepping back in with a heavy horizontal swing. Matt raised the pommel of his longsword and stepped to the opposite side of the swing, using the planted tip to block the heavy blow. Dropping the longsword after the block, Matt closed in with an elbow strike to its unarmored face that made the hob stumble. With the head of the axe still near the floor, Matt kicked at the handle, ripping the weapon out of the hob's hands. Before the monster could recover, Matt drew the dagger from its sheath and drove it up under the hob's chin into its brain. Shoving the hob back, Matt retreated until he stepped over his fallen longsword, and without taking his eyes off the still body of the hob, he picked his weapon up. Watching the corpse, Matt waited until he felt the rush of essence to approach and ensure the goblins were dead. The essence he got from the hob was worth half of all the essence of the preceding rift. Matt tried to steady his breath. It had been an exhilarating fight. The hobgoblin had been smart and more experienced than any of the goblins preceding it. It also didn't have the mindless aggression that made the goblins easy to predict. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Matt pushed the energy down. The adrenaline was still pumping through his veins, and the accumulated essence created a rush Matt had never experienced before. He wanted more. He wanted to exit, then enter the rift again. After a few deep breaths, Matt settled his emotions, though his racing heart wasn't slowing. Matt grabbed his sack of loot from the entrance and stripped the goblins and the hob. Matt then turned his attention to the real prize of the rift. The reward for killing the strongest monster was always random. It could be anything from the most common of mana stones to the incredibly rare skill shards. This being a low-tiered rift, it didn't often drop skill shards. According to the official guide, Tier 1 mana stones could appear in quantities ranging from 1 to 100, with the average being around 7. Matt could hardly imagine making 700 credits for an hour and a half's work. It makes all the hours at Benny's feel like wasted effort. I can make more in 2 hours delving the weakest of rifts and make more than I made in a month. This rift also could reward delivers with a few ingots of perfectly pure metals. Usually, only copper and iron. There was the chance for steel or aluminum. The smiths prized these drops because they were easier to enchant when forging Tier 3 and above blades. The iron weapons Matt had collected along the way were just melted then sold as mundane building materials. The Empire paid for the scraps, no reason to have expensive mines ruining land for mundane metals when most low-tier rifts created them endlessly for free. Matt approached the area of distortion next to the exit rift. It was a purple color to his spiritual sense. Matt wasn't sure if that was because of the item contained within or it was just random. Everyone's spiritual sense was unique to the individual. Matt could see with his if he was close enough, and he saw purple on the distortion of the prize. Matt sent a pulse of essence at the small field, and it shimmered before a small pile of stones appeared. Mana stones. Jackpot. Matt collected the small shards. They were only slightly bigger than the last knuckle on his pinky, in the shape of a hexagonal bipyramid. Each Tier 1 mana stone held 10 mana. Unlike artificial mana stones, once these were drained, they would turn to dust, then even the dust would disappear after a moment. At each higher tier, they held more mana at the same size, that being the reason a 10-to-1 ratio was standard at the lower tiers. Matt collected the small crystals and counted them from one hand to the other. 8 mana stones, one better than the average. He couldn't stop smiling. 800 credits. 80 mana in his hands, the very power modern society needed to run was so small. His instincts felt they should be fragile, even though Matt knew that was just an illusion from their resemblance to glass in size. The mana stones were nearly indestructible as long as they had mana remaining. The only sad thing was if a mage wanted to convert the rift's mana stones to personal mana, there was a loss ratio of near 40%, and it took time and special equipment to slowly match the mage's unique mana signature. That was why mana stones were mostly used for powering daily life and only occasionally used to refill mages at great cost. Matt pocketed the mana stones, stopped channeling mana to cracked phantom armor, then stepped through the portal, returning to the real world. One of the guards waved Matt through to a checkout area where he could leave the iron scrap he collected. The attendant looked like she was bored, but trying to hide it, she almost succeeded. Iron scraps can go on the scale, and if you are willing to report what you received, please do so. Matt didn't mind. The Empire spent far more running this place than he had just earned. 8 mana stones was the only reward. Well, besides the scrap. Matt waved at the sack full of metal. We are willing to purchase the mana stones here if you wish, or you can take it to any of the banks. The young lady sounded like she said these same words hundreds of times a day. Come to think of it, she probably does." Matt thanked her and walked away, checking his new account balance, 6,872 credits. Matt wasn't in a hurry to pay the credit card off as he didn't accrue interest being on the path. When he arrived back at the populated part of the island, he saw it was just after 12:30 and decided to go shower then eat lunch. After eating, Matt didn't know what he should do with himself. He couldn't remember a time where he didn't have something on his to-do list. At Benny's, he was working or training. Even at the orphanage, he was in lessons or doing extra training. Matt was at a loss. He decided to wander the island. It was an island 10 miles across. It must have something to do. What Matt found during his walk was people at the beach. It seemed to be the way to relax as parties lounged and larger groups formed around various sports and games. Matt thought about joining but decided he was still too keyed up from the fight. That led Matt to the interior of the island. He checked, and there were no predators on the island, so he found a small clearing off one of the paths. He found watching the slight breeze change the patterns of the shade cast by the trees was relaxing. For the first time since the alarms went off when he was 8, Matt allowed himself to fully relax. An unknown time later, Matt drifted off. Matt woke slowly, stretching as he did. He felt good, he felt light, so many worries were removed after getting a skill and a source of income. Checking his pad, Matt hurried to the dining hall. Melinda's group said they'd meet him there, and he was eager to talk to someone about his dell. Arriving only a little past 6, Matt saw the group in line and waved at them as he joined the back of the line. As he took his tray to their table, Matt could see the anticipation on their faces. Before he could fully sit down, Matt asked, "So how was it? You're still in one piece at least." Melinda elbowed the other Matt and said, "Wait for him to sit down." As soon as Matt had situated himself, she blurted, "So how did it go? Don't keep us waiting. I didn't think to exchange numbers so we couldn't call you when we got out of our rift." "Yeah, I wanted to ask how your rift went." He was cut off with a series of no's and you firsts. Matt acquiesced and told them, "It wasn't bad. Your notes and the official information made sure there were no surprises. My Tier 1 talent and skill synergize really well, and that made it so none of the regular goblins were able to hurt me." As he spoke, he realized how weird that sounded. He was so used to thinking about his talent in a negative light that he couldn't quite believe what he was saying. "I took the fight seriously, but in the end, the goblins are so weak it was easy to not get hit at all." Sam asked as soon as she could, barely getting her words out before the others, "What boss did you get? Did you pull a variant? Not just the standard, a solo hobgo. How did you solo him?" "We all did but not until we were peak tier 1s and everyone else was ready to help. Kyle cut in this time." The comment about peak tier 1 jolted Matt. He hadn't cultivated his accumulated essence. He'd taken a friggin' nap instead. "Oh, gods, I forgot to cultivate." Matt made to stand, but Vinny, who he was sitting next to, dragged him back down. "Chill, man, it's fine. You won't start to lose the accumulated essence for a few days. Relax really, man." Matt sat back down reluctantly. "I feel so dumb. How did I forget the entire purpose of delving?" "Yeah, how did you?" Vinny had a smirk on his face as he asked, but it didn't come across as unkind. "I got excited about the mana stones and how much they sell for. And took a nap in the woods." Matt blushed slightly as he said it. When he didn't hear laughter from the others, he glanced around. They were blushing harder than him. Melinda, with red cheeks, raised her cup and said, "Here's to growing up poor and fixating on the money." Everyone, including Matt, drank to that. Matt broke the silence after that. He wanted to follow up on that statement. I grew up in an orphanage after a rift break. What about y'all? That seemed to ruin the mood even more. It was Matt who answered this time, same with us and a lot of the sponsees here. The Junipers haven't been doing their damn job and rift breaks are at an all-time high. They should be. Before Matt could continue, Melinda covered his mouth. Yes, we were orphaned as well, but talking bad about the nobility isn't smart without the power to defend yourself. Do not get us all in trouble, Matt. That finally stopped Matt's struggles. Sam said, my evasion instructor said he heard rumors that the issue was being passed up. Matt scoffed around Melinda, covering hand. That means we'll see results in 20 years if we are lucky. All the nobility are above tier 15, and immortality makes bureaucracy take forever. Enough, we can't do anything. Matt, you were talking about the hobgoblin. How did it go? Melinda forcefully changed the subject, and Matt took the topic shift willingly. It wasn't a long fight, honestly. While he was a better fighter than the goblins, he wasn't that good. Matt described his fight in detail, and everyone oohed and awed at all the appropriate parts. What about you guys? How was your delve? And what do you do on your off days? I haven't had free time in forever. Melinda said with a bright smile, our rift was easy. We've reached the peak of Tier 2 and, in the next month or so, we'll advance, but we are balancing out our essence so we can advance together. And our days off, we usually spend the remaining time after the rift cultivating. That usually takes up most of that day, but we have a strict no-work policy on delve days. The day after for us is training both group and solo. We all have hired combat instructors for personal lessons. It's good, and when you can afford it, you should look into it. They are all tier 7 or higher, most are here on extended R&R. Either someone in their party got so injured they can't delve safely and are waiting for the cooldown on healings, or they are taking a break. They are all vetted and know their chosen fields. That piqued Matt's interest. Cooldown on healing? What is that? I thought it was just you are healed and back to normal. Just do it and done. All better. The entire group looked to Melinda this time. Nah, well, for small injuries, that's exactly how it works. But if you get ripped in half, regrowing and acclimating to the new parts takes time. I don't want this to be a lecture, but I'm assuming you don't know how healing actually works, do you? At Matt's confirmation that he didn't know, she continued, don't feel bad, none of us knew either till I got a healing talent. There are two types of healing spells. One is undirected. Cast the spell, and it does its thing. Each spell will be different, but it just heals. The problem is, get a limb chopped off and only have a basic healing spell, and it will just seal the wound. It's technically healed. You need other spells like regrowth or regeneration to heal missing limbs, though regeneration is a self-cast spell. The point is, they will save your life but are kinda limited in their execution. The other type is a directed heal. It's like. Melinda paused and pursed her lips before continuing slowly. The best way to describe it is if someone gets their head chopped off. An undirected heal won't do anything, the spell will just consider them dead. Despite the fact you don't instantly die with decapitation, even mundane medical technology can reattach a head. A directed healing skill is able to reattach a head. It just takes dozens of times more mana and absurd amounts of control and knowledge of anatomy. The spell doesn't guide you if you mess up. You just killed somebody while trying to save them. Matt continued for her, I like to think it's like patching a blanket. A hole can just be stitched together, and a directed healing spell can easily do that. But a blanket that was ripped in half is harder to get back together. Melinda smiled at him and said, we got distracted. The point is after a lot of healing, the body needs time to recover, or the next healing will be even harder and might not take, so parties wait, and that gives Playpen's combat trainers. The day before a rift, we attend classes, math, science, and pursue a crafting hobby. Do some group training at some point. It's the recommended schedule, but you can flip the days if you want. Tara spoke up, the night after a delve is for partying. There are clubs and parties every night, but most only go after a delve to blow off steam, which is where we are going next. You will come, right? Let us show you the scene. Kyle chimed in and said, yeah, you don't have to stay long, just have a drink or two, play some pool with us, and then you can head home. It's too late to cultivate anyway. Better to wait till morning when you can do it properly. Matt wanted to decline. He felt the urge to rush back to his room and cultivate. The pleading looks they gave him finally decided Matt. Sure, I'll go, but just for a little while. Matt and Kyle were playing doubles pool and getting their collective asses handed to them by Sam and Tara. Mostly Tara. It's still unfair that your archery sense works for all projectiles. It's cheating, Tara, Kyle whined, and Matt agreed. The archer girl was even using her non-dominant hand, and they had limited her to 2 shots, and she was still clearing the table. Her skill felt superhuman, which it was. Talents were unique and wondrous. From what Matt understood, Tara had a projectile sense of some type. If it made her this good at pool, Matt wondered what she could do with a bow. Melinda and Matt were snuggled together in a dark corner, and Vinny had met with a woman then disappeared. Matt nodded at Matt and Melinda, so they are together then? Sam answered with a shake of the head. Kyle used words, nope, our sponsor heavily suggested that we don't get in any relationships in the team until after Tier 5. It wasn't quite an order, but Melinda and Matt would just jump off a cliff if Harper said to. Tara scoffed at him, like you wouldn't. True. Matt understood that. If Dina or Eric had heavily suggested something, he would have taken it as an order as well. Did he give any reasons? Yeah, he saw how Melinda and Matt looked at each other. He said the risk of young love not working was pretty high, and young mistakes could break up a young couple, and that would destroy our team. So they are waiting. Kyle took his shot and missed while answering. I was meaning to ask. How does being sponsored as a team work? Pretty much the same, but we can't add more people to the team without our sponsor's approval. Other than that, nothing really different. Tara had flopped backward onto the table, beer forgotten to the side. How did you get picked by a sponsor, Matt? Were you top of the class or something fancy like that? Matt wasn't sure he wanted to share his failure, but he got the feeling they were honest and kind, so he decided to share a little. No, I was orphaned like you all, but our orphanage was so overcrowded we got awakened at 13 and pushed out. All 3 of them winced, it wouldn't have been that bad. They tried to ensure we had some FaceTime with guilds and corporations at the Awakening Center. I almost got recruited to a guild, but my Tier 1 talent is. Sam chimed in, you don't have to say more. Nah, it's okay. It's limiting. Yeah, limiting is the best word for it, I can't cultivate mana at all, and that broke my provisional contract. I got lucky, and the recruiter was a good dude and helped me at least find a path forward. I just needed to make money then buy a delve slot. So I got a job at a shitty inn. Worked there for over a year when Dina and Eric came in. Matt had all of their attention now. They were stronger than anyone I had ever met at the time, Tier 6, and they were kind. He gave them a look. I'm sure you know how high-tiered people can be. Tara and Sam nodded while Kyle had a dark look flash across his face. Matt got murmurs of agreement, then continued, I was working 12-hour days as a general handyman with only some time before everyone else woke up to practice, so that's when I did it. When they checked in, they came down to spar roughly the same time I did. Dina asked for a sparring partner while she worked on her staff technique, and that's pretty much how the next month went. They sparred with me in the mornings and said I had good talent and could feel my Tier 3 would be a pair with my Tier 1 and fix my problems. So they had me spar with Dina at low Tier 3 strength. 3 intakes of air made Matt paused as he remembered the fight. It wasn't even close. She was so much faster and stronger, I was barely able to eke out a tiny hit, but it was enough. They said hitting a Tier 3 at Tier 1 was special enough with my determination that they'd sponsor me. Though I didn't know what that really entailed. A few hours later, I was on a train here. Shit. That was only last week. Wow. If we didn't have a rule against sleeping with friends, I'd take you to my room right now. Tara's words made Matt blush a bit before everyone laughed. She paired it with bouncing eyebrows, cutting the tension of the story. What about you guys? Sam answered, we were all friends in school when the rift break happened. It was bad. She took a long pull from her bottle. We were close to the initial hit area. Our teacher died, killing the monster that pushed through the door. That turned out to be a blessing because it blocked the door mostly, and only small monsters were able to just barely squeeze through. They all looked to Matt and Melinda at that point. Matt took charge and got everyone to pile stuff in front of the door and block the entrance off. He took a blow that nearly shredded his back. I still remember Melinda holding bloody rags to his back, crying. I know there isn't any way to predict talents, but at that moment, I knew she would be a healer, talent or no talent. Out of the 23 kids in our class, we were the only ones who lost everyone. The others had someone to go to. But not us. That made us close. We've been inseparable since. When our awakenings happened at 14, we all got pretty lucky, nothing detrimental. Tara winced and said, sorry Matt, I didn't mean. It's fine. Really. It happens to some and that some included me. Clearing her throat, Sam finished the story. We had already decided to team up from day one, so we had spent the entire time training together. The problem was Melinda. Matt looked at the blonde, giggling into Matt's shoulder. How was she a problem? Seeing where he looked, Sam said, yeah, Melinda's Tier 1 talent was rated as exceptional in the healing category. It made a massive stir. Fucking shit show is more like it, Kyle grumbled. Yeah, well, everyone came. There were hundreds of guilds and groups offering to pay massive bonuses to attract her. Our sponsor heard about it, and seeing how they were acting put a stop to it. Harper's a Tier 7, and he was like a walking storm. His very presence made them all scurry back to the holes they crawled out of. Her disgust at their actions was paired with a scowl. Harper tried to take Melinda aside, but she refused to let go of Matt and Tara. Literally hanging on to their clothes. So Harper brought us all to a room and explained what was going on. Apparently, there is something of a finder's fee for low-tier guilds to get rare talents for higher-tier guilds or noble families. Sam said. They recruit them then basically sell them to the highest bidder. The guilds were trying to turn Melinda into a cash cow. Harper gave us Empire net access, and everything he said was true. The Empire doesn't technically allow it, but it's really hard to police on low-tiered worlds, so they can get away with it. Kyle saw Matt's expression and added, not that the people are treated badly, it's just they don't get a say on where they go. But sometimes it's the only way off of these planets. Tara finished, so Harper offered to sponsor us if we could meet his standards. They all shuddered at that. It was a very tough few months, but we are better for it. Matt had a thought pop into his head and asked, why has everyone been so friendly here? Not that I mind, but it seems odd. Easy answer is 90% of the people on the Playpen this time of year are all sponsees, and most of us come from poor backgrounds, and we are hot shit. Oh. I don't know. In 4 or 5 months, we'll have another wave of newbies come in, and most will be the kids of the rich here to spend money and die. It's usually a 10 to 25% death rate amongst the non-sponsees. That's why the Empire gives spots to people running the cities. They pass them off as favors, and the rich help pay for the rest of us." Matt looked at Sam aghast. "How did people die in that rift?" Reading the question on Matt's face, Kyle answered, "The non-sponsees don't get the discounts or anything, but they don't have restrictions either, so they throw themselves to the Tier 2 and 3 rifts way too early then get killed." Tara chimed in, "Also, you never know who's going to be a powerhouse in the future. It could be anyone here. Besides, we aren't competing for spots on the path or anything. The higher everyone climbs, the better, no reason to cut each other down." The Path of Ascension Chapter 6 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 6. The next morning Matt got up and reviewed the cultivation guide he read last night. There wasn't anything complicated at Tier 1, and he just had to relax and focus on his essence. As excited as Matt was, he couldn't relax enough to reach the required state to cultivate. He tried sitting legs crossed, tried sitting in a chair, even tried slow movements. None of the top recommended positions worked for him. Eventually, he flopped on his bed and was slowly able to get a good grip on his essence. The essence he had accumulated delving was sitting in his spirit, concentrated in the center but also present dispersed through the rest of the sphere. Once Matt had a good mental grasp on the essence, he could feel 2 paths. One led to his body, and that path was open and seemingly thirsty for essence. The other led to what he knew was his mana but felt completely sealed off. No matter how he tried, the essence couldn't go down that side. Matt hadn't actually believed it would work, but it had been worth an attempt. Giving up, Matt sent the essence to the physical side. That was all Matt had to do. There was no real effort to cultivation, just concentration and time. He had to constantly coax the essence along, or it would try and settle stagnant in his spirit. He found it incredibly boring. What felt like minutes later, Matt was finished, his spirit empty of essence. He looked at his pad and saw it was almost 3 p.m. He had started at just after 7 a.m. Where had 8 hours gone? Matt felt robbed. And hungry. Sighing, he got changed into sparring clothes and quickly ate a light lunch. He went to the training room and did what Melinda's group suggested last night. For 1,000 credits, he could purchase a simulation of the final room of the Tier 1 rift. It even came with the variations. Matt made the purchase and wandered looking for an open training room but didn't find one until the 4th floor. Linking his pad and simulation to the room, Matt activated, cracked phantom armor. 6 training aids came out, and Matt began. After his training, Matt went and had dinner with Melinda and company, but they had a tactics training class after dinner, so they didn't linger long. Matt went back to his room and browsed the available classes. Everything seemed useful, but he had to prioritize at least a little. It was only recommended to take 1 or 2 classes at a time, and with them meeting once every 3 days, they were built around the 3-day delve schedule. First, Matt looked up the finances class Dina had recommended. Most classes lasted 2 months, and he was in the middle of a cycle, so he'd be waiting no matter which classes he chose. The other one he decided on was manners and etiquette, a recommendation passed on by Melinda's group sponsor. Then he looked up the personal trainers. Matt stood in front of the rift again. It shimmered with colors he couldn't put names to. With a bracing breath, he stepped through. The beginning of the rift was the same as it had been 3 days ago. The entire rift was a repeat of the last delve. That was until the final room, where he only saw 4 goblins in the scale armor. To the side, he found the 5th. It was an archer. Matt didn't have anything to fear from this goblin. It was only mid-tier 1 in strength, and its bow wasn't particularly powerful. Still, Matt went over the scenarios that had worked for this combination yesterday. Stepping through, Matt ran at the 4 charging goblins, veering off to the rightmost goblin and stabbing his longsword through the small monster while charging at the goblin with the bow. Using its comrade as a meat shield, Matt closed the distance before the others could rescue the goblin, who stood shooting arrows into the corpse on Matt's blade for a breath too long. That mistake let Matt add 1 more to his goblin shish kebab. Turning while using his foot to push the goblins off his blade, Matt lashed out at the hobgoblin, who had nearly reached his back as it was closer to the rear when Matt ran past the group of them. Matt's attack caused the hobgoblin to step back, aborting its swing. That change in location caused the goblin charging past to catch the axe in the side. The final 2 goblins flanked Matt to either side, trying to box him in and restrict his movement. He stepped to the right, blocking the goblin's swing before stepping on its feet and hip-checking the smaller creature. The force sent the goblin falling back, but Matt standing on his feet caused his weak ankle bones to snap. Matt stomped down to finish it off while keeping an eye on the hob and remaining goblin. The goblin stuck to the left of the hob and refused to move. It was probably the best move the weak creature could make at this point by covering the hobgoblin's weak side. Matt tried baiting out the goblin, but it refused to wet his blade like its brothers did. And with its assistance, Matt was forced to retreat from the heavy blows of the axe. Biding his time, Matt waited for his opportunity, and when the hobgoblin struck out, Matt didn't dodge or deflect the strike but blocked the haft of the weapon with the flat of his longsword. Matt took advantage of the stalled axe and ran his blade down the haft to catch the hobgoblin's unprotected fingers. Flesh met steel and lost. Screeching in pain, the hob retreated, unable to hold his weapon. Matt finished the goblin next to the hob off with a clean cut. Seeing the hob was just clutching its mangled hand, Matt thrust through the unprotected arm opening in the plate, bisecting the last remaining monster. Looking around, Matt felt like this could have been done cleaner. He might not have been hit, but that didn't feel like a particularly high bar to set with opponents this week. There is a reason this rift was kept when they made the playpen. Sighing, he collected the bloody armor and weapons before moving to the reward distortion. Sweeping it with his spiritual sense, he felt this time it was an orange color. But not quite. It had a multicolored thread weaving through the field. Matt wasn't sure if it meant anything but waited until the thread was at its most visible pulse before dispelling the field. There were 2 bars of metal. He thought they were steel but wasn't sure. He wasn't a smith, after all. Something to look into, a class on blacksmithing would be useful. At least then, he would be able to identify better and worse weapons. The more Matt thought about it, the more he liked the idea. If he was going to be a mostly melee fighter, it would do him well to understand his weapons of choice better. Matt exited the rift and sold the steel bars to the receptionist for 500 credits apiece. Overall, he felt it was a successful delve. The next month and a half were some of the best in Matt's life. He delved, he cultivated and advanced, he learned. All while becoming closer to Melinda's group. Most days off were spent with them. After delve days, they all relaxed together, movies, games, drinking, or just exploring the island. They became true friends, and Matt was grateful. He hadn't let anyone get close at the orphanage or Benny's. Matt didn't think he had kept people away, just that he hadn't met people he wanted close. Most of the people at Benny's were older and jaded from life, content to eke out enough to live but little more. Matt wanted greatness. Melinda's group wanted the same. They pushed themselves and refused to languish at the lower tiers. The classes were interesting. The financing class was an eye-opener. Matt didn't realize that he had misunderstood Dina's letter. When she had said 20K, he had assumed she meant credits and based his purchases around that misconception. He had been given a credit limit of 20,000 Tier 1 mana stones, not 20,000 credits. Matt couldn't even imagine that amount of money. It was an ungodly number of credits. That extra cash let Matt hire a Tier 7 melee trainer to give him lessons. It was subsidized by the Empire, but Matt still had to pay 50,000 credits. Matt had been hesitant to go into that much debt, but after the first lesson, Matt had no regrets. Dominic was a 6 feet 4 inches monster who mainly used a sword and shield but was competent in most weapons. After seeing Matt's skill, Dominic had Matt rotating weapons, with a focus on a shield and one-handed weapons. His reasoning was if Matt ever joined a team, a shield was usually better for the group than a single longsword user. It was challenging. Matt thought he was good with the longsword, and Dominic even confirmed that he was, but when using a shield and sword, he felt clumsy and had a hard time getting into a groove that felt natural. After Dominic felt he was ready, he had Matt tackle the Tier 1 rift with the sword and shield. It was a different experience from his runs with a longsword. With a longsword in hand, he barely took half an hour to clear out the rift. With the shield and sword, it took almost 2 hours. There was an incremental improvement in each run, but not something Matt was satisfied with. Dominic had even started Matt with spear training, with and without a shield. So Matt was sure that would be his next weapon to take into the rift. During his delves, Matt hadn't had exceptional luck, either good or bad, with the prizes. Mostly around the average of 7 mana stone value. Matt's cultivation was almost a quarter of the way through Tier 1. It was only that fast because he didn't have to split the essence but was warned by everyone that the Tier 2 rift was a large step up in difficulty. Once Matt broke through to Tier 2, he would see a larger improvement. While cultivating and distributing essence, a cultivator only got half the results and got the other half when he broke through the tier barrier. It was the reason a new Tier 2 was so much stronger than a peak Tier 1. Even so, Matt was seeing improvements in his strength, speed, and endurance. The changes weren't massive, but after every delve, Matt could fight a little longer, strike a little harder, and move just a bit faster. Matt was cultivating after a delve when his pad chirped. He ignored it until the pad vibrated. He had it set to Do Not Disturb, and only an emergency contact would override that setting. Matt sat up and looked at the message. "Melinda. Have you seen the news? Come to our suite. Quick." A worried Matt hurried to their collection of rooms and found them in the common area watching the TV. An official-looking man was speaking to the screen. Behind him was an expensive-looking manor with people crawling over it like ants. Rise. The Empire expects its nobility to guide and protect the common people. After a thorough investigation, the Empire has found the Juniper family negligent to the extreme. With this verdict, the Empire will be sending relief efforts to repair all cities that have been affected by rift breaks. Matt gasped. That's what this was about. Negligence from the nobility letting cities get shredded because they hadn't wanted to take measures to prevent it? Holy S. Matt was hushed by everyone. He squeezed in between Vinny and Sam on the couch as the broadcast continued. Because of the devastation, there will be compensation to all affected parties. Please be patient. Millions have lost loved ones and family members, the Emperor cannot bring them back. But reparations will be given to those remaining and punishment to those responsible. A crowd behind the camera started cheering at that. The official held up an hand, and it was instantly quiet. By the Emperor's will, all will be made as whole as possible. Healers, both mundane and magical, will be arriving on Lily in the next few months. This includes psychiatrists. Their services will be on a need basis. All will get their time and help. Please be patient." He looked down at his pad for a moment, then back at the crowd and camera. "Stand by for a royal decree from His Majesty Emperor Emmanuel III, hear and obey." With a flick of his fingers from his pad to the camera, a new image replaced the official and manner. The man on the throne was tall and in seemingly simple clothes, but Matt was sure they probably cost more than 20 planets would generate in a decade. The Emperor was dark-haired with gold eyes that gave off a golden light. The odd part was it didn't interrupt the view of the man's eyes. Matt wasn't sure if it was how the Emperor looked in person or if it was a camera trick. His voice was deep. Even through the recording, Matt felt the pressure on his chest. "It has come to our attention of the neglect of the barony of Juniper of planet Lily. We, after reviewing the events, have decided that an outsider will care for the planet no more than any other noble family raised to the position. Our solution to this predicament is as follows. The Path of Ascension is meant to raise the strong, and from the path, your next noble will be chosen. The first person or group to reach Tier 15 will be given the opportunity to take the noble title. It is our hope that someone who has experienced the tragedy of rift breaks will not take the lives of their subjects as lightly as the Junipers did. Any who have been affected and are on the path are eligible. Strength through perseverance." With that, the image returned to the official. "The Emperor has spoken. The planet will be placed under an advisory council until one of your own ascends to the position. More information will be passed in the coming days." The man stepped away, and a reporter stepped in and started chattering. Matt and the rest looked at each other in shock. "Holy shit," Tara said. That broke the shocked silence, and everyone clamored to talk. Eventually, it settled, but the excitement was still palpable. Matt, who had a now weeping Melinda in his arms, said, "I saw it myself, but I can't believe it. I thought it would take an official challenge to the noble family and killing them at Tier 15 to get revenge. Shit, I don't." Melinda slapped his chest. "It's a good thing, dummy. Now we don't have to risk ourselves, and people are getting the support they deserve, not." She hiccuped, interrupting herself, "Not just revenge, but actual help." Vinny voiced Matt's growing fear. "Is this concern or something else? The Emperor himself heard of this incident on a Tier 4 planet? There are how many thousands of planets below Tier 5 in the Empire? Why does he care? It seems too good to be true. And how did he even hear of this? To ascend, the Emperor must break the Tier 50 barrier. He could break this planet in half. It doesn't sit right with me." Sam chimed in. "I can't say how or why he stepped in, but he pissed a lot of people off with his decree, that's for sure. Normally new baronies are given to the second and third children of higher nobles. Only the first child of a noble to hit the tier for their rank can take the title. Everyone else gets nothing. In my in-depth nobility class, they talked about it. New lower-tier planets are always being added to the empire, and doing this sets a precedent that probably pissed a lot of higher nobles off. What plot can there be in that?" The 7 of them talked around the topic until dinner. They couldn't believe that there was a chance that any one of them could be the next Baron of this planet. Even if there were stronger people who had suffered the attacks and were on the path, it was still the Path of Ascension, and anyone could fall off at any time. After they finished eating, Melinda dropped even more shocking news. "Are you all ready to go to see our Tier 3 talents?" Matt was shocked. They had said they were at peak Tier 2. But this was a huge step and the last talent they would have unless they got to Tier 25 then Tier 50. "Wait, you guys broke through? What are we waiting for? Let's go." This is huge. Matt was excited. This was their first step into the larger empire. After reaching Tier 3, people could only spend 6 months at the Playpen before they had to make their own way on the Path of Ascension. They all looked at him with expressions he couldn't place. It wasn't the happiness he expected. The looks put his hackles up. Matt, we talked about it over the last few days and well. Here, it's easier to see. Please don't share this with anyone, obviously, but we trust you, and this will let you know we are okay when we leave. Matt felt his pad ping and pulled it out to see. The party, Unbroken, has sent an alliance offer. Details. Full view of the individual profile. Matt was stunned. This was massive. It would let him see their skills and talents. It was more than most friends shared and a tremendous show of trust. With only a moment's thought, Matt accepted and gave the same permissions. He could trust them. Even if this bit him in the ass in the future, Matt was willing to risk it. They were friends. Matt saw the group check their pads with relieved smiles until Matt saw Matt's Tier 1 talent and gasped, "What is this bullshit?" The other had incredulous looks as well as they saw his talent. Sam was the first to react to his skill. "What is this skill? It's broken. What are these resistance numbers? This is absurd." Matt sheepishly said, "Just two useless things that synergize really well." Really well is an understatement, Matt. I wish our Matt had tank skill that good. Matt, who was next to Melinda, looked at her as she said that and gave an exaggerated shocked look. Matt took the time to look at their information. Matt. Talent Tier 1. Everyone in the party has lowered threat generation. Threat generation is redirected to an individual of choice. Talent Tier 3. Unknown. Please go to a talent scanner. Skills. None. Melinda. Talent Tier 1. All healing skills are 50% more effective and cost 50% less mana to cast. Talent Tier 3. Unknown. Please go to a talent scanner. Skills. Ranged heal. Kyle. Talent Tier 1. All strength allocation has double the effect. Talent Tier 3. Unknown. Please go to a talent scanner. Skills. None. Samantha. Talent Tier 1. Poisons and venoms only affect designated targets. Talent Tier 3. Unknown. Please go to a talent scanner. Skills. Venom Strike. Vinny. Talent Tier 1. Innate, Earth Manipulation. Talent Tier 3. Unknown. Please go to a talent scanner. Skills. Earth Manipulation. Terra. Talent Tier 1. Innate Understanding of Ranged Weapons. Talent Tier 3. Unknown. Please go to a talent scanner. Skills. None. Matt was shocked. None of their talents were weak. Melinda had joked about Matt not being a good tank, but redirecting threat generation meant enemies wouldn't prioritize the backline damage dealers and healers. That was a defensive frontline's entire job, and he could do it without an expensive skill shard. Kyle could focus on other parts of physical cultivation with his talent, and that would either let him get a bit more mana cultivation and be a true hybrid or be an even better physical cultivator. He could be twice as strong as anyone on his tier or even match someone one tier up. Sam's talent was what every poison mage dreamt of and begged for any skill shard that would be able to help. Most had to become solo delvers because while they would be immune to their own skills, they would kill their allies as quickly as their enemies. Vinny had Earth Manipulation as an innate skill, which meant it was a free core skill. Matt knew of that particular skill. A Tier 15 on the Path had used it not 5 months ago in a tournament to beat every one of her opponents without moving a muscle. She had stood there with arms crossed, and as soon as her opponents had touched the ground, it simply swallowed them. She had even faced an opponent that had a flight skill and had simply launched spears of stone at them until she impaled them. Tara's innate understanding of ranged weapons was less flashy, but if it worked like other innate understandings Matt had heard of, she would need next to zero training to get decent with a ranged weapon and far less to master the weapon. Matt had only read of single weapon understandings, never such a broad category covered by a talent. Then there was Melinda. Matt didn't know what to think. It was no wonder she had been given a rating of exceptional. 50% was the acknowledged limit of what a talent could do to a skill or type of skill. And she had 2 in 1 talent. Just having a talent that did 2 things like hers was already incredibly rare. But having 2 with the maxed benefits? She might be the only one in the entire empire. They were watching Matt as he took in the information. He just glared at them before turning up his nose and saying, "I hate all of you." Matt paced outside of the row of testing rooms. It had taken half an hour of bickering about how broken the talents of the others were before the stalling became obvious and the party faced their destiny. He was more nervous than any of the group had seemed to be. He wasn't sure if it was just that they were hiding it better or truly not nervous. They may have hesitated in coming, but once they arrived, they didn't falter. As he paced, he felt a breeze, then suddenly, there was Griff and a woman next to him. Matt knew Griff was the second in command of the Playpen in Tier 15. Judging by the way he was standing at the woman's side but slightly behind her told Matt she could only be the person running the Playpen. "I'm pretty sure I remember reading that it was always a Tier 20 in charge of a Playpen. Why would a Tier 15 and a Tier 20 both show up?" Matt gulped. Had something gone wrong? Why were the 2 most powerful people on the island here? Then another breeze alerted Matt to another presence. Matt turned and saw the official from the earlier proclamation. The news reporters after his announcement said he was a Tier 30 and a high-ranking minister of the Empire who had the Emperor's trust. Why were all these people here? Matt felt the fear building and looked between the group of 3 and the doors. He wasn't dumb and could tell exactly which door they were viewing. He wished he had brought his sword. It wouldn't have done any good against the 3, but he couldn't let something happen and just stand by watching. Matt had promised himself long ago that he wouldn't let the people he cared about to be snatched away from him. Just as Griff noticed him and opened his mouth, the rightmost door opened, the door they had been watching. Melinda came out pale, tired-looking, and covered in sweat. That grabbed all their attention, and the official spoke up, "Miss." Melinda cut him off and said, "I know. Can we wait until my party is done? I don't want to have to do this twice." A Tier 3 had just interrupted a Tier 30. Matt looked at the official, and while he looked like he wanted to argue, he said nothing. Matt truly felt out of his depths. Melinda looked to Matt, and that drew the attention of the 3 powerhouses. Griff spoke up, "Hey Matt, maybe you should clear out." "Okay?" Matt was surprised that the Tier 15 remembered him at all. As he was about to agree and leave, Melinda once again spoke up. "He's an ally of our party, so I'd like him to remain." Once again, the others just agreed. Matt was really concerned now. He felt jittery. His flight or fight response was going haywire. His body screamed at him to do something, even though his mind knew either would be useless in the face of the powerhouses in front of Melinda. The only thing letting him keep a hold of himself was they weren't hostile. Clearly, they were here for Melinda, and considering what she had just been doing, there were only a few possibilities of what could have drawn these people of position and power here. Just what did her talent reveal? Matt could check but didn't feel comfortable reaching for his pad with the stillness in the hall. If he broke it, those three might just decide to act. It only took another few minutes for the other five to come out, and as soon as Tara walked out of her room, they were ushered into a conference room down the hall. The official started as they entered the room. "Miss Combs, we were all alerted to your talent. We couldn't see what it is, but the rating came back as exceptional, unique, top priority. We would like to off." A quick 2 beeps interrupted the man, and his face drained of blood. With shaking hands, he pulled his pad out and flicked a finger at the wall. For the second time that day, Matt saw the Emperor, a tier 50. Matt gulped as everyone went to one knee, heads bowed. "Your Majesty, what can your humble servants do for your excellency?" Out of the corner of Matt's lowered head, he saw the official shaking slightly. "Good, you got to them already. You three get out." There was a power in those words. Even with his face towards the ground, Matt felt it. He could see it. The world grew sharper, and colors gained contrast for an instant before returning to normal. Matt didn't know what the Tier 50 did, but Griff and the other two looked pale and haggard after the words. Like that the official, Griff and the woman were just gone. Matt didn't even hear the door. Still kneeling, they waited for what came next. "Get up, kids. Will you? This is a shit show." As they stood and faced the Emperor, they saw him at a desk with pads scattered about with papers covering the free spaces. Screens were obstructing part of the desk until a wave from the Emperor made them vanish. "That's better. Hey kids. Who would have thought that I'd be hearing about Lily twice in one day?" The Emperor smiled and waved at them. Matt felt his stomach tighten. "I'll get right to it. These inter-planet connections are expensive, so I'll try to be brief. My AI just pinged me about your talent, Melinda. Can I call you Melinda?" Melinda just nodded, still struck dumb. The Emperor seemed surprisingly personable. During the royal decree, he was stern, and even in a recording, he had an air around him that screamed power and authority. Now he was like a kind uncle. Even his luminescent eyes were warm. It unsettled Matt. In his experience, people with strength did not take notice of the weak unless they had something they wanted. "Thanks. I deal with enough formalities every day. Would you mind sharing why my AI lost its shit with notifications?" "You don't have to, but it might make things easier." Melinda had to clear her throat twice before she could get out. "You can't just, see it, Your Majesty?" The Emperor chuckled at that. "Nope, if there is one loophole, it risks security breaches, so not even I can see without permission." That surprised Matt. Everyone said no one could see your talent, but this was the Emperor. The very man who controlled the system. Matt wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't heard it out of the man's mouth. But why else would he be talking to them now and not just viewing her talent himself? Melinda nodded and said, "I don't mind. It would answer some questions I have as well." "Good, the 6 of you are. Wait, why are there 7? Who are you?" Looking at Matt, the Emperor clearly didn't expect him. "He's an ally and a friend. I trust him. And we've all already shared our info." Melinda spoke up for him. Okay. Still. The Emperor's golden eyes flicked as if he was reading something. Matthew Alexander. Age. Almost 15, Tier 1 talent rating of detrimental. Sponsored by, Okay, Matt, I gotta ask for your story. That's just too weird. Matt felt put under a microscope. The glowing eyes of the ruler of thousands of planets seemed to strip away everything that made him unique. Quickly he thought about how to explain as fast as possible. "I was given a detrimental talent at Tier 1, Your Majesty." Matt brought his pad out and flicked his information to the screen. Talent and skill now showing to the 7 in the room and the Emperor planets away. The Emperor read the information over, and Matt continued. I wasn't able to join the guild with the rating and worked at an inn called Benny's where I met my sponsors and got my skill shard. The Emperor, reading the skill information, asked, did your sponsors? He looked away. Dina and Eric give it to you? Matt really wanted to lie and say they did, but he didn't want them to get in trouble. He also figured that lying to a tier 50 would be a recipe for disaster. Reluctantly he told the story. Instead of being angry at the theft, the Emperor just laughed during the story. Hold on, you said it was called Benny's? Let me get the security footage. A moment later, footage showed that night, the group swaggered in at twice the normal speed and replayed the event as Matt described. The Emperor laughed so hard when the man threw the skill shard. Matt thought he might hurt himself. As the footage showed Matt pulling Zephyr out of the brawl. The Emperor asked, wait, where did you get the skill shard? Matt told him, and the Emperor went back and replayed the moment before saying, good hands, kid. I can't even see it with you pointing it out. The video continued to the man waving the mana wand at patrons and demanding that Benny let him search others. When they walked out of the frame, it showed Matt pulling the pad apart and hiding the skill shard, being scanned, and then the man leaving in a huff. So your majesty, that's why Dina and Eric sponsored me. While this was very impressive of you. No, it wasn't. They put the paperwork in for your sponsorship 2 weeks before this happened. The Emperor flicked a finger and on the screen showed a sponsorship form to the Playpen, and it was dated just as the Emperor said. 2 full weeks before the duel and theft. Matt didn't know what to make of that. Dina and Eric had planned on sponsoring him before the spar? He had thought it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Thanks for the laughs, kid. That was good. With your talent and their recommendation, I expect great things from you in the next few hundred years. You've got balls. He then looked back at Melinda. Now to you, Melinda. If you would. Melinda took her pad and flicked information to the screen. On it appeared. Melinda. Talent Tier 1. All healing skills are 50% more effective and cost 50% less mana to cast. Talent Tier 3. All healing has the overhealth effect. Skills. Ranged heal. The Emperor looked as shocked as Matt felt. He let out a whistle with widened eyes. The sound created the same effect as before, the world sharpening for an instant. Do you mind if I call my chief healer over? Honestly, I'm not sure what this means. I have some ideas, but... well, I'd rather get an expert's opinion. At Melinda's yes, he flicked his glowing eyes, and not a full second later, an older man appeared. After being quickly filled in by the Emperor, he glanced at the screen and spoke, ah well, this is rare. Overhealth has only been seen on some cracked or upgraded skills before. Well, to start, overhealth functions like an automatic directed healing skill, so limbs regenerate with no effort, and the skill won't stop when a normal undirected skill would. It works kind of like the regeneration controversy. It will take some testing to see if a talent works the same way. I don't think anyone's ever gotten a talent with overhealth before. That seemed to clue the Emperor in, but Matt was still in the dark. Judging by the looks around him, Melinda's party felt the same way. Looking through the screen, the older man asked, I'm assuming none of you have heard of it? It usually doesn't matter till after Tier 15. At Melinda's no, he continued, well there is a rare orb from Tier 15 and above rifts that can upgrade any skill. When used, it makes massive changes to the skill, and it's always more powerful. Well, mostly always, which is where regeneration comes in. Normally the skill works like any normal healing skill, you put in mana, and you heal. With the upgrade orb, it changes. Then it's more like a channeled skill where you can dump as much mana in at a time to increase the effect. Not only that, but it also changes how it heals. If you are a physical type cultivator, regeneration is always useful, but it can take months to grow back an arm. With upgraded regeneration, it's like healing a percentage of health. At the same mana, it heals better the more physical cultivation you have. It's easy to think of with numbers. If you have 100 health healing, 10 per minute is a lot, but if you have 10,000, it doesn't help much. Upgraded regeneration is like healing 1% of your max health a minute. The upgrade is good for physical cultivators who have more health. The non-upgraded is better for mana cultivators. There are some people who think this means we all have hidden health bars and are in a video game, but they are idiots. The statement looked to irritate the older man, and he scoffed, "Physical cultivation makes you stronger and tougher. Of course, it's harder to heal what's harder to damage." Overhealth is most commonly seen when someone takes what should have been a lethal hit with upgraded regeneration, active. They can come back from what should have stopped a normal healing spell because they were dead. The overhealing won't stop when they are considered dead by a normal skill. It only stops when the mana put into the skill has run its course. A good example is of a healer with a cracked, healing touch, with an overhealth effect. Someone's head got smashed flat. The man clapped, the brain was completely destroyed, and even with the best medical technology and healing, he should have stayed dead. Even if he had been saved, his memories should have been wiped. New gray matter had to grow. With the overhealth, though, it was like a balloon inflating. Poof, he was up and perfectly fine, memories intact. Closest thing to a miracle you'll ever see. Melinda asked with eyes wide, "What does that mean for my talent?" The healer looked to the Emperor before saying, "It means you just became the most valuable healer in the Empire. Every spell you cast will guarantee your party doesn't stay dead. Further testing will need to be done, but I don't think you'll ever need to learn directed healing skills. You can have a very lucrative career in either the civilian or delving side of medicine. I'd be happy to." The Emperor lifted a hand, and the man stopped immediately. "She and her party are on the path, and we won't interfere." "Of course, Your Majesty. I got ahead of myself." The Emperor waved him down and looked through the screen. "If you wish to leave the path, I won't stop you, and I'm sure Tullies would snatch you up in a heartbeat. But instead, I'll just leave the offer on the table if you guys decide to stop climbing or fall off. My time on the path was some of the best of my life. It's where I made the truest of friends and had the moments I'm proudest of. I only made it to tier 20 before falling off, but those tiers are truly mine. No one can say that I didn't earn those. Ascend as much as you can. I can guarantee that no one will talk about your talent, but I want a promise from all of you." The 7 of them nodded. For the first time, the Emperor looked stern. Even the soft light radiating from his eyes grew hard. For a moment, the colors contrasted, and the world sharpened. It lasted only a breath. "Don't die. Don't push yourselves till you take stupid risks. I don't just say this because of your talent but because it's a trap. So many try to be the next Duke Waters and end up corpses. I've lost too many friends to rifts, and I'll never know how they died. Don't add to their numbers." The Emperor looked to the side and said, "I've taken up enough of your time. Can you send in the other 3? I need to make things clear to them. Go and enjoy your evening and have the rager you deserve for reaching tier 3. With a smile, he dismissed them. Hurrying out the door, they saw Griff and the other 2 pacing the hall. When Melinda informed them that the Emperor wanted to see them, the trio looked like they were walking to their own executions. Matt noticed that none of them hesitated to enter the room despite their trepidation. They all looked at each other before Vinny said, "I need a fucking drink." and a change of underwear. The Path of Ascension Chapter 7 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 7. Matt woke up fuzzy and lightheaded. Opening his eyes, he found himself pressed against a door. As the memories came back, he couldn't help but groan. After talking to the Emperor, the 7 of them had done as suggested and partied hard. One too many drinks in, Melinda had tried to drag the older Matt off to consummate their relationship. It took the other 5 to keep them away from each other and drag them to their own rooms. Not 5 minutes after Melinda had been put into her room, she had tried to sneak into Matt's. That had left the boys sleeping in Matt's room to stop him from doing the same. Matt looked around and saw that everyone else was still unconscious. Checking the time, he decided to get breakfast for everyone. Returning from the dining hall, Matt found Sam with eyes covered sitting on the couch. She peeked at him and made, "Give me," hands to the bags of food. Matt instead set the bags on the table and said, "Wake the girls please," but only got a hiss in reply. After waking the boys up, Matt set the table and started eating himself, slowly. As he was picking at the food, the others trickled out of the rooms and to the table. Matt was the first to speak. The older boy had the beginnings of a bruise on his cheek. "Who punched me last night?" "I don't remember." Matt answered, "No one. You fell, and your face met a wall. So if you fought anyone, it was a loss against a wall." Melinda pointed a finger at Matt and a green light danced to him before sinking in, quickly healing the bruise. The healer repeated the move at all of them, and as Matt felt the spell hit him, it washed away his hangover. He could have used that spell before he went and got breakfast for everyone. The dining hall had been noisy and painful. After eating, they sat around the TV, not having to do anything for a few hours more. Trying to find something that wasn't news coverage about the Junipers, they found a channel that was reviewing tournament videos. Light and Shadow are still crushing it in the Tier 23 to 24 groups despite being only Tier 21. Truly, it's remarkable to watch the people with the best chance to complete the Path of Ascension. It would be a first since Duke Waters himself 400 years ago. That got Matt's attention. Someone was close to completing the path? That was huge news. Sadly, they had joined the program at the end and it closed out and new anchors replaced the last and a new segment started. Matt turned and asked, "Do you know who they were talking about?" "Light and Shadow?" Matt and Sam covered their faces as Melinda, Kyle, Vinny, and Tara all spoke over each other. "Yeah, how do you not? They are only the best couple ever. Shadow is amazing, she's the best." Melinda gave useful information. Light and Shadow are a couple on the Path of Ascension. Just the 2 of them. They are Tier 21 and only 107 years old. At that tier, they have until 138 before they fall off. Kyle interjected, "They won't fall off. Duke Waters himself met with them and said he'd bet his duchy that they are the next to complete the path. He's never spoken up for a person on the path before. He can't be wrong." Tara flicked a picture to the screen adding, "They are super strong. Shadow has some kind of shadow teleporting talent. Most speculate it's her Tier 3, but no one knows for sure obviously. But she is nearly untouchable because she also got a hold of shadow control at some point." She looked dreamy as she questioned, "How can you hit someone who disappears at will?" Here is their Tier 15 Path of Ascension tournament. It's the last sponsored tournament on the path. After that, they compete in normal tournaments, usually against a few tiers higher. Watch this. On the screen, 2 parties' lineups were shown. On the left was a team of 5 listed with their names and positions. They had a normal composition of tank, melee damage, ranged damage, mage, and healer. The other side showed just two masked faces, one in the lightest of gray and the other the darkest gray without being black. The names Light and Shadow were under their portraits. The fight started quickly as Tara jumped ahead of the commentary. The party of 5 was across a huge ring that must have spanned a mile across. They quickly turtled up, but it did them no good. Shadow simply melted into the ground before Light shot forward. The large man covered the mile in a breath. Light's weapon of choice was a hammer with a head that was at least 5 inches across. The way the Tier 15 handled it showed the massive weight of the hammer. The tank intercepted the blow with his physical shield and a larger copy made by some skill. At the moment of impact, a blinding light whited the screen out before the camera adjusted for the brightness. When the picture came back, the fight was already over. There was a replay that showed the events during the bright flash. The moment Light had struck the tank's shield, Shadow used the man's own shadow and tore through the rest of the team. Every throat was slit with such speed that even slowed down Matt couldn't actually see the blade appear from the darkness, only follow the clutching of throats. The tank who took the blow from Light didn't fare any better. His shield was mangled and even his heavy plate armor was dented to such a degree that Matt was sure his chest was crushed. Matt couldn't believe it and had to ask, "That wasn't an exhibition match? That other party was on the path? No way they were defeated in one single attack." Vinny answered with a huge grin. "Yup, and a good party as well. They were Tier 15s who delved rifts at Tier 16. There just isn't anything to do against massive power differences. Why didn't they just counter the light that Light used? Then Shadow couldn't have gotten into their entire team. Seems like an easy way to counter the duo. Light seems more like a support that enables Shadow than someone that powerful on their own." Matt still couldn't believe what he had just watched. Tara scoffed at that. "Yeah, people had the same thoughts as you before. Not hard to think of after all. It doesn't matter though, Light could have handled that entire team himself. Look, this was a 1 version 1 when Light was Tier 10. With a flick of her finger a new video started. This time 2 announcers talked before the pre-match introductions. "Pepper, do you think Light has a chance here? His opponent is a peak Tier 10 and Light only broke through the Tier 10 wall 2 days ago. I don't think he has a chance. We've seen how he makes Shadow stronger and gives her mobility, but he hasn't done much himself this entire tournament in the party versus party. Now that it's down to the 1 versus 1s, I think it's the end for this half of the winning party. I think he's out of this match. His opponent is a hybrid tank with projected bulwark as his main skill. It's going to be hard to break through that. In the team fights it was Shadow who took him out. Even damage-heavy ascenders will have a hard time getting through that. I just don't think he has the power to do it." The countdown ended and the man in full plate looked at Light, and as the counter hit 0 he pushed out his shield and from it, a 10-foot-tall replica made from mana appeared and he taunted, "Let's see you get through this without your little whore in the shadows." Light pulled a longsword out from nowhere. Matt assumed it was a spatial device somewhere, and slashed in a lazy X pattern. From the blade, 2 crescents of energy shot out, racing towards the armored man. Then Light thrust out and a third beam appeared. The first 2 mana slashes cracked the large projection before the third energy attack pierced the projected bulwark, and the man behind it. The announcers went wild. Was that a thrust with mana slash? That's impossible. The skill needs a slashing movement to discharge the stored energy. This is completely unheard of. Effin. Tara paused the recording. See? They are monsters. That was them at Tier 15 and Light at Tier 10. Now they don't even have to try to win against Tier 23s. And they are so young they aren't even rushing the last few tiers like Duke Waters had to. Melinda chimed in, "They are so strong. I wish I could have half of their power someday." Matt was aghast. That was how top-tier cultivators fought. Matt thought over the mana slash that had been used as a thrust. He wanted a small part of that power. That was where the peak was. He did wonder about the masks, so asked the group. Vinny was the fastest to respond. It's not super common, but it isn't rare either. Not everyone wants the notoriety of climbing the path. So the masks. So no one knows what they look like? Tara answered him, nope, not even a little. Duke Waters killed like 20 people when they revealed his face during his climb. He was anonymous, but someone snuck a camera into a private changing room. Then he couldn't go anywhere without crowds blocking his way or assassins from the other powers. He's made it very clear anyone who breaks the rule will regret it. Melinda added, it only happened once and he kept his word about it. A team at Tier 7 got outed and he went in and slaughtered the entire company. That's not true, he only killed those who ordered it and did it. He only killed like 3 people. That bullshit about him slaughtering everyone is propaganda against him. Vinny countered Melinda's statement. Matt tuned out the bickering. He wanted that power. How would it feel to smash everyone, even tiers above your own? His resolve to delve and climb the path of ascension just grew every time he pictured that sword thrust. Matt had just entered the rift and could tell something was wrong. He had proof in the first room where one unclothed and shoddily armed goblin should be. He found 3 goblins armored in the scale armor only found in the last room with the champion. Matt had been planning on using a shield and mace for this delve but quickly put them in the sack and drew his longsword. No reason to risk something new without my best weapon. Matt debated leaving to report the anomaly, but then he would lose out on his chance to delve. And it wasn't like these goblins could hurt him with his cracked phantom armor active. What do I have to fear? At worst there would be 3 hobgoblins and then he could retreat to the entrance. Matt advanced. It took more time, but through every room, he found 3 times the amount of goblins he usually did. Halfway through he thought he had an idea of what was going on. He'd heard about something rifts could rarely do, a rift challenge. If Matt was remembering correctly, it could happen to any tier of rift but was incredibly rare. It had been covered in his introduction information, but Matt couldn't remember exactly what had been explained, but the statistic 1 in a million stood out to him. Matt did know one thing: the greater the relative risk, the better the reward. It was always mentioned when delvers made daring risks and became legends overnight. The catch was that greater rewards came with greater challenges. If his memories were right, a Tier 1 rift going through a rift challenge put its power at Tier 2 strength, but the rewards would dwarf any Tier 2 rift's normal rewards. That thought pushed Matt on. He could take a Tier 2 rift if he was careful and slow. Would Light and Shadow have run from this? No. They are so strong they would have done this without breaking a sweat. This is my chance. I could get Tier 2 mana stones. If I'm lucky I could get a Tier 2 essence stone. Or maybe something better? Matt knew greed was driving him forward but couldn't stop. Risk was paired with reward. That was the one constant of the rifts. When he was one set of rooms away from the final encounter, the enemies changed from fully armored goblins to the normal hobgoblins. That almost made him turn around but hesitated. If the boss was just a training monster now? What's waiting for me in the final room? Matt decided he should at least see what was waiting for him. Even if I turn around now, I've still got more essence than in 3 normal delves, and way more gear to sell. This is profitable either way. But let's at least check the final room. Matt finished off the 3 hobgoblins with little difficulty. He had been fighting them for almost 4 months now. He could predict every one of their moves. Peering into the final room, Matt froze up. Instead of the normal 5 goblins and 1 hobgoblin, it was 5 hobgoblins and what Matt was pretty sure was an orc. The large tusked monster stood at least 6 feet 5 inches and was so wide even at that height it looked stocky. Matt looked from the pile of armor and weapons he had dragged here and back to the orc. Then he looked to the reward distortion. It shone with whitish blue light to his spiritual sense. It spoke to Matt, it whispered of power and fame. In his mind, he could see light and shadow fighting, could see a single blow of lights crush a tank at his own tier who was also on the path at tier 15. Crushing someone most thought of as the best of the best, in a single blow. The Emperor's words from weeks prior rang in his mind, "In a few hundred years I expect great things from you." Looking back felt cowardly. Matt wanted greatness, wanted the power, the fame. He looked at the reward distortion, he wanted that item. He craved it. Matt stepped into the room. Things didn't go well when Matt stepped through the entrance. The hobs who Matt now saw were in much better armor than usually charged at him. The orc pulled a throwing axe off his belt and threw it at Matt. Matt sidestepped it, but the wind of its passage and the spray of chipped stones from the wall stressed, cracked phantom armor, in a way that even the boss hobgoblins never did. This might have been a terrible idea. There was no more time for regret as the hobs were on him. He was able to bait out and punish an attack by the closest hob and drew his sword under its helmet, slitting its throat. He sidestepped to keep the orc from throwing another axe at him while he was open, but as the hobgoblin blocked his view, Matt saw a smirk on the orc's tusked face. Matt threw himself to the side. As he came up from the roll, he saw a hob take the projectile to the back. It was buried to the shaft, through the armor. The power of the axe sent the hob into his 2 remaining brothers, and Matt took the chance to finish the downed opponents before they could stand. The hit monster was a grim prediction of what Matt would look like if the throwing axe landed. As he stabbed down, Matt heard the whoosh and rolled again. The throwing axe bounced off the wall and Matt looked to the orc as it lifted a shield and spear and came at him. Quickly retrieving his longsword, Matt deflected a probing thrust of the spear to almost catch a shield bash when he stepped to the orc's left. He looked to the entrance to escape. This wasn't a fight he could win, but the orc had curled around and was blocking his retreat. The pull of the reward and promise of glory were gone. All Matt felt was terror at his fate if he made a single mistake in the fight. Matt flicked a strike at the orc's legs as it was pulling the spear back after a light jab. The orc just stepped back and thrust again with the spear, shield raised and at the ready. This orc is keeping me back with his height and weapon length advantage. What do I do? What can I do? Matt deflected the spear again, but instead of using the flat of his blade, he used the edge. He'd be spending money to have the blade fixed from striking the hardwood, but it was better than dying. As Matt repeatedly attacked the haft of the spear, he waited until he felt enough damage was done and dodged to the left and chopped the head off the spear. He went to press the advantage, but the orc reacted quickly, discarding the shaft and covered himself with the shield while retreating. Matt drew his dagger with his left hand and threw it at the orc's face. The dagger was going to miss, but the orc instinctively raised his shield to block the thrown weapon and Matt thrust with his sword. He caught the orc in the guts and when the weapon was inside pulled with all his might to try and eviscerate the monster. The orc was faster than Matt predicted and slammed its shield down and ripped the weapon out of Matt's hands and its guts. That's when Matt noticed a red haze appearing around the orc. He knew what the skill was and immediately retreated, leaving his sword on the ground. It was Berserker's Rage, a skill rarely used by humanity because it relied on taking injuries to fuel stronger attacks and speed increases. The skill had the nasty side effect that any wounds were much harder to heal when active, so only the crazy used it. or monsters. Matt had heard it was fairly common to see used by melee monsters. He just hadn't expected a Tier 1 rift, even one under the influence of a rift challenge, to produce a Tier 3 monster. Matt turned and ran to where a thrown axe had bounced off the wall. He heard a whooshing sound from behind and tried to dodge, but was hit by the thrown shield in the left side and arm. Matt felt the arm and several ribs break under the hit. Cracked phantom armor. Flickered as it consumed the channeled mana to rebuild the skill after the massive blow. Matt was sent sprawling, his skill off long enough to scrape his face and good hand along the stone floor. Quickly he forced himself to stand through the pain. The only good thing was he had landed on the axe, and as he stood he swung it where he expected the orc. The orc was faster. Under the suicidal influence of Berserker's Rage, it had charged with arm spread intent to take Matt down, to use its weight and strength advantages by grappling. Matt's wild swing had cut into the outstretched hand, but the pain meant nothing to the monster with Berserker's Rage active. Unable to get completely out of the way, Matt was bowled over, and only cracked phantom armor kept the impact on landing on his left side from overwhelming his senses. Scrambling to his feet, he turned and ran before the orc could orientate towards him for another charge. If that brute gets a good grip on me, I'm done for. I'll never break free before he crushes me. Cracked phantom armor. Or no, cracked phantom armor. The orc had already proven even a glancing attack was strong enough to overwhelm the skill. As Matt reached the center of the room and turned, axe raised to see the charging orc just feet away. The monster's stance was low with arms over its head, protecting itself from the raised axe. I don't want to die here. I can't lose in a Tier 1 rift. Matt firmed his will. Panicking wouldn't do him any good, he needed to take advantage of his one advantage. The orc was using Berserker's Rage, and that made it less rational. The monster approached with bounding strides. It was so fast Matt only had a moment to make a decision. I will be endless. Matt had an instant of clarity, the world sharpened and the pain of his broken arm faded. He could see his overhead blow wouldn't work, so he dropped the axe and with his right hand picked up the broken haft of the spear, wedging its iron-clad butt into the stony ground. The enraged orc ran onto the weapon, impaling itself on the broken remains of its own weapon. Dying hands tried to get a grip on Matt as they went tumbling, but cracked phantom armor gave enough defense to outlast the orc's final, desperate struggles. Matt felt a massive amount of essence enter his spirit. It felt like he had eaten far too much, but instead of his stomach being bloated, it was his spirit. On his back, Matt gazed past the ceiling before starting to laugh. That had been exhilarating. He felt truly alive. He had fought a monster that was probably at Tier 3 and he had won. Still laying on the cool stone of the floor, Matt looked to the orc a few feet away. He was pretty sure that only monsters at the very peak of Tier 2 or Tier 3 had skills. Matt laughed again, but the pain in his left side stopped him from doing so. Looking down, Matt saw red staining the insides of his cracked phantom armor. Huh? Cracked phantom armor keeps my blood inside? Why? Matt carefully stood up and fetched the axe he had baited the orc with. He was taking a trophy. With careful maneuvering, Matt decapitated the orc and proceeded to gather the armor from outside and all the metal from the final room. His sack was nearly too heavy to lift. Only with great care and finagling did Matt get everything into the sack without aggravating his injuries too much. He still felt foggy and the pain cut through the little relief it gave him. Matt was damned if he was going to leave a single thing behind. Even if he got Melinda to heal him, healing was expensive and he refused to take advantage of his friends. He had seen best friends turn to enemies at the orphanage over items worth far less than a healer's skill. Gingerly he moved the pile of loot to the exit rift and looked to the final reward. Now after the fight was over it once again called to him with bluish light. He paused. Some instinct told him this was a pivotal moment. Matt waited, the pain in his side growing as the adrenaline faded. He knew there was no proof that a reward wasn't already set when the rift was created, but Matt felt the moment wasn't quite right. Matt sent out a pulse of essence. Nothing had changed, but he felt that was the moment. In the place of the small distortion was a. Matt wasn't sure what it was. It looked like a fist-sized egg made of ice. He knew about bondable creatures, but he had only heard of them as pets to be bought from breeders after Tier 5. Because of the spirit contract the creature made with a human needed the human to have a minimum strength. Matt hated that so much information was kept from the low-tiered ascenders. He sighed. There was nothing he could do about it now except get it scanned and evaluated. Looking at the orc's head at the top of the sack made Matt smile again. The risk was sky-high, my reward should match that. Matt pulled out his pad and typed a message to Melinda to ask for her help. The message would be sent once he left the rift and he could deal with broken bones for the time it took to get to the living quarters on the edge of the island. He was not looking forward to the ride back from the center of the island, but if he was going to pay a healer's outrageous fees he wanted the money to go to a friend and not a stranger. Broken bones weren't life-threatening. Matt placed the large egg next to the orc head and lifted the sack, hissing as the weight put pressure on his broken ribs. Stepping through the portal, Matt was quickly seen and helped by the waiting guards. As he was led out of the room, Matt declined the offer of healers, saying that he had one on the way. Before Matt could make his way to the checkout desk he heard Melinda. How is she here so fast? Matt couldn't understand. He had taken much longer than usual to finish the rift. It should be well after they usually finished their rift. Even after becoming Tier 3s they never took more than 3 hours to finish a del. Matt was grabbed by Melinda and as her hand touched him he felt her skill, ranged heal, soothing the pain. When Melinda's face moved in front of his, he didn't understand. Her mouth was moving but no sound was coming out. Deactivate your skill, it is interfering with my healing. Matt felt the fog lift in his mind and stopped feeding mana to cracked phantom armor. As he did he felt wetness moving down his side. Matt felt hands guiding him to the ground. He tried to protest but was overruled and manhandled down. As he felt more gentle soothing energy washing the aches and pains away, Matt became more clear-headed. You back with us, Matt? What happened? Melinda was kneeling over him and an older lady in healer's robes stood behind her. Yeah, I'm good, think I had a concussion. No shit, and your left side was all fucked up. You realize you had a 2-inch chunk cut out of your side? I think it was a rift challenge. It was way harder than it should have been. The older healer interjected. That's a bold claim, young man. Do you have any proof or are you trying to save face because you fucked up? That irritated Matt. Who was she to judge him? She was implying he couldn't handle a Tier 1 rift. Look in the sack and tell me what you think. It should be all the proof I need. Matt got the shock he expected but not for the reason he thought. Instead of pulling the orc head out the healer removed the large egg made of ice. I'll give you 1,000,000 credits for this, she said and started to tuck the egg away. Matt shouted, fuck no. The healer hesitated but looked at the guards before saying, 10 million. Matt struggled to get up, give it back. Who did this woman think she was? Matt's commotion had drawn the guard captain to see what was wrong and he said, Iris, you know that pressuring a sponsored individual is against policy and trying to lowball a prize is even more of a crime. It's not like he would make good use of it. The idiot almost got killed in a Tier 1 rift. He should take some money and go live a normal life. The healer holding his reward tried to step away after saying that. The guard captain walked over to the sack and pulled the orc head out. Sure looks like to me and my spiritual sense that this idiot who almost got himself killed in a Tier 1 rift, killed a Tier 3 orc who was using Berserker's Rage, before it died. Matt was startled. How could he tell all of that? Was his spiritual sense that good or was it something else? It represented the power he wanted. If he had power, this arrogant healer would never dare to try and steal what was his. The guard captain continued, "You know as well as I do that a Tier 3 can only appear in a Tier 1 with a rift challenge. And you want to try and steal from someone on the path? Someone on the path that can kill a Tier 3 at Tier 1? If the Empire didn't hunt you down, how long do you think before he did?" As he finished, Griff suddenly appeared, and I already reported this incident. The healer looked pale but still tried to defend herself. Matt's egg clutched to her chest. This is wasted on him. 10 million is more than fair. Griff interrupted her. Iris, you know stealing from someone who is on the path while working at a playpen is a capital offense. Iris tried to speak but Griff cut her off, and 10 million for that egg is stealing. Iris, you know it and so does everyone here. Now, how about you put? It should be mine. I've been healing these brats for so long, I deserve this. If I can't have it, he sure ca. Matt's heart stopped as Iris moved to smash the egg, but before she could do more than raise her hand, Griff had already moved. He was holding her raised hand, his entire arm through her chest. With a shake, he took hold of Matt's egg and dislodged the dead healer. "Captain, I'm sure you and your men will act as witnesses for the investigation. The cameras should have gotten everything, but we'll still need to go through the motions." Griff, with one arm covered in blood, looked at the 7 on the floor. "Why do you all insist on making my life difficult?" He handed the egg to Matt and peeked at the orc head with a nod. "Well, the events shouldn't be that hard to explain. Matt, I'm assuming that you found yourself in a rift challenge and decided not to leave?" Matt, now having been completely healed and only sore, nodded. "I remembered they were rare and—" Griff sighed and cut him off. "They aren't actually that rare, solo delvers find them more often, one in say 10 to 20,000 delves. It's the rift's way to get a free kill. They get stronger with every death inside them." That was common knowledge. Rifts could grow slowly over time, but deaths accelerated the process. Rifts aren't alive, but they do run like magical code with a lot of if statements. If the group that enters is stronger than it, the rift uses as little essence as it can to not waste resources. If the group is weaker than it, it will send the normal monster. Because why waste the essence? But there is a gray spot between the two. If the rift's calculations think it can get a kill if it boosts the power a bit, and it thinks that it won't spend more on a rift challenge than it would get for killing the delvers, it can do one. Most solo delvers are smart enough to back out and just re-enter. It's essence expensive and the rift can't recycle the monsters. Rift challenges have a survival rate of about 1 in a million for solo delvers. It's better for those on the path because most are stronger than average, but it's still near 1 in 500,000. The rifts only do it when the math adds up in their favor. So please explain why you were stupid enough to actually attempt it. Matt suddenly felt very foolish. The information Griff stated cleared up the confusion he had. He had thought that there was a 1 in a million chance to get a rift challenge, not 1 in a million chance to survive one. I misremembered it as being 1 in a million to find 1 in. Didn't want to pass the chance up. Griff ground the heels of his hands into his eyes, not noticing or caring about the blood covering his hand. Then he wordlessly screamed into his hands. Matt suddenly felt really scared. Would Griff hurt him if he snapped? After he stopped screaming, Griff took his hands off his face and said, I can't even accurately prove to you how dangerous that was. I just hope you remember that in the future the difference between tiers is larger. Tier 1 to 3 is manageable. The bloody handprint covering half his face made each word menacing. Not by everyone, or even most people. But it's not completely unheard of. As you ascend to higher tiers, it takes more essence to advance, and that makes the gaps wider. There is a reason those that complete the path are so rare. It's a race where you have to fight 2 or more tiers above yourself, and at tier 20 and higher, it's nearly impossible to cross tiers. That's why those that can are so highly valued. Griff was working himself up, and even the guard captain had retreated. Matt felt frozen and vulnerable on the ground with just Melinda and Party directly behind him. There has been one fucking person to do it in the last 1,000 years. 1,000 fucking years. Can you imagine how many people have been born in the Empire in the last millennium? Matt didn't think he was supposed to answer that, but when Griff paused he began to open his mouth before Griff's eyes refocused and said, "I just looked it up. About 114 billion per year. Give or take some. 114 billion people per year over the last millennium. Not a single one has managed to replicate Duke Waters' feat. You are not special. You are not better than the 114 trillion people before you." Griff took a deep breath and sighed. He looked aged 10 years. "And the worst thing is you got rewarded for your reckless behavior. Tens of millions will die trying to get the same reward as you did. If you care at all you'll keep that." He waved at the egg in Matt's hand. "Source a secret. Just say you got lucky in the normal rift, or better yet don't answer. Because if it gets out that it was from a rift challenge, every new person on any playpen for the next decade will try instead of escaping like is recommended. They will attempt to repeat your feat, and so few will make it out alive. And even fewer will make it through alive and victorious as you did." Matt felt terrible. He hadn't thought his actions out that far. What was this egg? Was it so valuable to send people to their deaths to risk getting something similar? The icy egg suddenly felt heavier than the orc corpse had when it tried to end his life with its own. "Melinda, is he okay to move?" Melinda just nodded at Griff's question, not daring to speak. "You can all go home. I beg you not to talk about this. I really do. I just had to kill a tier 8 healer because of it. Please don't get more people killed. I'm so very tired of watching children die." With that, Griff was gone. The Path of Ascension Chapter 8, The Path of Ascension, Royal Road. Chapter 8. Usually, Matt rode a bus that made trips between the rift and developed area of the island, but not tonight. None of them wanted to wait near the rifts. Matt looked down at the trophy he had been so proud of and felt sick. With an effort that strained his recently healed body, he threw the orc's head into the woods. It had transformed from a symbol of his bravery and victory, to a token of his stupidity. He nearly died and had wanted to take the head of his fallen foe and proudly proclaim he had killed it. That Matthew Alexander was the next Duke Waters. The next light and shadow. The encounter now tasted like ashes. Healer Iris's greed towards the cold egg in his hand had angered him. It still had him simmering. If not for the Empire and its rules, the strong would be able to take anything they wanted. Matt wasn't strong. He was protected by a tier 50 who was planets away and wanted people to grow and not be oppressed. That wasn't his strength. The healer should have followed the rules, but instead tried to oppress Matt with her money and power. Griff was a better person than Iris, but what if he hadn't been? Everything he risked his life for could have been snatched in an instant. He did not want to. No, he could never be weak again. Iris reminded him of how he felt at 8, when the rift break had torn everyone he had ever loved away from him. He knew he had only been a child, but if people had been stronger, the rift break would have been easily pushed back. If the Junipers had done their duty, he wouldn't have lost everything he held dear. Power is the only way to protect what I care about. Matt wanted that power. He looked at Melinda, Matt, Kyle, Sam, Vinny, and Tara. He wanted to be able to protect his friends that had run to help, even if he didn't know how they got there so fast. Now wasn't the time to ask, but he wanted to be able to return the favor however he could. Griff had been right, he could admit that. Matt may have misremembered the information about rift challenges, but Matt had played it smart and cautious until he had seen the reward distortion. If he hadn't been blinded by his avarice, he would have retreated, and still could have made good gains in both essence and credits. The fight with the orc could have gone worse in 1,000 different ways. Any misstep or dodge in the wrong direction, and Matt could have been killed. He had only been hit with a single thrown shield and it destroyed the left side of his body. Matt knew he was lucky that it was only a glancing blow, and that, cracked phantom armor, had stopped him from bleeding out. His left side was covered in blood from only a few moments between the skill turning off and Melinda healing him. The area felt odd to his senses. The wounds were healed, but now the area felt off, like it wasn't quite his own body anymore. Matt looked to the healer, he owed her. He couldn't imagine how to even begin to repay the debt. He promised himself that he would one day. He would become strong enough that he wouldn't need to rely on the protection of the Empire and the Emperor. He wouldn't need to lean on his friends. Matt wanted to be able to support them as they had supported him. To do that he needed to get strong. As the long walk was ending and the residential area was in sight, Melinda broke the long silence. Healer Iris wasn't a good person. Rumor had it she was here because she tried to extort someone while acting as an official healer. It's just a rumor, but she's always been an asshole. Matt chimed in after his girlfriend, "Well, I think her actions tonight kinda prove those rumors right." "Yeah, I guess they do." Tara quietly asked, "Did Griff have to kill her? That seems a little excessive with his power." Kyle quietly answered her, "Yeah, he did. Theft of rift rewards is considered banditry, and the punishment for that is always death. My combat tutor talked about it. He said it's considered kinder to just kill them and avoid the publicity." "That's stupid, we shouldn't kill anyone that easily. She could have been given a second chance." "She was on her second chance. No way she deserves a third, she tried to steal from Matt." "Are you saying she should?" "No, Matt felt the need to interject before they got farther off track. "Thanks for the quick reaction, I swear I'll." He was stopped as a red-eyed Melinda jumped in front of him, finger in his face. "If you say, 'Pay me back,' by every ring of hell there is. I will hurt you. We help each other. That's what friends do. If you had the chance I'm sure you'd do the same. All that's needed is a thank you." As he opened his mouth to protest, Melinda glared harder. "The next words that leave your mouth better not be anything other than, thank you. Do not fucking test me." Matt acquiesced. "Thank you, Melinda." He looked to the rest of her party, "Thanks to all of you. I just don't want you guys to feel like I'm only friends with you for free heals. I've seen friendships end over far less. And I value our friendship too much." Matt looped an arm around his shoulder. "It's not like we haven't had to fend off people who just wanted to cozy up to us for Melinda's abilities. It's easy to tell who's who. Also, as the healer who treated you, I'm banning you from delving for the next 2 shifts. You can do that?" "Yeah, and I'll make it 3 if you give me any more lip." Looking at her still red eyes and slight sniffle she was trying to hide, Matt didn't feel it would be smart to call her bluff. "Okay, but you need to explain what happened." Sam pushed the conversation to safer waters. After you all explain how you got to the rift so fast. Easy. You're usually out of the rift way before us, and when you didn't answer our message we got worried. We saw your pad hadn't gone online since your rift time, so we waited outside in case you needed Melinda's help. We know your skill makes it so you can't really get hurt in a Tier 1 rift, so we got worried. Kyle added, unless he's crazy enough to fight a Tier 3. I'm surprised you can walk, Matt. Matt didn't know what he was talking about. Walk? His legs hadn't been injured. With the size of those balls on you, I'm surprised you aren't just bouncing down the road on them. Oh. The attempt at humor didn't quite land, but he appreciated the effort. Tara added, yeah, give us the story, how did you do it? So Matt told them. Their reactions made him feel a little better after Griff's dressing down. But he still felt Griff had been mostly right, even if a little harsh. He definitely would make a different decision if presented with the same situation a second time. The incident felt as if it happened to someone else once the adrenaline had run its course. As they got to the housing complex, Matt was urged to scan the egg, and after he had, they rushed to the group's suite to view the results privately. Bound pet. Arctic fox. Elemental affinity. Ice. The group then looked up how to bond the pet, which was like bonding a skill shard. Send essence in, and then a few days later the creature would hatch. That sparked a debate on why a fox was in an egg, until Melinda, who was looking up the procedures with Matt, saw an author's note. She read it out loud. Guys, holy shit. This explains why Iris tried so hard to steal the egg. Listen to this, while Arctic foxes aren't particularly stronger than other bound pets, they are prized for their beauty. Most eggs that are placed on the market go for 50 Tier 11 mana stones. Wow. That's a lot of credits. Then Melinda straightened, that bitch Iris only offered you 10 million credits. Wait, why is it worth 50 Tier 11 mana stones and not 5 Tier 12 mana stones? Kyle asked. That led to more searching for the group to learn that after Tier 5, mana stones increased the total mana they held, leading to a ratio jump of 50 to 1. Then another jump every 10 tiers until it was 1000 to 1 at Tier 50. Strategic resources like shielding and rift disruptors used millions of mana a second at the higher tiers. There the mana capacity of rift-made mana stones was valued much more, so the price increased faster than the total mana. Man-made mana stones that were rechargeable were only able to hold 200 mana at the same size of the rift-made ones. After that they ballooned in size. Matt and the others spent the rest of the evening trying to decide on what to name the unhatched Arctic fox, looking at the available pictures with a chorus of oohs and ahs. They even watched some combat footage with companion Arctic foxes. There wasn't much, but what they found impressed Matt. The lowest tier of video they found was Tier 7, but the fox had created a small blizzard then shot icicles at the targets. Matt looked at the egg in his lap. The Playpen net said it could take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to hatch, but Matt wanted it to hatch now. Or rather, in the morning. He was tired and needed to get pet supplies. Shit, what do foxes need? Are they like cats? Dogs? I've never had a pet. The next morning Matt stood outside Griff's door. It was early enough that Matt hadn't expected the man to be in, but the light was on so he knocked. Come in. Matt did so and Griff looked surprised to see him. He gave Matt a tired smile and said, "Sorry about yesterday, I shouldn't have yelled at you. I had just come back from a party's funeral, but that doesn't excuse how I acted. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that and I apologize." Matt was surprised. This wasn't how he expected this to go. He had planned to apologize and thank the older man. "No sir, you were right. It was stupid to push on. I got greedy and it almost got me killed. I thought over the fight a lot last night and it went about as well as it could have. I'm pretty good, but I know I'm not good enough to attempt to kill a tier 3. I got lucky. This next part felt embarrassing, but Matt pushed on. I thought I could be the next light and shadow. I told myself to take it easy and not risk it. And I did until the last room. Before that, only the last 3 rooms could even get through my skill, and they were just the normal hobgoblins. Even 3 of them aren't so strong that I was concerned at all. Swallowing Matt finished, and I looked in and saw the hobs and the orc. I knew I should have turned around, but when I saw the reward distortion, it felt. Matt looked down and pulled the large ice egg out of the backpack. It felt like this was my chance to be great. I considered myself too good and skilled to waste the opportunity. I swore that I'd be the next person to complete the path. It was just bullshit justification to be greedy. I looked up what little info I could find, and light and shadow were clearing tier 1 rifts at tier 1. They weren't great and strong until they got skills and experience. I don't have either. But I thought I did, especially after winning. So. I just wanted to thank you for the reality check. And stopping that healer from stealing my prize. Griff had leaned back in his chair and had a slight smile after Matt finished. Well, I didn't expect that. A lot of people don't appreciate the fact that they are not the hero of the story, that they won't get to save the Empire and get the girl. I thought I was hot shit. I thought I was the next Duke Waters. I believed it. My whole team thought we were going to be the next greats. So we started delving into tier 11s at tier 10. It's how we fell off the path. My wife was chopped in half. 2 of my teammates were moments from death, but thankfully we were able to retreat with our lives. And the worst part is I didn't even get a bruise. That was the day I learned that I wasn't special. My wife and 2 of my best friends were almost the price I had to pay to learn that lesson. Griff turned a picture on his desk around of him holding a woman smiling up at him with another couple doing the same. I treasure them more than advancing fast. The prizes are an illusion, Matt. After tier 5's free skill shard, the path is not worth risking everything. You know how age works with cultivation? Matt shook his head. I know the higher you get until tier 15 you live longer, but I don't know the details. At tier 10 you'll have a life expectancy of almost 700 years, Matt. 700 years is a long time. Those that go slow and steady are far more likely to hit tier 15, and those that do hit tier 15 slowly are more likely to reach tier 25. People like to fixate on the path, but it's a charnel house. Then why is the path a thing? It seems wasteful. It is and it isn't. I wish it weren't so, but the path is a net positive. The Empire isn't the only tier 50 power out there. There are 7 others of relative strength. And all have some variation of the path. It shows everyone else that our younger generation is strong. It's an internal competition to show external power. The last war the Empire fought was 600 or 700 years ago. It was a tame war as far as those things go, and still we lost 800 million people. What was the war about? Matt was curious now. Griff laughed, but there was no humor in it. A tier 30 world was found with natural portals to both Empire territory and the Republic. Both sides claimed it, and so blood was shed. Do you know why we haven't had another? Matt shook his head. Duke Waters. He's one of 3 people in all 8 great powers who have completed the path. He alone stops any attempts. And his presence will continue to do so until he ascends to the higher planes. How can one man do that? It seems like they could just send a squad of tier 40s or stronger. That isn't allowed. Seeing Matt's surprise, Griff laughed for real this time. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Wars are only fought with people tier 15 to tier 35. But attacking someone in a lower tier is strictly forbidden. If a tier 16 kills a tier 15, it can domino all the way up to the tier 50s. If a tier 40 or higher wants to wipe out all life on a planet, it's easy. They could snap their fingers and we wouldn't know how we died. Griff leaned back and rubbed his temples. 20 or so thousand years ago a conflict happened where the rules of war were ignored. It was a three-way war between the 8 great powers, and someone somewhere killed a battalion of tier 15s. Then the other side retaliated, getting revenge by sending a team of tier 17s to kill the tier 16s. After the war was over, 40 worlds were uninhabitable. Trillions of lives lost. It cost too much to be worth it. So Duke Water's very presence stops anyone from attacking us and our allies because he's a true monster. He just reached tier 31 and he solos tier 35 rifts. The other 2 ascenders are strong but not Duke Water's strong. That's why we have the path. That's why the Empire allows its best to get killed trying to grow as strong as possible. Because one man can stop billions of deaths. And that leads me to Healer Iris. She was a valuable asset to the Empire. Healing skills are rare and those who wish to dedicate themselves to the profession are even harder to nurture. She lost that value to the Empire after her stunt. If we let people abuse their positions, it breeds enmity. If there isn't a swift punishment, people will do anything they can to take revenge. Just a few years ago, a young man's sister was raped and murdered. He tried to get the culprits punished. He reported it to the authorities and even the nobility of his planet. They ignored him. He was a lower-tiered crafter. The rapist was a mayor's son. They valued him and his sister as less because they weren't strong. Do you know what he did to get revenge? Matt didn't have words, so just shook his head. He waited until the city's defensive shielding was up and broke a family treasure. He torched a city of millions. Not a single survivor. It was the only way he could see to right the wrong done to his sister. The Empire has laws for a reason, and when they aren't fairly enforced, millions can pay the cost of a few. Matt didn't know what to say. It was a grim tale, but one he could understand. He had fantasies about getting revenge on the mayors and junipers who let the rift breaks occur. Killing millions seemed excessive in his eyes. That just created more pain. The room was silent until Griff shook himself, sitting up and slapping his desk. On to better topics. Matt, you have skill. I've looked at your training stats and clearance rates. You're good. I think you can get to the 10th or 15th tiers safely on the path. And just that will show our enemies we have one more powerhouse in our rosters who they have to be leery of. You mentioned light and shadow. Do you know why they cover their faces? It's so they don't get assassinated by the other powers. No one wants the Empire to have 3 ascenders at once. It would be unprecedented. It would make us the strongest power by miles. Duke Waters still has another 700 or 800 years before he hits tier 45 and can travel to the higher planes. That amount of time is nothing to the other 7 powers. The mere thought of a single power having that kind of power terrifies them. Light and Shadow have probably had an attempt on their lives every few years since they hit tier 17. Matt, standing out too much will draw attention. And yes, you were right. They were weak at tier 1. It's common knowledge that they came from an under tier 5 world, and so did Duke Waters. As far as which planets they came from, that information is completely hidden. When you roll the dice trillions of times, that's how you beat the odds, and that's how the Empire gets lucky enough to have 2 sets of ascenders. War is close, Matt. Remember this. If you kill a genius before they can fully grow up, they aren't a genius. Griff stood and walked to the window, peering out at the sun as it peeked over the ocean, bathing the island in the light of the new day. To happier topics, what pet did you get? It's obviously ice-based, but did you get something crazy like an ice dragon? No, an Arctic fox. Ah, that's still a good one. It starts a bit weaker than a dragon or a phoenix, but all pets can get to absurd power levels. I don't think we even have pet collars here. Pet collars? I didn't see anything about needing a collar. Griff glanced at him and said, "Yup, it's how pets show they are owned and not just wild monsters. Also, they function like the bracelets and will allow you to share essence. I'll get one special ordered for you." Griff turned and stuck out his hand. "Matt, really, thanks for coming by. I still am sorry I snapped at you, but I appreciate you for understanding what's at stake." Then Griff laughed. "Let's hope you get a female fox." "What? Why's that, Griff?" Griff just laughed harder. All non-human monsters can take a human shape at some tier between 15 and 45. The stronger the bloodline, the higher they have to reach. Pets from rifts gain the ability as soon as they reach tier 15, unlike their naturally born counterparts. And considering you're going to be binding your spirit to your fox, sexual attraction is basically a guarantee. So bisexuality is in your future if you get a male fox. And besides, if it's a she would be foxy. Matt walked into the general store and looked at his pad. He had a list of things to get, but every time he thought of his fox pet, Matt couldn't help but remember Griff's bad joke. Griff's wife had overheard the end of his conversation and a whispered argument ensued. She told Griff that if he got an animal companion, she'd have to get a male companion of her own. Matt felt the argument was strange because she had their child in a carrier the whole time. He was just glad that the kid was asleep when he made his escape and heard the contents of Griff's desk clatter to the floor. If what Griff said was true, he hoped he got a female companion, but he couldn't find anything on the Playpen net or Planet net about rift pets turning into humans at tier 15. Is Griff messing with me? Matt wasn't sure, but it wasn't like he could change the gender of the animal in the egg. It just seemed weird to want to have sex with something that was once an animal. He pushed the thoughts off. That was a problem for decades in the future at the earliest. Griff had ordered a collar for Matt as an apology, and while Matt felt guilty accepting, when he saw the price tag of a tier 5 mana stone, his protest died. That was more than 25 times his credit limit. Griff warned him that pets were usually only bought at tier 5 because they were so expensive. The spiritual strain the bond placed on the cultivator was only a problem if the pet wasn't willing to bond. The true barrier of pet ownership on the path was the restriction on outside financial assistance for their upkeep. Griff even said he was skirting the rules pretty heavily with his apology. Matt found an employee who helped him access the off-world catalog Griff had directed him to. The prices were absurd. A month's supply of food for an Arctic fox kit cost a little more than 1,000 credits. Matt looked down at the egg and wanted to cry. He didn't know how he was going to feed the little monster. Then there was the toys and bedding. Why do toys cost hundreds of credits each? Why does the bedding cost 4,000? As Matt looked into the blatant extortion, he found that the pets were considered monsters for a good reason. At tier 1, most could chew through iron. All of their toy materials needed to be tier 3 monster parts or higher. The bedding was specially made for cold creatures, and would deflect their cold back at them, which was apparently important. Despite his best efforts, Matt couldn't find any specifics as to why. Just that every bed rated for the foxes came with it, and that feature increased the price considerably. To make matters worse, the fox would also need special alchemist concoctions to strengthen its innate cold powers. Matt could see his future of living with no savings and his debt constantly climbing. The only reassurance he had was his peak tier 1 status after the Rift Challenge. Now he just had to wait for his spirit to acclimate to its newfound power before attempting the breakthrough into tier 2. Confirming the purchase for 6 months of food, 2 supplement packages, a bed, and a massive amount of toys and grooming supplies was painful. Seeing his credit limit instantly halved, Matt almost wished Griff would yell at him again so he could get some more free stuff. If it wasn't for Griff's generosity, he wouldn't have 2 credits to rub together. The arrival time for his order was scheduled for 2 days from now, the quick turnaround being another perk of getting on Griff's bad side. He was grateful he wasn't charged with the usual fee of a Tier 8 mana stone to activate the portal off schedule. Matt decided to go to the gym to work out. He needed an outlet for his frustration at his newly acquired pauper status, and the only way to claw his way out again was to delve higher tier rifts. Tier 2, here I come. The night before the pet items arrived, Matt was in the shower, pondering the impending arrival of this creature that would have a heavy influence on the rest of his life. The frozen egg left an unfogged section in the mirror next to it as it rested in the sink next to his shower. Suddenly he felt a powerful jolt in his spiritual energy, warming and chilling him all at once. There was only one thing that this bizarre sensation could possibly mean. His fox was about to hatch. Matt hastily ended his shower, threw on his pants, and sent a rushed message to Melinda's team. He was staring at the egg placed carefully on the center of his bed, when all 6 of them barged into the room. Seeing that they hadn't missed the culminating moment of their days spent in anticipation, the team sighed in relief. Less than 15 apprehensive minutes later, a crack appeared with a crisp, satisfying, ringing sound. The egg shook slightly as the crack expanded along its surface, until finally the eggshell fragmented into frost-covered pieces. Out popped a fuzzy mass of white. She, as the hatchling had clearly asserted through their newly formed spiritual connection, was looking up at Matt as she wobbled to him on unsteady legs. The little fox advanced but 3 steps before falling over, and Matt quickly scooped her up and cradled her to his chest. She was so soft. And as frigid as a block of ice. Matt could feel a chill permeating the air around her, emanating constantly from her fur. He could barely make out sounds of appreciation and wonder coming from the others. Words like adorable, fluffy, and cuddly barely registered. He was completely lost to his surroundings, except for this new facet of his very identity. Matt only had eyes for the small creature in his arms. Her eyes were squeezed shut and she seemed perfectly content to stay pressed against his chest, but Matt could feel her exploring the link between their spirits. It didn't feel as if it was an invasion into his consciousness but instead like a hopefully inquiry from an innocent child. Matt got the sense that this bond was deeply familiar to her, and the very reason that she had woken from her deep sleep. It wasn't through spoken word that he could understand her, but instead he almost immediately could interpret the emotions, colors, and impressions she projected to him mentally. The tiny kit opened intelligent, blue eyes the color of towering glaciers. After a few minutes, Matt realized he had forgotten something important. She was hungry, and she wanted food now. He had no idea what he should feed the hatchling. The food he had purchased wouldn't arrive until the next morning. The dilemma was solved for him, and through the spiritual connection Matt got an impression of the fractured pieces of egg. Setting her down next to the remains of her vessel, the Arctic fox ate half of the remains before falling over, stuffed and exhausted. Matt looked to the others and saw Melinda was biting her knuckles to keep quiet and the rest weren't faring any better. He could tell that his new bond would be asleep for a while and whispered, "If you want to pet her, go ahead. She's going to be dead to the world for a while." That started a very fierce but careful rush to gently stroke her soft fur. Only now did Matt understand why Arctic foxes were prized for their aesthetic more so than their combat ability. Their coats were divine to the touch, the fluffy tail felt how clouds looked. After they had their fill of admiring and appreciating the new life before them, Each member of the party reluctantly left, one after the other, allowing the newly bonded pair to sleep. Matt woke up the next morning and quickly realized why the fox beds cost so much. The little bundle of fluff had crawled onto his chest in the night to curl up, nose tucked into its tail. But the damn thing had chilled him to the bone as she slept, causing Matt to wake up shivering. Gently setting the kit on his pillow, Matt scurried into the shower, letting the heat wash away the deep chills that permeated his body. Before Matt could fully warm himself, he felt a jolt of pure panic through their spiritual link as the kit woke, frantically searching for her lost bond. Following their connection as it led her to the bathroom door, Matt could sense her irritation as she scratched at the door, worry flowing into his spirit. Stepping out of the water, he bent down to comfort the fox, getting pawed at and scolded with small yips for leaving her side. The kit left to explore the bathroom, so Matt finished his shower. She seemed interested in, but wary of the falling water. Curiosity overcame her caution as she stuck a paw into the running stream of water. Matt finished up and checked his pad for the status of the delivery. It was at the island's post office waiting for pickup. Quickly he scooped up his fox, receiving loud protests to the interruption of her exploration. Matt noted that she had finished the egg remains. He reached out through their link and felt that while she wasn't hungry, she wasn't full either. Hurrying down to the post office was a challenge. His fox was squirming in his arms as she tried to take in anything and everything they passed as they went. He quickly grabbed a single bag of kit chow, as well as the box containing the toys and care products. Seeing his predicament, the postal workers didn't make a fuss at Matt leaving 5 large bags of food. When he got back to his room, he found Melinda, Sam, and Tara waiting. Seeing the fox awake, they quickly showered the kit with affection, completely ignoring Matt and his load. The little traitor basked in the pats and coos from the girls. Matt unboxed the bowls he had bought and filled one with water, the other with food. The fox leapt off the girls' laps, darting to the food and scarfing down the kit chow. It was some blend of fish and beef according to the packaging, and was supposedly formulated for her breed in particular. Matt, Vinny, and Kyle arrived with breakfast as the fox was still eating, relieving Matt's gnawing hunger. "Have you decided on a name yet?" Tara asked through a mouth full of food. "Not yet. I-ha. How could you? Are you neglecting her? She's adorable, how could you leave her without a name? Look at her. Call her Snowball." Vinny's suggestion started a chorus of cliché snowy names being suggested, as the fox in question just nosed the box of toys. She started pulling them out, giving them a shake and a scratch, before going back to pull out the next. "I am not naming her Little White. Why would I put little in her name anyway? She would grow up. And naming her based on her color seems lazy. I'm sure there are 100 Arctic foxes named Snowflake or something similar." Matt started putting the supplies for the fox in a bag, and when he got to the collar, he was afraid the fox would resist the small band. In fact, she didn't seem to mind it at all. She was far more interested in the brush that Melinda had found and was using to her growing satisfaction. The trip down to get the remaining bags of food was even slower. The fox demanded to be let down so she could inspect every new object or stimulus she came across. Matt found it adorable that she would find something, then push her curiosity to him through their bond as if to ask, "Oh, what's this?" He would try to explain with vague impressions, but the little ball of fluff didn't have the attention span to allow Matt to get the idea across. How do you explain what a rock is to a baby? The fact that everyone who saw the little white fox had to stop and pet her delayed the group even further. The fox loved the attention and Matt swore she was prancing after a while. That is, until she was distracted by something else. The slitted eyes of the kit were drawn to a spider which had built an elaborate web in a nearby bush. The staring match only ended when the kit sneezed, blowing the spider away and startling everyone including the fox. She shot Matt an inquisitive stare, as if to question, who did that to her, through their link. Matt found himself with endless patience. If a week ago someone had told him he would watch a baby fox take an hour and a half to make the typically much shorter trip to the post office, he would have laughed at them. Now he just felt the curiosity flowing across their bond, and trust in the fact that he would keep her safe as she stuck her nose into everything she could reach. The display led Matt to picture a hazy memory of staring at the stars one night with his parents. The details were lost to him, but the sensation of their care and love was still clear. He remembered asking them the names of each constellation, and their patient answers to his repetitive questions. An idea for a name popped into Matt's head. He looked up and saw bright blue skies, but could still imagine the stars hidden behind the veil of blue. He smiled and sent a query to his fox. She liked it. Aster liked her name. The Path of Ascension Chapter 9 The Path of Ascension Royal Road. Chapter 9. Matt was still trying to get used to Aster. She felt the need to be a part of every single thing he did. It was adorable and cute, but frustrating at times. Currently, he was on his bed attempting to break through to Tier 2. Every time he sunk into the meditative state required, Aster would shift on his chest, or flick her tail, or do something else to break his concentration. He did not want to fail the breakthrough. It wouldn't harm him, just waste his hard-earned essence. His physical side of cultivation was full, and he had a decent amount of essence in his spirit. He just needed to use that essence to compress the loose essence acquired from delving into something more solid. The guide suggested a mental image of sand to sandstone, but he felt Aster shift again. Her chill permeated his shirt, his mental imagery shifted to snow being compacted into ice sheets. From shifting and unstable to firm and unmoving. With this new place to build upon, the tier advancements after this would compress his essence even more, slowly adding more weight. This new arrangement of essence would be the foundation the rest of his life would be built upon. Matt thought of his helplessness after the rift break, and his anger at Iris trying to steal Aster. He took all of that emotion, and with every ounce of power his spirit had, he squeezed. The essence compressed down easily at first, as the loose snow became hard. Matt didn't let up. He kept pushing, and just when it felt there was no more progress to be made, the essence compressed again. The once hard bundle of essence he had created shrunk, but it had also loosened. It was only slightly harder than it had started before the first compression. He repeated the process 4 more times. 5 compressions was good for Tier 1. Coming out of his trance with Aster's wet and cold nose against his chin was a bit of a shock. Matt checked his physical cultivation. Right in the center of his chest was a small, rock-hard sphere of essence, with a small layer on top that wasn't as densely compacted as its core. Diving into his being with his spiritual sense, he inspected his metaphysical half. The mana cultivation was tiny, and seemed atrophied in comparison to his physical half. Where one was a bright ball of essence, the other was dark and hollow. He sat up and cradled the kit. 5 compressions. He had 5 more to go to fully stabilize his cultivation, but he'd do it with the first essence he accumulated at the Tier 2 rift. That way no problems could occur. It was said to be rare, but he didn't want to take chances. The compression of the essence foundation was repeated numerous times in the guide the Playpen provided. It was possible to advance to the next tier with only a single compression, but the cultivator would be able to express less power than their peers who had completed the full 10. Tier 2. He had done it. Aster, feeling his excitement, wiggled out of his hold and picked up a toy. So Matt played with his bond until she was panting, ready for a nap. With Aster curled into a chilly ball next to him, Matt looked up the information of the Tier 2 rift. It was a jungle path with large insects as the monster of choice. The regular monsters were a mix of giant centipedes with a monstrous bite strength, and giant praying mantises who had steel-like, grasping arms used as blades and crushers all in one. The boss was a peak Tier 2 ant queen. Like normal ant queens, this one was a fighter, and would ferociously defend her territory. The final fight was against her and a horde of soldier ants. It was reportedly a hard fight for solo fighters. The only benefit was that the soldier ants were barely Tier 2, and should have trouble getting through his cracked phantom armor. The skill was only strong enough to fully block the weakest of Tier 2 attacks, so his advantage was gone. He would slowly be able to get more defensive power out of the skill as it imprinted into his spirit, but for now he would have to be careful of injuries in the Tier 2 rift. If his Tier 3 talent didn't change his mana shortage, he would have to face the fact that the skill would become increasingly less effective. Matt looked at the snoring fox next to him and was more concerned with her safety. He'd need to bring her with him so she could gather essence as well, but he wasn't sure how to keep her safe from a bunch of ground-level insects. Maybe I should keep running the Tier 1 rift until she gets stronger? He decided to ask Melinda's party tonight at dinner. They had actual experience running the Tier 2 rift, and he didn't want to have to run the Tier 1 unless he had to. The Tier 2 monsters would have more condensed essence, and larger amounts of it at that. Aster would progress and catch up to him much faster if Matt stuck with Tier 2 essence as her fuel. Their advice was so simple Matt should have thought of it himself. He bought a larger backpack and stuck Aster inside with a blanket to pad it out for her. He was sure he looked comical. A man covered in ghostly armor with a shield, axe, and a white fox poking her head out over his shoulder. Even the ant queen was only slightly over waist height, so Aster was out of reach. Matt was working his way down the main path of the rift, smashing the tough chitin exoskeletons of the monsters. He crushed them one by one as they swarmed him, careful to avoid their mandibles and arms. As he progressed, he began to barely make out the end of the long trail cut out of the dense jungle foliage surrounding him. The Tier 2 rift wasn't really any more challenging if Matt was careful. There were no distinct rooms like the Tier 1 rift. Here the insects were more ambush predators, focusing more on surprise attacks from the underbrush beside the jungle path than on frontal assaults. Matt had tested his limits, and had found that his cracked phantom armor was nearly impenetrable by singular attacks from the basic monsters. It took them a few seconds of sustained bites or grabs to overcome the mana running through the skill. As he chopped his way through the waist-high monsters, he eagerly collected the essence. It was thicker than that of the Tier 1 rift. Splitting half with Aster didn't affect his gains, as he was gathering more essence from each kill here than he would from 4 Tier 1 monsters. After making his way through the long hot jungle path, leaving a trail of dismembered heads and limbs, Matt came to a large clearing at the end. Here the thick underbrush gave way to tall tropical trees and bright flowered plants, all coated with a layer of vines. In the center of the clearing, a giant mound of dirt signaled the entrance to the Queen's underground network of tunnels. As he approached, the ground itself shook and split apart as the Queen and her drones breached the surface, sensing the imminent threat. Sizing up the queen ant, Matt quickly realized he had a problem. She was big, the top of her head reaching slightly above his waist. While he knew her pincer attacks were strong enough to tear him in half, Matt doubted that she was fast enough to land an attack. After quickly dispatching her guard unit, Matt's suspicions proved correct. He could easily maneuver around the queen's slow and predictable lunges. The real problem was his inability to damage the queen. His axe didn't have enough weight to drive through the chitin of the stronger insect. Where he could hack and crush the shells of the weaker insects, the queen's exoskeleton was like steel plate armor. Matt eventually was able to chop through a weaker leg joint, but all that did was slow her down even more. Seeing no other viable options, Matt endured the tedious process of delegging the queen one limb at a time. The queen's lunging attacks became increasingly pathetic with each missing limb, but Matt was still wary of her mandible's crushing power. It took him a while, but he was able to separate the queen from her legs, and finished the fight by bisecting her at the joints of her head and abdomen. He was coming with a bigger axe for this fight next time. Matt approached the reward distortion. It shimmered with a pale gray light. When he collected his prize, he spat at the reward of only 4 Tier 2 mana stones. A below-average haul. Matt felt it summed up the delve perfectly. The bright side was the bag of mushrooms and herbs he gathered along the forest path. Apparently, they were worth a decent amount of credits to the alchemists, so the trip wouldn't be an entire waste. Arriving at the alchemist workshop, Matt perused the displayed items. Potions of strength, speed, proprioception, even odder things like night vision. They didn't have actual healing potions, just blood-clotting potions. Matt would consider them alchemical triage, it was just enough to get you out of a rift and to a healer. The problem was the prices. Every item was sold with the price in mana stones. Tier 3 mana stones. Giving up on the idea of getting any of the expensive items, Matt left the store area and found a desk. He told the receptionist he'd like to sell items from the Tier 2 rift. The room he was led to had a man in opulent robes sitting reading a book. Matt sat down but was ignored. He coughed slightly to get the man's attention, but the alchemist waved his hand at Matt with a shushing sound. After 5 minutes of waiting, the man put down his book and barked, "Where are the goods?" The man had pulled each item out of the bag and found fault with every one. "This one wasn't harvested properly, the entire stem isn't here. This one has too much surrounding dirt, we can't use this. How can too much dirt make moss worthless?" Frustration building, Matt fought the urge to punch the alchemist in his smug face. The large bag that he had trekked through the humid forest was only valued at 100 credits. Matt knew he was getting ripped off. The guide said the items should have carried a value of 50 credits per item. Raging internally, he thought over what he should do. What irritated him was that he had been careful when harvesting the items. He followed the guide to the letter. Looking at the smirking man across the desk, Matt decided he didn't want this man's money. He wasn't sure if this was a scam the alchemist was running himself or if the entire department was just a bunch of assholes. Decision made, he snatched the pouch up and stuffed his goods inside. Walking out before the man could say anything, he found a trash can and proceeded to shred every item in his bag. He got a few odd looks, but couldn't tell if they were because of the crazy man angrily tearing up mushrooms and moss, or the fox yipping in excitement every time he did. Matt just wanted to go home and cultivate, that was the only positive he could still hold on to. Finishing solidifying his foundation would be worth the absolute slog this delve had turned out to be. The next few months of Matt's time on the Playpen was uneventful. He delved, trained, and took classes. Aster had reached Tier 2, and could now push her cold aura out further, but that ability was useless in actual combat. She usually just sat behind him taunting the uncaring insects. But the rifts, while productive, were no real challenge to the duo. After some time, the day Matt was dreading had arrived. It was Melinda's group's last day on the island. They were holding a private dinner, and then tomorrow morning they would be gone. It wasn't a surprise that they would be leaving the island before him, but now that the time was here, he didn't want them to go. They were the best friends he had since, well, he couldn't think of better friends. He knew it wasn't like they wouldn't be able to communicate, it would just be slow once they were on different planets. The data dumps only happened when the portal was opened, and that was normally once a month. This was the reason they were leaving 2 weeks early. Paying for a slot on the monthly portal was only a Tier 3 mana stone apiece, while getting a personal portal was a Tier 8 mana stone. Sitting on his bed, he cuddled Aster to him. She would be all he had once the others left. He didn't even mind anymore that she refused to use the incredibly expensive bed he'd bought her, and instead preferred to freeze him nightly. Checking the time, Matt made his way down to the reserved room with Aster on his heels. When the duo entered the room, he plastered on a smile he didn't feel, acting happy to see them move on. As they ate, he asked, "So have you decided where you are going to go?" "Yup, we've got 3 jumps to get to the planet, it's called." Sam looked at her pad, Relster. Weird name, but it's a Tier 7 world and has enough Tier 3 and 4 rifts that there isn't any real competition for spots. So no fee to purchase a delve slot. Matt continued with a full mouth, "There's even a rift with goblins. It's only Tier 3, so just a single tribe. It's where we'll probably go, because it lets us use our numbers pretty well. And we're familiar with the monster type. We should be able to reach Tier 4 in a few months, give or take. That's only if we delve every 2 days, and we talked about that. It's too risky. We're only 16. We're still well under the curve if our goal is to hit Tier 5 before we reach 22. We don't have to rush for it. The free skill will seriously increase our strength. And by the way, don't speak with your mouth full, you delinquent." Melinda ended her comment with a poke to Matt's bulging cheek. Matt agreed, "Yeah, a free skill would be amazing. Do you guys have any idea what you want?" "Nope, we've only got the 2 skills that aren't talents. And they were gifts from our sponsor. Have you seen the price for skills?" "No, I haven't even looked into them at all, honestly." Tara waved a chicken leg and said, "Tier 8 rifts are the first point where they become common drops, at around a 1 in 4 chance. Even then, it's still only a set number of weaker skills that drop at Tier 8. So most weaker skill shards sell for about a Tier 8 mana stone." Vinny chimed in, "Yeah, but you can get lucky and have higher tiered skills drop. What if we got something like regeneration, or a healing skill? That would sell for a lot more." Kyle cut him off, "Dummy. We'll be the ones buying healing skills. Even with the free Tier 5 skill, Melinda's gonna need more healing skills. Ranged heal is great and all, but she needs a group healing skill, and some kind of heal over time would be good as well." Matt could understand the bitterness in his voice, so he raised his cup and said, "To being poor." That got a laugh out of everyone, and they started talking about their ideas for archetypes to build into. Matt let the others run with the conversation, he didn't know what he wanted. It really depended on how his Tier 3 talent fixed his mana problem. He trusted it would, but he had realized there were multiple ways to fix it. The best, and most unlikely fix, was his Tier 3 talent just unblocking his mana cultivation. Matt didn't think that would happen, as that would require a direct contradiction of part of his Tier 1 talent. It left him at an impasse. He couldn't plan if he didn't know what direction his talent would take him. He mentally rejoined the conversation to hear Sam say, "I want an area poison skill, it would be so nice. Then I wouldn't have to stab things to actually use my talent." That jolted Matt, he had forgotten to check their talents. The night they met the Emperor was so chaotic with Melinda's talent, he hadn't remembered to check the others. Matt. Talent Tier 1. Everyone in the party has lowered threat generation. Threat generation can be redirected to an individual of choice. Talent Tier 3. You are much harder to knock off your feet. Knockdowns give a temporary durability bonus. Grows with tier. Skills. None. Melinda. Talent Tier 1. All healing skills are 50% more effective and cost 50% less mana to cast. Talent Tier 3. All healing has the overhealth effect. Skills. Ranged heal. Kyle. Talent Tier 1. All strength allocation has double the effect. Talent Tier 3. Blood carries extra oxygen, giving strength boost dependent on regeneration. Grows with tier. Skills. None. Sam. Talent Tier 1. Poisons and venoms only affect designated targets. Talent Tier 3. Can control poisons and venoms in the surroundings if not directly controlled by a skill. Grows with tier. Skills. Venom Strike. Vinny. Talent Tier 1. Earth Manipulation. Talent Tier 3. Can see through Earth. Distance and clarity grows with tier. Skills. Earth Manipulation. Terra. Talent Tier 1. Innate understanding of ranged weapons. Talent Tier 3. Ranged attacks have more penetrating power. Grows with tier. Skills. None. After reviewing the group's talents, he wasn't surprised, but was slightly jealous. They had gotten good talents, even if they weren't as absurd as Melinda's. The grows with tier modifier was apparently a common trait of most Tier 3 talents. From what Matt read, Tier 1 was unique, Tier 3 was growth, Tier 25 was power, and Tier 50 was sovereign. Matt couldn't find much on what the last two actually meant, but they must be powerful to be awakened at such high tiers. He had read more than one account of people becoming powerhouses after being unknowns before their Tier 25 talent. He put the pad away, forcing himself into the conversation and to be happy for his friends. It was 5 months after Melinda's group left when Matt found himself in trouble. He was slightly surprised it had taken so long. The new groups of non-sponsees had come with the graduation of the latest year of classes. Most of them were arrogant, but kept it contained to their peers. Some pecking order had been established based on their backers. Most weren't stupid enough to mess with Tier 2 or 3s, so Matt was mostly left alone. With a few hundred people, 1 or 2 were bound to be stupid. And sadly, Aster attracted stupid. Matt was eating at a table by himself. Jasmine, his girlfriend, was delving tonight and that left him and Aster to eat alone. As they were eating, he felt someone tap his shoulder. When he turned, he was confronted by 6 people. They were crowding him and his table, uncomfortably close. They clearly didn't have good intentions. "Do you need something?" He didn't bother being polite. Their demeanor raised Matt's hackles. Even Aster felt the rising tension, and looked up from her bowl of food. He scanned them as he waited for their response. It was a group of middling Tier 1s with smirks on their faces. From that observation, it was no surprise when the boy in the front said, "Give me that fox. It will make a good gift to my mother." Matt clenched his jaw so hard he was afraid his teeth would break. "No." He turned around and picked up his utensils ready to eat. "You dare to defy me, the son of..." Once Matt heard that, he tuned the idiot out. They could use that kind of pressure on others, but there was no bigger backer than the Emperor. He ignored them. He didn't think they were dumb enough to try and steal from an upper Tier 2. Matt decided to let them bluster all they wanted. It wasn't worth the trouble a confrontation would cause. Sadly, they lacked the sense to quit while they could. A slap on his shoulder made Matt turn around again. "Did you not hear me?" Matt faced his dinner again, growling, "Fuck off, kid, no one cares. I'm trying to eat, so go bother someone else." That's when a hand reached for the still eating Aster. Matt pinned that hand to the table with the knife he had been eating with. He stood, shoving his chair back while activating cracked phantom armor. The 2 hits on his back were ignored as he smashed his armored fist into a face. Quickly, he grabbed the hand holding the dagger that had just skittered down his chest, and slammed his palm into the elbow. His assailant crumpled to the floor screaming. Before the fight could escalate further, the guards were on the scene. They had their batons drawn and shouted for everyone to stop. Matt complied, raising his hands. One of them barked at him, "End the skill." Calmly he replied, "Once the idiot next to me doesn't have a dagger in his hand. I'd rather not get stabbed." The guard grabbed the kid and his dagger. Matt deactivated his skill and was pulled off to the side. Aster hadn't even stopped eating, confident Matt would protect her. Matt wasn't even mad at her, she didn't do anything wrong by existing. The jackasses shouldn't have tried to steal what was his. Shame the guards had arrived so fast, or I might have been able to break a few more bones. His anger at the arrogance they showed still burned like embers in his gut. Matt calmed himself. Maybe he wasn't as over Iris' attempted theft of Aster as he thought. Maybe this would teach the fools a lesson, but looking over at the detained group, he could hear their obnoxious leader. With a now bandaged hand, he was spinning a tale of how Matt had stolen their fox and then fought them. Idiots. Aster was well known and very unique. Matt just smirked as the guard continued to ask, "And that's your official statement?" before typing in his pad. Matt honestly couldn't believe the kid didn't realize that the guard was letting him dig his own grave. "See? My fox loves me." The idiot reached for Aster with his good hand. If he had been looking, he would have seen her tilt her head at the approaching hand. As it neared the fox, she lashed out, sinking teeth that could tear apart iron, deep into his hand. The boy let out a guttural scream, and wrenched his hand out of her mouth, further shredding his hand. He then turned to Matt shouting, "How dare your beast attack me? I'll be wearing it as a coat. And I'll see you hanged for attacking me. My father is the Castellan of the Junipers, you worm." Matt had to replay the words to make sure he heard the kid correctly. Then, he decided to rub salt in the wounds. "Wait? You are the son of a guy who worked for the nobles that just got arrested. And you're flaunting that? Really?" Matt turned to the table that was watching the developing drama next to him. "Hey, you. My dad just got canned. Respect my authority." As they laughed at his mockery, the kid lunged at Matt, but was held back by the guard. He was actually snarling. It made Matt wonder if the last of his brain cells had short-circuited. Matt sent a thought to Aster, and she snarled at her attempted fox-snapper. The blood on her muzzle made it a far more menacing sight than the kid's attempt had been. The fool flinched back from the fox who was wearing his blood. That got even more sniggers from the watchers. The guard bandaged the kid's other hand, then put him in handcuffs. "What are you doing? You should be arresting him." "Sir, you admitted to a crime not moments ago. And we've already reviewed the security footage. You came to his table and started the confrontation. If nothing else, you lied on an official statement." The guard read him his rights, but the boy continued to refute the guard's words as he was frog-marched away. After giving his own statement and being asked to wait, a separate guard came over to Matt half an hour later. "You're clear, but in the future, please don't use so much force." He just thanked the man, and assured him he would be more careful if something like this happened again. He hoped it didn't, those assholes had ruined his dinner. Grabbing a meal to go, Matt went back to his room to find Jasmine sprawled across his bed. Aster tried to go and greet the girl, but Matt forced her to sit still while he brushed her teeth, he didn't know where the foxsnapper's blood had been. Set free, Aster jumped on the bed and shoved a cold nose into Jasmine's cheek, waking the girl up. Aster, no. It's so cold. Aster cuddled in deeper. Then licked the brunette's face. Why does your breath smell minty? Did you eat poop again? Aster looked heartbroken, utterly betrayed at the mention of her past folly. Jasmine opened her eyes and saw the food Matt bought as he left the dining hall. Oh, you brought me food. You're the best. With a sweet smile and a quick kiss, Jasmine stole his dinner and started digging in. In between bites she asked, so why did you brush Aster's teeth? Did she eat poop again? Aster yipped her protest. She had only done it once after all, and really it wasn't her fault. She hadn't known what it was. Matt told the story, and Jasmine was in disbelief that he had been accosted. When she heard the part that he was the Castellan's son, she just ought. Yeah, I met him a few times. Always acted like his father was the biggest backer one could have. The funny thing is, most kids from the Junipers that were his age hated him. Never understood how he was so arrogant. She swallowed another bite and said, whatever. Maybe before he could have gotten his father to put some pressure on you, but now he's got nothing. From what I heard, the workers of the Junipers were all given one free pass to the Playpen so they wouldn't fight the transition of power. I'm not worried, just amazed how someone could be that stupid. He lied to the guard, who repeatedly asked him, is this your official statement? Like he was given so many chances. Jasmine finished the sandwich and said, well, enough of idiots, I just had an amazing run and we got 70 tier 2 mana stones. She bit her lip, then turned around and walked into his shower. Wanna help me celebrate? Matt looked up from his bed. Today was the day. His delve was in 4 hours, and his physical cultivation was nearly full. It had taken 8 months of delving the Tier 2 rift, and finally, only a month shy of his 16th birthday, he was about to hit Tier 3. This kind of rapid cultivation was the greatest advantage of a solo delver. Aster, even with her 50% take of the essence, wasn't slowing him down at all. Pet companions could gather essence humans normally couldn't, so she was gathering what he was unable to. She was at middle tier 2, and nearly her full size at almost 10 pounds and 3 feet long. She could easily defeat the tier 2 insects in a one-on-one fight. Her ice powers were still weak, but they got stronger every day. Aster could also eat the monsters and gain essence that way. She relished eating her kills, even if the insects tasted horrible to her. That ability made Matt jealous. To eat monster meat, humans needed specialized chefs to process the food, otherwise it was extremely toxic. The problem was, no chef would work with monsters under Tier 5. The sheer amount of the essence lost during the cooking process made it not worth their time and resources. Matt stood, and was about to leave to catch the bus to the rift portal, when Jasmine opened the door. Guess what? My parents got me and my team a slot in a Tier 3 rift. She hugged and kissed him before doing the same with Aster. That's good news. I know your team was bummed out that y'all didn't get sponsored. She frowned at the mention of her team's plight. They were a party of non-sponsees, who had hoped to catch someone's eye and get sponsored before their advancement to Tier 3. It just never happened, and Matt agreed with their assessment that it had a lot to do with the Emperor's recent proclamation. Anyone who had lost family in the unaddressed rift breaks and reached Tier 15 would become the rulers of their home planet. Sponsors were finding and scouting the orphanages around the world. They weren't looking to sponsor a team with wealthy connections who had not suffered during the rift breaks, and thus were not eligible to get the big reward. Jasmine's frown deepened. That's the problem. The rift is on my dad's homeworld, and he had to pull strings to get the slot. Which means we have to leave today. The portal is this evening and we can't leave the slot open for long or we'll lose it. Matt felt like he had been punched in the gut. Today was his big day. He was going to reach Tier 3, and she had to leave now? Is there a Tier 50 playing pranks on me? Matt didn't let his melancholy show. Jasmine and her team were good people. While they came from rich families, they tried their hardest and never acted arrogantly. When they had heard of Matt's fight, they had all reached out to their parents to make sure that none of the others in the Castellan Sons party tried to make trouble with him. It had been unlikely with Matt being on the path, but they had done it simply because Jasmine cared about him. Well then, good luck and congratulations. It's a big step. I know you guys only had another 2 months on the island, but it's good to see you have a path forward. It's just terrible timing, but I can't make everyone wait on me. I know today is a big day for you. I just wish I could be here with you to celebrate. Jasmine got a look on her face and asked, "You have what? 4 hours till your rift?" At Matt's nod, she pushed him into the room. Good, we have time for one last goodbye. Matt watched Jasmine run out of his room and down the hall, hair still mussed. They had cut it far closer to her boat's departure time than they had planned, but neither could let go. With a promise that if they ended up on the same planet again they'd at least say hello, she had left. There wasn't much either could do at this point. Her path was forward, and Matt's was still on the playpen. Matt went down to the waiting area and sat impatiently. He couldn't stop looking at his pad. Aster had gotten tired of his impatience. She started roaming out of boredom, and was sniffing a bush off to the side of the road. When the bus arrived, Matt held down the urge to push through the exiting people and tell the driver to hurry. He did none of that and waited his turn. Fantasies of finding a teleport skill in his shoe and just teleporting to the rift running through his head. The 10-minute ride to the rift was the longest of Matt's life. Entering the rift, Matt hurried Aster into his backpack and he sprinted through the jungle path. He would get as much essence from killing the queen ant and her soldier ants as he would get from killing the fodder insects, so ignored the lesser monsters. He only needed half of the queen's essence to make the attempt at his breakthrough, and couldn't bear to wait any longer than he had to. He rushed through the rift, and when he reached the queen's area he hastily sped past her drones and drove his heavy axe into her skull. Only after feeling the rush of essence from the queen did he massacre the remaining ants. Matt checked his pad, 20 minutes. If he hurried he could catch the next bus back to the residential area, where he could perform his breakthrough and test his Tier 3 talent. Quickly grabbing the mana stones the reward distortion hid, Matt exited the rift and bypassed the checkout counter, sprinting to the bus stop. He climbed on and mentally begged the bus driver to leave early. Aster, pouting in the seat next to him, forced him to calm down. He didn't prefer to cultivate when sitting, so he picked Aster up and went to the back of the bus. There were seats running the entire back wall where he could lay down. Once he was horizontal he forced his spiritual sight inward. Calming his breathing, Matt gathered the newly acquired essence in his spirit, wrapped it around his little sphere of physical essence and squeezed. What was loose turned hard. What was hard turned solid. His Tier 1 essence was compressed even further when Matt squeezed his Tier 2 essence down. 1 compression, 2 compressions, 3, 4, 5. It was after the 6th that Matt lost his momentum and couldn't continue. He felt his physical cultivation with his spiritual sense a second time. Tier 3. He had done it.